Hey guys. Here is what if Naruto had the gamer system. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
The chalk dust hung in the air of the academy classroom. Irika Yumano's voice, usually a booming anchor of authority and warmth, had softened to a register that made Naruto's stomach clench into a cold, hard knot. I'm sorry, Naruto. You failed the graduation exam. The words didn't echo, they fell flat, dead on the scarred wooden desk. Around him, the whispers of the newly graduated snapped like wet towels against his skin. Dead last. Demon. Should have quit years ago. Naruto didn't look at them. He stared at the desk, tracing a deep groove in the wood with a chipped thumbnail. His orange jumpsuit felt heavy, suffocating, the fabric itching against his skin. The 3 whisker marks on each cheek twitched as he forced a grin that felt like it was stitched onto his face with barbed wire. Guess I'll just have to try harder next time, right, Irika-sensei? It was a dismissal. Irika saw right through it, his brown eyes cresting with a sorrow that Naruto couldn't bear to acknowledge. The instructor opened his mouth, perhaps to offer a consolation or a promise of extra tutoring, but Naruto was already out of his seat, bounding down the steps and out the heavy classroom doors before the silence could stretch into something unbearable. He didn't go to his apartment. The silence there would be worse. Instead, he found himself at Training Ground 3, the sun bleeding out over the western tree line, painting the wooden training posts in hues of orange and crimson. Naruto stood before the center post, his breathing shallow. He drew a kunai, the weight of it was familiar yet utterly alien in his trembling grip. With a loud shout he lunged, throwing the blade. It sailed wide, clipping the edge of the post and spinning off into the tall grass with a dull rustle. A harsh, broken sound tore from Naruto's throat. He grabbed another kunai, then another, hurling them with wild, uncoordinated force. They struck the dirt, embedded themselves at awkward angles in the wood, or vanished into the encroaching shadows. When his pouch was empty, he stood there, chest heaving, staring at the post as if it had personally conspired to ruin his life. Why? He whispered to the empty air. Why can't I just do it right? He dropped to his knees, the damp earth soaking through the fabric of his pants. The cool evening wind swept across the training ground, carrying the distant, cheerful sounds of the village, people celebrating the new graduates, the new protectors of Konoha. He wasn't part of it. He was the ghost at the feast, the boy who existed only to be looked through or looked down upon. A sudden wave of vertigo slammed into him. The world tilted violently sideways, and Naruto pitched forward, catching himself on his hands. His vision clouded, not with tears, but with a cascade of luminescent blue text that burned itself into his retinas. System initialization. System established. Genetic anomaly detected. Uzumaki lineage/foreign chakra entity, loading the gamer system protocol. What the? Naruto gasped, scrambling backward until his back hit a training post. He squeezed his eyes shut, pressing the heels of his hands against them. I'm losing it. I'm finally losing it. But when he opened his eyes, the text remained, floating serenely in the air before him like a translucent scroll. It was impossible, defying every law of nature he didn't quite understand anyway, yet it felt more real than the dirt under his nails. Status window. Name Naruto Uzumaki. Class, Academy student failed. Level 1. Title, The Pariah. HP, 450/450. Chakra points, 1 200/1 200. Strength 7. Vit 14. Dex 5. Int 4. Wiz 3. Luck 2. Unspent stat points 0. This is... Naruto reached out, his fingers passing through the glowing numbers. They rippled like disturbed water before reforming. He read the numbers, the words. The Pariah. It stung, a sharp, bitter truth disguised as a title. But the chakra points, the massive pool of chakra compared to his pathetic physical stats, made him pause. He knew he had stamina, but 1,200 chakra points. What did that mean? Skill window, Academy Clone Jutsu, Illusion, Level 1, Proficiency, 2%. Transformation Jutsu Level 1, Proficiency, 12%. Substitution Jutsu Level 1, Proficiency, 5%. Basic Taijutsu Level 1, Proficiency, 20%. Chakra Control Level 1, Proficiency, 1%. A dry, hysterical laugh bubbled up from his chest. Level 1 in Chakra Control. He literally could not be worse at the fundamental skill required of a ninja. It explained everything: the wasted energy, the failed jutsu, the exhaustion that followed even the simplest techniques. He was a bucket with a hole in the bottom, trying to carry water. Quest generated, tutorial mission, the foundation of power objective, Perform 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10 km run. Time limit 4 hours. Reward 1000 EXP, plus 2 strength, plus 2 VID, plus 1 DX, skill book, physical conditioning. Failure, minus 5 HP, permanent. The weight of the penalty hit him like a physical blow. Permanent HP loss. This wasn't a dream or a hallucination. Dreams didn't threaten his life. This was real, and it was demanding he bleed. Fine, Naruto growled, pushing himself off the ground. A fierce, desperate defiance flared in his blue eyes, replacing the hollow despair. You want a workout? I'll give you a workout. He dropped into the push-up position. His form was sloppy, his elbows flaring, his back sagging. By rep 15, his arms trembled violently. By rep 30, his chest scraped the dirt as he collapsed. Push UPS, 30/100. Get up! A voice in his head hissed. It sounded suspiciously like the village councilman, like the glowering villagers, like every teacher who had ever sighed in disappointment. Get up, dead last! He pushed up again. 31. 32. When he hit 50, a new prompt flashed. Skill acquired, gamer's mind and body, passive, effect, allows the user to maintain perfect rationality and emotional suppression in high-stress situations. Immune to psychological panic. Physical damage is converted into measurable health point, HP, loss, allowing the user to remain functional despite injuries that would normally cause pain, shock, or incapacitation. Instantly, the burning agony in his pectorals and triceps didn't vanish, but it moved to the background, categorized and filed away as mere afterthoughts. His ragged breathing steadied into a controlled rhythm. The desperate, spiraling thoughts of failure and isolation evaporated, replaced by a cold, calculating focus. He needed to complete the objective. Everything else was irrelevant. He finished the push-ups. Then the sit-ups, the burning in his abdomen a distant, ignored signal. The squats were agonizing, his thighs screaming in protest, but he pushed through, his mind a steel trap of focus. Squats complete, 100/100, VIT plus 0.2, strength plus 0.1. The run was the true test. The training ground looped around a 2-kilometer track. 5 laps. Naruto ran, his feet slapping the packed earth in a steady, metronomic rhythm. The cool night air filled his lungs, burning them, but Gamer's mind kept his stride even. He didn't slow down, he didn't let the lactic acid dictate his pace. He just ran. When he crossed the finish line on the 5th lap, he collapsed onto the grass, his chest heaving, his body soaked in sweat. But before he could even catch his breath, a cascade of golden light enveloped him. Quest complete, the foundation of power, rewards distributed, level up. Level up. You are now level 3, 10 stat points available, skill book received, physical conditioning level 1. The exhaustion vanished. It wasn't a gradual fading, it was a systemic reset. 1 second he was on the verge of unconsciousness, and the next, he was springing to his feet, his muscles thrumming with an energy that felt entirely unnatural. He flexed his fingers, rolled his shoulders. The soreness was gone, replaced by a dense, hardened feeling in his musculature. This is insane, Naruto muttered, staring at his hands. He pulled up his status screen again. His strength was now 9.1, his VIT 16.2. He had 10 points to allocate. He didn't dump them blindly. The gamer's mind was already analyzing the root cause of his failures. He needed control. He needed finesse. He dropped 3 points into DX, raising it to 8. He dropped 2 into WIS, knowing that chakra control was intimately tied to mental acuity and perception. The remaining 5 he split between INT and VID. Status updated, strength, 9.1, VIT 18.2, DX, 8, INT 6, WIS 5. The immediate effect was staggering. His vision seemed sharper, his depth perception refined. When he reached for a kunai from his discarded pouch, his hand closed around the hilt with a sureness he had never possessed before. His mind felt less like a cluttered attic and more like a clean workspace. He could think, actually think, without the fog of frustration clouding his judgment. Chakra control is level 0, he murmured, sitting cross-legged in the dirt. He pulled a single leaf from the grass beside him. The leaf-sticking exercise, the bane of his existence. He pressed it to his forehead, focusing his chakra. It fell immediately. Chakra control proficiency, 1%, 1.5%. He picked it up and tried again. It stayed for half a second before fluttering down. Chakra control proficiency, 1.5%, 2%. A manic grin stretched across his face, pulling at his whisker marks. It's going up. Every failure is progress. He spent the next 3 hours under the moonlight, sticking the leaf to his forehead, his hand, his chest. By the time the sky began to lighten in the east, the proficiency had crawled up, and the leaf stayed adhered to his palm for a full minute before he allowed it to drop. Chakra control has reached level 1, chakra points efficiency increased by 5%. Naruto? The voice made him jump. He spun around, instinctively dismissing the floating screens with a mental command. Iruka Umino stood at the edge of the training ground, a scroll tucked under his arm, his expression a mix of deep concern and utter bewilderment. The instructor walked closer, his eyes scanning the dozens of kunai embedded haphazardly in the training posts, the disturbed earth, and finally, the sweat-soaked boy sitting in the center of it all. "Did you stay here all night?" Iruka asked, his voice tight. "Yeah," Naruto said, his tone surprisingly steady thanks to Gamer's mind. "I had to figure some things out. Naruto, this isn't healthy. Throwing yourself into training like this out of spite or desperation, it's going to break you. I know failing hurts, but I'm not doing it out of spite, sensei," Naruto interrupted. He stood up, brushing the dirt from his pants. He looked at Iruka, his blue eyes clear and focused. "I'm doing it because I finally understand what I was doing wrong. I want to show you. The leaf exercise." Iruka blinked. "What? Give me a leaf. I want to show you." Iruka hesitated, clearly wondering if his student had finally snapped under the pressure. But the look in Naruto's eyes wasn't the wild, desperate glare of a boy on the edge. It was the steady, unwavering gaze of someone who had found a lifeline. Slowly, Iruka reached into his flak jacket and handed over a crisp, green leaf. Naruto pressed it to his forehead. He focused, manipulating the tiny thread of chakra required. The leaf stuck. Iruka's eyes widened fractionally. It wasn't just sticking, it was adhering perfectly, the edges flush against his skin, with no visible distortion of chakra. Naruto held it for 2 minutes in complete silence, before letting it fall into his palm. "How?" Iruka breathed. "Yesterday, you couldn't hold it for a second. That level of control, it takes months of consistent practice to develop. I had a lot of time to think last night," Naruto said, offering a half smile. "Sensei, I know I failed the exam. I know I'm the dead last. But I don't want to wait another year. I can't wait another year. Is there any way I can prove I'm ready before then?" Iruka rubbed the bridge of his nose, the scar across his face crinkling. "Naruto, the graduation requirements aren't arbitrary. You need to demonstrate proficiency in core techniques under pressure. It's not just about sticking a leaf to your head. Then test me." Naruto pressed, stepping closer. "Give me a month. If I can master all the academy jutsu, pass a written exam, and hold my own in a combat scenario, will you talk to the Hokage about letting me take a special exam?" Iruka stared at him for a long moment, searching for the lie, the bravado, the crack in the facade. He found none. "1 month, Naruto. If you fail to meet the standard, every single standard, I want your word that you'll return to the academy and apply yourself without complaint. You have my word." Quest generated, the second chance, objectives. 1. Master Academy Clone Jutsu, Illusion, to level 3. 2. Master Transformation Jutsu to level 3. 3. Master Substitution Jutsu to level 3. 4. Pass a written academy exam with 85% or higher. 5. Survive a combat evaluation against a Chunin level opponent rewards. Special graduation status, 5000 EXP. Title, The Underdog. Failure, return to academy, social link decrease with Iruka Umino. Naruto accepted the quest mentally, the interface minimizing into the corner of his vision. "Thank you, Iruka-sensei. I won't waste this." He turned and sprinted out of the training ground, leaving a baffled Iruka standing alone in the morning light. Over the next 2 days, Naruto pushed his body and mind to the absolute limit. He discovered the true broken nature of his system when he attempted the clone jutsu. His chakra control was still too low, and the system flagged his inefficiency. Chakra flow analysis, inefficiency, 92% suggestion. Reduce chakra output by 95%. Current output exceeds jutsu threshold. He was drowning the technique in power. The academy clone was a fragile illusion, a construct of smoke and light. It required a whisper of chakra. Naruto was screaming a hurricane. He adjusted, throttling back the massive reserve within him, forcing it down to a trickle. He formed the hand seals, tiger, boar, ox, dog, carefully molding the energy. Smoke puffed out. Standing beside him was a perfect replica. No sickly pallor, no drooping features. It was him, down to the smudges of dirt on his orange jacket. Academy Clone Jutsu has reached level 2, skill evolution triggered. Academy Clone Jutsu Shadow Clone Jutsu level 1, B rank Kenjutsu detected, special property, memory/experience feedback upon dissipation. The clone looked at him. Naruto looked back. You're solid. Obviously, the clone replied, its voice identical to his own. Naruto's mind raced with the implications of the memory feedback. If a clone could learn, if it could experience, then he wasn't just one person anymore. He was an army of one. He created a second clone. The strain on his chakra was noticeable but manageable. He created a third. All right, Naruto said, looking at his duplicates. You read the academy textbooks on chakra theory and history. You go to the far side of the training ground and practice transformation. I'll work on taijutsu and physical conditioning. If you dispel before you've mastered the material, I'll know. The clones nodded and took off. Naruto turned back to the training post, a predatory gleam in his eye. When night fell, Naruto dispelled the clones. The memories slammed into his consciousness like a freight train. The clone that had read the textbooks dumped hours of historical dates, tactical formations, and chakra circulation diagrams into his mind. The other clone provided the visceral sensation of transforming into a shuriken, a rock Iruka, the Hokage, each success and failure seamlessly integrated into his own muscle memory. He dropped to his knees, clutching his head as the overwhelming influx of data threatened to split his skull. Gamer's mind kicked in, dampening the pain and organizing the chaos into neat, accessible files. When the disorientation faded, Naruto checked his interface. Transformation Jutsu, Level 1 Level 2, Proficiency, 45%, Academic Knowledge Acquired, plus 3 INT, plus 1 WIS, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Level 1 Level 2, Proficiency, 15%. This is it, Naruto whispered, a dark, exhilarating realization settling over him. This is how I win. He didn't sleep. He couldn't afford to. He created another batch of clones, 5 this time, splitting his chakra down to the bone. One practiced substitution with a log, timing the jutsu activation down to the millisecond. 2 sparred against each other, refining his taijutsu forms. One practiced chakra control by walking up the sides of trees. The last ran laps around the training ground to passively level up his VIT. The days blurred together. Naruto existed in a state of perpetual, calculated frenzy. He ate soldier pills he had swiped from the academy supply closet to stave off physical hunger, though the system's gamer's body passive seemed to process the fatigue toxins out of his system every time he leveled up. On the morning of the 7th day, Naruto stood before the training post. He was different. His orange jacket was torn and dirty, but beneath it, his musculature had tightened, becoming lean and dense. His eyes, once bright and naive, now held a sharp, analytical edge. Status: Name Naruto Uzumaki. Level 8. Title: The Underdog in Progress. HP: 850/850. Chakra points: 1-800/1, 800. Strength: 14. Vit: 22. Dex: 15. Int: 12. Wiz: 10. He drew a kunai. He didn't throw it wildly. He calculated the wind resistance, the rotation of the blade, the exact amount of force required. He channeled a microscopic thread of chakra into his wrist, chakra enhancement level 2, and flicked his arm. The kunai streaked through the air, a silver blur, and struck the center post dead center with a resonant thwack. Kunai throwing, level 1 level 3. He spent the remainder of the month integrating his skills. He used chakra threads to manipulate thrown weapons mid-flight, turning impossible angles into lethal trajectories. He sparred with shadow clones that knew his every move, forcing him to develop unpredictability. He meditated, expanding his chakra points pool and regeneration rate, ensuring he could maintain a small army of clones without risking exhaustion. 20 days in, he mastered the written material, his enhanced INT making the rote memorization a trivial matter. 25 days in, his taijutsu reached level 5, unlocking a new skill, combat precognition level 1, a subtle, instinctual warning system that fed off micro-expressions and body weight shifts. When the month was up, Naruto stood outside the Hokage's office, his orange jacket cleaned and repaired, a freshly sharpened kunai pouch resting against his thigh. The door opened, and Kakashi Hatake stepped out, his single visible eye curving into that trademark eye smile. Yo! You must be the kid who wants to skip a grade. The Hokage is waiting. Naruto stepped into the office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind his massive desk, his pipe trailing sweet-smelling smoke. Iruka stood beside him, looking equal parts proud and terrified. Naruto! Hiruzen began, his voice carrying the weight of decades of leadership. Iruka has informed me of your progress. I must admit, I was skeptical. However, Iruka's report on your chakra control and physical prowess is unprecedented for a 1-month time frame. I've been working hard, Hokage-sama, Naruto said respectfully, keeping his gaze level. Gamer's mind kept the nervous sweat from forming on his brow. Hard work is commendable, But the life of a shinobi requires more than effort. It requires judgment under fire. Hiruzen leaned forward, his eyes hardening. I am authorizing a special examination. You will be placed on a D-rank escort mission to the town of Tanzakagai. Kakashi will observe. If you complete the mission successfully, protecting the client and demonstrating sound tactical judgment, you will receive your forehead protector. However, Kakashi interjected, his tone suddenly serious. If you endanger the client through recklessness, or if I have to step in to save your life, you fail. Understood? Understood. Good. Meet at the south gate in 1 hour. Don't be late. With a swirl of leaves, Kakashi vanished. Naruto bowed to the Hokage and left the office, his heart a steady, calm drumbeat in his chest. The escort mission began deceptively simple. The client was a portly merchant named Gato, no relation to the shipping magnate, he assured them, who was transporting a cart of silk. Kakashi walked at the front, his nose buried in an orange book, seemingly ignoring the world. Naruto walked beside the cart, his danger sense passive skill continuously scanning the tree line. They were 2 hours out from Konoha when the forest grew unnaturally quiet. No birds. No rustling of small mammals in the underbrush. Threat detected. Sources: 4. Estimated threat level, Chunin/Rogue Ninja. Naruto didn't break stride. He subtly shifted his weight, loosening his shoulders. Kakashi-sensei, he said, his voice barely above a murmur. We have company. 4 signatures, flanking us from the left and right, 30 meters out. Kakashi didn't look up from his book, but his posture shifted almost imperceptibly, his center of gravity dropping an inch. Are you sure? Positive. Kakashi hummed, turning a page. Well then, handle it. Before Naruto could respond, the air exploded with violence. 4 figures burst from the foliage, moving with the lethal grace of trained shinobi. They wore no headbands, missing nin. 2 went straight for the cart, katanas drawn, while the other 2 flanked wide, preparing to cut off any retreat. The merchant screamed, diving off the cart and scrambling into the dirt. Naruto didn't panic. The gamer's mind ensured his adrenaline spike was channeled purely into physical enhancement. He analyzed the battlefield in a millisecond. The 2 closest attackers were moving in a linear fashion, expecting an easy kill on an academy student. He formed a hand seal. Substitution! The katana blade descended on Naruto's neck, and struck a log. Wood splintered as the sword bit deep. Simultaneously, Naruto materialized behind the second attacker, already mid-strike. He didn't use a kunai, he used his palm, channeling a concentrated burst of chakra into the man's kidney. Chakra enhancement, palm strike, critical hit. The missing nin let out a wet gasp, his eyes bulging as the shockwave ruptured tissue. He crumpled to the dirt, unconscious. The first attacker ripped his sword free from the log and spun, his face a mask of rage. You little! Naruto was already moving. He didn't meet the blade head-on. He pivoted, letting the katana slice through the air where his shoulder had been a fraction of a second prior. His hand shot out, chakra threads extending from his fingertips. They latched onto the man's sword arm. With a sharp yank, Naruto redirected the man's momentum, pulling him off balance and driving his knee into the missing nin's face. Bone crunched. The man dropped. Combat precognition activated. Naruto threw himself sideways as a barrage of saban needles whistled through the space he'd just occupied. The 2 flanking attackers had closed the distance. One was weaving through hand seals, the other was drawing a second blade. Naruto didn't give the caster time to finish. He bit his thumb, wiped the blood across his palm, and slammed his hand to the ground. Shadow Clone Jutsu! 5 perfect, solid clones materialized in a puff of smoke. The forest erupted into chaos. 2 clones engaged the swordsman, their movements a perfectly synchronized dance of feints and strikes that overwhelmed the missing nin's defenses. The other 3 rushed the caster, disrupting his seals with a hail of thrown shuriken. The real Naruto hung back, his hands blurring through a different set of seals. He had been practicing a technique, an evolution of his transformation mastery. He transformed, not into a person, but into a Fuma shuriken. One of his clones caught him midair, hurling him at the caster with devastating speed. The caster barely managed to dodge the lethal blades, but as Naruto passed him by, he dispelled the transformation, his hands latching onto the man's shoulders. Substitution! Naruto substituted with the man's own ally, the swordsman. The swordsman, suddenly finding himself in the air where Naruto had been, crashed into the caster, sending them both sprawling. Before they could untangle, 2 clones were on them, delivering precise, chakra-enhanced strikes to their pressure points. Silence descended on the forest, broken only by the groaning of the unconscious missing nin and the terrified whimpers of the merchant. Naruto stood in the center of the carnage, his breathing slightly elevated but his mind perfectly calm. He looked down at his hands. He had done that. He had taken down 4 Chunin-level opponents without taking a single hit, without relying on Kakashi, without breaking. Combat encounter complete, EXP gained, 2,400 skill increases across the board, title earned, tactical prodigy. A slow, genuine smile spread across Naruto's face. It wasn't the loud, brash grin he wore as a mask, it was the quiet, satisfied expression of someone who had finally found their place in the world. He turned to look at Kakashi. The Jonin had his book lowered, his single eye wide with undisguised shock. The eye moved from the down missing Nin, to the perfectly executed battlefield, and finally to Naruto, who stood unscathed. Substitution into a transformation mid-flight. Kakashi murmured, his voice stripped of its usual bored affectation. Chakra thread manipulation. Coordinated clone tactics. You didn't just beat them, Naruto. You outclassed them. I told you I've been working hard, sensei. Naruto replied. Kakashi studied him for a long moment, the gears in his head clearly turning, trying to reconcile the dead last academy student with the tactical prodigy standing before him. Finally, he tucked his book away. You pass. Let's get the client to Tanzaka-gai. The return journey to Konoha was quieter than the outbound trip. The merchant, Gato, had stopped whimpering somewhere around the halfway mark, though his knuckles remained white where he gripped the wagon's reins. He kept stealing glances at the blond boy walking alongside the cart, as if reassessing whether the product of his escort was somehow more dangerous than the highwayman who had targeted him. Kakashi walked 20 paces ahead, his posture deceptively loose, that orange book back in his hand. But Naruto noticed the Jonin's eye, singular, ever watchful, drifting rearward with increasing frequency. The man was cataloging, analyzing. Every step Naruto took, every idle adjustment of his equipment pouch, every subtle shift in his breathing patterns was being filed away in a mind that had earned the title of copy ninja across 5 nations. Naruto kept his gaze forward, his danger sense passive, pinging nothing more threatening than a foraging fox in the underbrush. He used the monotony of the walk to sort through the deluge of notifications that had stacked in his peripheral vision during the fight. Level up! Level up! You are now level 11. 15 stat points available. Skill updates. Shadow Clone Jutsu Level 3, Proficiency, 41%. Transformation Jutsu Level 4, Proficiency, 55%. Substitution Jutsu Level 3, Proficiency, 72%. Taijutsu Level 5, Proficiency, 48%. Chakra Control Level 4, Proficiency, 33%. Kunai/Shuriken Throwing Level 4, Proficiency, 61%. Chakra Enhancement Level 3, Proficiency, 38%. Chakra Thread Manipulation Level 2, Proficiency, 49%. Combat Precognition Level 2, Proficiency, 15%. Tactical Thinking Level 2, Proficiency, 27%. Medical Ninjutsu Level 1, Proficiency, 8%. The Medical Ninjutsu skill had appeared as a reward from a previous milestone, basic first aid knowledge that allowed him to stabilize wounds and diagnose common injuries. At Level 1, it was rudimentary at best, but the system flagged it as having significant growth potential. He made a mental note to allocate time for it later. The stat points burned a hole in his interface. He'd been hoarding them, waiting for a moment when a specific allocation might mean the difference between life and death. The fight against the missing Nin had validated that philosophy. He'd been tempted to dump points before the mission, but holding off had allowed him to assess his weaknesses in actual combat. His DX had proven sufficient for the evasion requirements. His INT and tactical thinking had carried the strategic burden. What had nearly failed him was raw, momentary burst speed, the gap between identifying a threat and physically responding to it. He allocated 5 points into DX, raising it to 20. The effect was instantaneous. His proprioception, the awareness of his body in space, sharpened to a razor's edge. He could feel the precise angle of his ankle joint as his foot struck the dirt, the micro-adjustments his core muscles made to compensate for the wagon's uneven rhythm. He allocated 3 points into strength, bringing it to 17, and the remaining 7 into WIS, pushing it to 17 as well. Chakra control was still his bottleneck, and WIS directly influenced his ability to finesse the massive reserves simmering beneath his skin. Status updated. Strength, 17, VIT, 22, DX, 20, INT, 12, WIS, 17. He flexed his fingers experimentally. The chakra threads he'd been maintaining subconsciously, connected to 3 kunai tucked in his pouch, a habit he'd developed over the past week, pulsed with a responsiveness that made his previous control feel like steering a cart through mud. You're awfully calm for someone who just killed 2 men. Kakashi's voice cut through his thoughts. The Jonin had slowed his pace, falling into step beside Naruto without making a sound. It was a deliberate display of skill, a reminder of the gulf that still existed between them. I didn't kill them, Naruto corrected. The one I hit in the kidney will need medical attention within the hour, or he'll bleed out internally. But he'll live if his comrades wake up in time. And if they don't? Then that's on them. I neutralized the threat to my client without using lethal force. That's the mission parameter for a D-rank escort. Naruto paused. Though I'll admit, the kidney strike was deliberate. A chakra-enhanced palm heal to that location causes immediate renal rupture. It's incapacitating, not lethal, but it's permanent damage. He'll never be a shinobi again. Kakashi's visible eye studied him with an intensity that bordered on uncomfortable. Where did you learn that? The academy doesn't teach precision organ strikes. I read a lot, Naruto said evenly. Reading about a technique and executing it flawlessly under live-fire conditions are two very different things. Kakashi's tone was light, conversational, but the undercurrent was steel. You didn't hesitate. Not once. Not when the swords came out, not when the Senbon flew, not when you were midair converting a transformation into a grapple. That kind of composure, it isn't taught in books. Naruto considered his response carefully. Gamer's mind kept his pulse steady, his micro-expressions controlled, but he understood the danger of this conversation. Kakashi Hatake was not Iruka, sentimental, hopeful, willing to be convinced. This was a man who had survived the Third Shinobi War, Anbu Black Ops, and the death of everyone he had ever loved. His suspicion was a survival trait honed to a monomolecular edge. I've been sparring against shadow clones for a month, Naruto said. Clones that know my every thought, my every habit, my every weakness. When you fight yourself 100 times a day, you learn to stop hesitating. Because the version of you across the mat certainly won't. It was a truth, if not the whole truth. The shadow clone training had desensitized him to combat stress, but it was the gamer's mind that allowed him to process the violence with such clinical detachment. He couldn't share that, so he offered the most plausible substitute. Kakashi hummed, a non-committal sound that conveyed neither acceptance nor rejection. Shadow clones are a double-edged sword, Naruto. The memory feedback can be devastating if you're not prepared for it. The psychological toll of experiencing your own death, even a clone's death, can break people. I know. Naruto's voice was quiet, firm. I've felt it. The first time a clone was dispelled by a real hit, I nearly vomited. The sensation of a blade cutting through your chest, the taste of blood, the fading consciousness, it's all there. Every time. And yet you keep using them. Because the alternative is staying the dead last. I'll take the nightmares over being powerless. They walked in silence for a stretch, the wagon creaking behind them, the forest gradually thinning as the road curved toward Konoha's massive walls. The late afternoon sun painted the gates in warm gold, and the Chunin sentries on duty straightened as they recognized the copy ninja's distinctive silhouette. Kakashi stopped at the gate, turning to face Naruto fully. The book was gone, tucked into a vest pocket. His posture was different, less casual observer, more commanding officer. Your performance today was exceptional. I'll be recommending you for immediate genin status to the Hokage. But I want you to understand something. He held up a single finger. What you did today was impressive for a freshly graduated academy student. Against missing mean of that caliber, you demonstrated skill and composure beyond your rank. But against a real threat, a Jonin-level opponent, a trained killer, you would have died in the first 3 seconds. Naruto didn't flinch. I know. Do you? Kakashi pressed. Because the confidence you're radiating right now is the kind of thing that gets young shinobi killed. You've had a taste of real combat, and you handled it well. That's dangerous. It breeds the illusion that you're ready for more, that you can handle whatever comes next. You can't. I appreciate the concern, Sensei, Naruto said, and he meant it. The gamer's mind didn't strip him of emotion, it organized it, compartmentalized it, prevented it from clouding judgment. He could feel the warmth of Kakashi's warning beneath the harsh words. But I'm not confused about where I stand. I know exactly how weak I am compared to the people who matter. That's why I'm going to keep training. Kakashi held his gaze for a beat longer, then nodded once. Report to the academy tomorrow morning at 8. Team assignments are being posted. He paused, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his mask. Don't be late. He vanished in a swirl of leaves, leaving Naruto standing alone at the gate with a wagon full of silk and a merchant who was desperately pretending he hadn't heard any of that conversation. Naruto turned to Gato and offered a polite bow. Safe delivery, sir. The remainder of the route to your warehouse is within the village walls. You shouldn't have any more trouble. Why, yes. Thank you, young man. The merchant fumbled with his coin purse, extracting a small stack of Rio. For your services. The agreement was. Keep it, Naruto said, already walking toward the Hokage tower. The mission payout is enough. He had a report to file and a forehead protector to collect. The ceremony was small and private, held in the Hokage's office rather than the academy auditorium. Iruka was there, beaming with a pride so fierce it seemed to radiate heat. Mizuki, another academy instructor, stood in the corner with his arms crossed, his expression an unreadable mask that Naruto's danger sense flagged as vaguely hostile, but it was too ambiguous to act on. Hiruzen Sarutobi rose from his desk, a folded blue cloth in his weathered hands. The overhead light caught the gleam of the engraved metal protector within. Naruto Uzumaki, the third Hokage intoned, his voice carrying the gravity of a man who had performed this ritual 10,000 times and never once allowed it to become routine. By the authority vested in me as the third Hokage of Konohagakure, and upon the recommendation of your evaluating officer, I hereby confer upon you the rank of Genin. Kneel. Naruto dropped to one knee, his heart pounding against his ribs despite the gamer's mind-stabilizing influence. This was real. This was happening. A month ago, he had been the class dead last, the boy who couldn't manifest a single functional clone, the pariah whispered about in the streets. Now, the most powerful man in the village was about to place a forehead protector on his head. Hiruzen unfolded the cloth, revealing the polished metal plate with its stylized leaf symbol. He lowered it to Naruto's brow, tying the blue fabric snugly at the back of his skull with practiced hands. The metal was cool against his skin, and the sensation of it, solid, real, earned, sent a shiver down his spine. Forehead protector equipped. Title earned, Genin of Konoha. All stats plus 1 bonus applied. Achievement unlocked, against all odds. Reward mystery box. Rise, Genin Uzumaki. Naruto stood. The protector sat perfectly on his forehead, the weight of it negligible but the significance immense. Iruka was clapping, his smile so wide it looked painful. Even Mizuki offered a perfunctory nod. Congratulations, Naruto, Hiruzen said, settling back into his chair and reaching for his pipe. Your path has been unconventional, but that is hardly surprising for you. I expect great things from you on your new team. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I won't disappoint you. A notification pulsed in the corner of his vision. Mystery box available. Open now? Y/N. Naruto suppressed the urge to access it immediately. Not here. Not in front of the Hokage and 2 instructors who were already watching him with varying degrees of suspicion and wonder. He filed it away, keeping his attention on the room. Naruto! Iruka crossed the room and grabbed his shoulders, shaking him gently. I can't believe it. A month ago you couldn't, and now you're, Iruka-sensei, you're going to dislocate something if you keep shaking me like that. Iruka laughed, releasing him. Sorry. I'm just so proud. What Kakashi reported, for missing Nin, neutralized without backup, that's not something most Chunin could accomplish, let alone a fresh Genin. I had good teachers, Naruto said, meeting Iruka's eyes. And a lot of motivation. After the obligatory well-wishing and paperwork, Naruto escaped into the evening air. The village streets were familiar, but they looked different now. The glares from passers-by, the averted eyes, the tightened grips on shopping bags, the muttered slurs under breath, were still there, but they bounced off him like rain off a stone. He was a Genin. He had a forehead protector. They could think whatever they wanted, it didn't change the numbers on his status screen. His apartment was exactly as he'd left it, cramped, messy, smelling faintly of instant ramen and old sweat. But tonight, it felt less like a cage and more like a base of operations. Naruto locked the door, drew the curtains, and sat cross-legged on his bed. He opened the mystery box. A mystery box has been opened. Contents: Skill Book Observation, Level 1. Description: allows the user to analyze targets, objects, and environments in detail. Higher levels reveal hidden attributes, weaknesses, and combat data. Would you like to learn this skill? Y/N. Yes, Naruto breathed. The knowledge settled into his mind like a key sliding into a lock. Suddenly, the world was richer with information. He could see the faint chakra residue on his apartment walls, residual energy from the thousands of failed jutsu attempts over the years. He could perceive the stress fractures in the ceiling plaster. He could hear the individual heartbeats of the mice nesting in his walls. He activated observation on himself. Observation: Naruto Uzumaki. Name: Naruto Uzumaki. Class: Genin Unspecialized. Level 11. Title: Genin of Konoha. HP: 950/950. Chakra points: 1, 950/1, 950. Strength 18, plus 1 title. VIT 23, plus 1 title. DX 21, plus 1 title. INT 13, plus 1 title. WIS 18, plus 1 title. LEK 3, plus 1 title. Chakra in nature, wind, unawakened. Bloodline Uzumaki vitality, passive. Sealed entity, nine-tailed fox, 1/9 chakra accessible. Kekki Genkai potential, none detected. Threat assessment, Chunin level, conditional. The nine-tailed fox entry made his blood run cold. He'd suspected the villagers' hatred, the whispers of demon, the disproportionate chakra reserves, but seeing it in cold, system-generated text was different. It was a confirmation. Something was sealed inside him. Something with 9 tails and enough power to flatten a village. And he had access to only 1/9 of its chakra. He stared at the entry for a long time, the gamer's mind preventing the panic that should have accompanied this revelation. Instead, his brain calmly processed the implications. Massive chakra points pool explained. Uzumaki vitality explained. The villagers' hatred explained. He closed the status window and lay back on his bed, staring at the cracked ceiling. Tomorrow, he would be assigned to a team. Tomorrow, the real work would begin. Sleep came quickly, dreamless and deep. The academy courtyard was a chaos of anxious energy. Fresh genin clustered in small groups, parents hovering nearby with cameras and congratulations, the air thick with the scent of flowers from the Yamanaka shop and the nervous sweat of teenagers about to learn their fates. Naruto leaned against the far wall, arms crossed, observing the crowd through his new observation skill. Data streams flickered at the edge of his vision as his gaze swept across his former classmates. Observation, Sasuke Uchiha. Level 9. Title, Last of the Uchiha. HP, 750/750. Chakra points, 600/600. Chakra nature, fire/lightning, dual affinity. Kekki Genkai Sharingan, dormant 1 tomo. Threat assessment, high genin. Note, edgy with obsessive vengeance drive. Observation, Sakura Haruno. Level 5. Title, Top Kunoichi. HP, 400/400. Chakra points, 350/350. Chakra nature, earth. Threat assessment, low genin, academic exception. Note, exceptional chakra control. Observation, Shikamaru Nara. Level 7. Title, Reluctant Genius. HP, 550/550. Chakra points, 500/500. Chakra nature, shadow, clan technique. Technique, Naro shadow manipulation. Threat assessment, mid-genin, tactical, Chunin plus. Note, IQ exceeds measurable parameters. Motivational deficit critical. The data was fascinating and, in some cases, deeply troubling. Sasuke's numbers were impressive for his age, but the Sharingan dormant tag suggested he hadn't yet awakened the dojutsu that made his clan legendary, or he had, and it remained undeveloped. Sakura's chakra control was flagged as exceptional, but her combat stats were abysmal. Shikamaru was, as expected, a tactical prodigy wrapped in a cocoon of laziness. A shadow fell over Naruto. He looked up to find Sasuke Uchiha standing 2 meters away, hands in his pockets, dark eyes boring into him with an intensity that bordered on hostility. Uzumaki, Sasuke said, his voice flat. Uchiha. I heard you passed a special exam. Something about fighting missing Nin on a D rank. Sasuke's jaw tightened. Is it true? Kakashi-sensei submitted the report. You can ask him yourself. I'm asking you. Naruto studied the boy before him. Sasuke's observation profile had included a subnote he hadn't fully processed: obsessive vengeance drive. The dark circles under Sasuke's eyes, the rigid set of his shoulders, the way his fingers twitched toward the hilt of the kunai strapped to his thigh. This was not a well-adjusted 12-year-old. This was a weapon forging itself in the fires of trauma. It's true, Naruto said simply. For missing Nin, likely Chunin rank defectors. I engaged them solo while my evaluator observed. Sasuke's expression flickered, surprise, irritation, and something that might have been grudging respect, all compressed into a microsecond before his mask reasserted itself. How? Shadow clones, chakra threads, and a transformation feint. Standard tactical engagement. Standard? Sasuke's voice cracked with incredulity. You couldn't even make a regular clone 3 weeks ago. Now you're using shadow clones and chakra threads in live combat? What happened to you? Naruto held his gaze without blinking. I got tired of being weak. Before Sasuke could respond, Iruka's voice echoed across the courtyard from the academy's second-floor balcony. All genin, report to Classroom 3A for team assignments. The crowd surged toward the building. Naruto pushed off the wall and merged with the flow, leaving Sasuke standing alone, his dark eyes following the blonde's retreating back with a new, calculating intensity. The classroom was arranged exactly as it had been for the past 3 years. Rows of desks facing a chalkboard, windows letting in the morning sun, the faint smell of chalk dust and varnished wood. Naruto took a seat in the back corner, away from the clusters of friends and cliques. His observation skill continued to passively scan the room, feeding him data streams that he absorbed with the detached efficiency gamer's mind provided. Observation, Hinata Hyuga. Level 6. Title, Heiress of the Hyuga. HP, 500/500. Chakra points, 450/450. Chakra nature, fire. Kekkei Genkai Byakugan. Threat assessment, mid-genin, conditional, gentle fist. Note, severe confidence deficit. Combat potential severely underutilized. Observation, Kiba Inuzuka. Level 7. Title, Wild Dog. HP, 650/650. Chakra points, 400/400. Chakra nature, earth. Technique, Inuzuka senses, enhanced. Threat assessment, mid-genin. Partner, Akamaru, level 3. Observation, Shino Aburame. Level 8. Title, The Silent Swarm. HP, 550/550. Chakra points, 550/550. Chakra nature, wind. Technique, Aburame Kikeichu symbiosis. Threat assessment, high genin, threat level increases with preparation time. Note, combat methodology highly unorthodox. Do not engage without full environmental awareness. Naruto filed the information away. Shino's threat assessment was particularly interesting. The Aburame clan's insect techniques were deceptive, in their simplicity, and the system clearly flagged him as a dangerous opponent despite his unassuming demeanor. Mental note, never fight an Aburame in an enclosed space. Iruka entered the classroom, clipboard in hand, and the chatter died instantly. The instructor's presence commanded respect in a way that no amount of jutsu could replicate. It was earned through years of genuine care and unshakable integrity. Congratulations to all of you on graduating. Iruka began, his smile warm but professional. Today, you will be assigned to 3-person genin teams under the guidance of a jonin instructor. These teams will be your family, your support system, and your first step into the world of active duty. The assignments have been made based on a careful evaluation of your abilities, academic records, and personality profiles to ensure balanced and complementary teams. Naruto suppressed a grimace. Personality profiles was instructor speak for. We put the troublemaker with the responsible ones and hope they rub off. He'd read enough about team dynamics in the past month to know how this worked. Team 1 Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi. Instructor, Asuma Sarutobi. The Ino Shikacho Trio. A classic formation, generations old. No surprises there. Team 2, Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame. Instructor, Kurinai Yihi. Balanced. Kiba's aggression, Hinata's defense, Shino's tactical versatility. Kurinai was a genjutsu specialist, she'd round out their skill set with illusion support. Team 7. Iruka paused, his eyes flicking to Naruto for a fraction of a second. Something in the instructor's expression tightened, not disapproval, but concern. Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki. Instructor, Kakashi Hatake. The classroom erupted. Sasuke and the dead last on the same team? That's not fair. Sakura's lucky, getting Sasuke-kun. What about Naruto? He's going to drag them down. Naruto sat perfectly still, his face an unreadable mask. Internally, his mind was racing. Sasuke, the highest performing graduate, combat prodigy, Sharingan wielder. Sakura, bottom-tier physical stats but exceptional chakra control and academic knowledge. And him, the reformed dead last with an illegal jutsu and a system that quantified his existence. It was a balancing act. Sasuke's raw power, Naruto's versatility, Sakura's precision. On paper, it made sense. In practice, it was a powder keg. Sasuke, 3 rows ahead, hadn't turned around. His shoulders were rigid, his knuckles white where they gripped the desk. The observation skill flagged a spike in his stress indicators. Observation update, Sasuke Uchiha. Emotional state, hostile/agitated. Threat level, elevated. Sakura, seated between Ino and a quiet girl from the side of the room, was vibrating with barely contained excitement at being paired with Sasuke, and apparently hadn't yet registered that Naruto was also on her team. Team 8 is already assigned. Iruka continued, overriding the noise. And Team 9 is already active from last year's graduation. That leaves Team 7 as our final new formation. He lowered his clipboard. Your Jonin instructors will meet you this afternoon. You're dismissed for lunch. Don't be late when they arrive, some of them are particular about punctuality. The classroom emptied in a flood of chatter and nervous energy. Naruto remained seated, watching the exodus with a quiet intensity. Sasuke was the first to leave, moving with the predatory grace of someone who viewed the world as an obstacle course designed specifically to waste his time. Sakura followed shortly after, trailing Sasuke like a satellite caught in a superior gravitational field. Naruto pulled up his interface, navigating to a new feature he'd unlocked after the mission. Team Analysis Module Beta. Team, Genin Squad 7. Members, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki. Jonin Commander, Kakashi Hatake. Combined Threat Assessment, High Chunin, Conditional. Synergy Rating, 14/100. Primary Conflict Points. Sasuke/Naruto, Rivalry Dynamics, Competing Alpha Tendencies. Sakura/Naruto, Social Friction, Skill Disparity Perception. Sasuke/Sakura, Unrequited Emotional Attachment Creating Tactical Blindness. Recommended Action, Immediate Team Building Exercises. Bonding Probability, 23% without intervention. 14 out of 100. That was a catastrophic synergy rating. The system was essentially telling him that his team was more likely to implode than function effectively. Great, Naruto muttered, closing the interface. Just great. He left the classroom and headed for the roof, seeking solitude for the remaining lunch hour. The academy roof had always been his refuge, a place where the stares and whispers couldn't follow, where the village sprawled out beneath him like a miniature diorama, all tiny people and tiny problems rendered insignificant by distance. He wasn't alone. Shikamaru Nara was already there, lying flat on his back with his arms behind his head, staring at the clouds. The lazy genius cracked one eye open as Naruto approached. Troublesome. Shikamaru sighed. I was hoping no one else would find this spot. I'll be quiet, Naruto said, settling against the opposite wall. Don't mind me. Shikamaru's eye lingered on him for a moment longer than was comfortable. The Nara clan's intelligence was legendary, and Shikamaru was arguably the sharpest mind of his generation. If anyone was going to notice the subtle changes in Naruto's behavior, the calculated movements, the analytical gaze, the absence of his usual bluster, it would be him. You're different, Shikamaru said flatly. People change. They don't change this much in a month. Shikamaru sat up, his expression uncharacteristically serious. I've been watching you all morning. The way you scan the room, the way you position yourself near exits, the way your eyes track movement patterns. That's not academy training. Naruto's internal alarm screamed. He forced his body language to remain relaxed, his breathing even. I told you. I got tired of being weak. Being tired of being weak doesn't teach you to read a room like an Anbu operative. Shikamaru's voice was calm, unhurried, but his eyes were sharp as scalpels. I don't know what happened to you, Naruto, and frankly it's too troublesome to dig into. But I'll give you a piece of advice. The others might be fooled by the new calm act, but the Jonin won't be. Kakashi especially. If you're hiding something, he'll find it. The warning hung in the air between them. Naruto met Shikamaru's gaze and held it, acknowledging the gravity of the words without confirming or denying the implication. Thanks for the heads up, Naruto said quietly. Shikamaru shrugged and lay back down. Whatever. Just don't do anything troublesome that drags the rest of us into it. The afternoon sun crept across the roof as the hours ticked by. When Naruto finally descended to classroom 3A, he found Sasuke sitting alone at a desk near the window and Sakura hovering near the door, too intimidated to approach the Uchiha and too proud to sit elsewhere. The classroom was empty except for the three of them. The other teams had already been collected by their Jonin instructors. Naruto had heard Kurenai's voice in the hallway 20 minutes ago, and Asuma's gruff laughter 10 minutes after that. They waited. An hour passed. Sakura had migrated to a desk near Sasuke, attempting awkward conversation that was met with monosyllabic grunts. Naruto sat in the back, eyes closed, running through chakra control exercises while passively monitoring the hallway with his danger sense. 2 hours. Sakura's patience was fraying. Even Sasuke's stoic demeanor was cracking, his foot tapping an impatient rhythm against the floor. 3 hours. The sun was beginning its descent toward the horizon, painting the classroom in shades of amber and rust. Sakura had given up on Sasuke and was pacing the front of the room, muttering about irresponsible Jonin. Sasuke was staring out the window with the intensity of a man calculating the exact trajectory needed to leap through it. Naruto hadn't moved. He'd used the time productively, his meditation skill regenerating his chakra points to full while his mind processed the data from his observation scans. He'd compiled a preliminary tactical profile on both his teammates, identifying strengths, weaknesses, and the specific combat scenarios where their skills would be most effective. Sasuke, close to mid-range combat specialist. Fire release, shuriken jutsu, and the potential for lightning release. The dormant Sharingan was the wildcard. If activated mid-combat, his threat assessment would spike dramatically. Weakness, predictable aggression patterns, over-reliance on overwhelming offense. Sakura, support role. Exceptional chakra control meant she could excel at medical ninjutsu, barrier techniques, or precision genjutsu if properly trained. Her academic knowledge was a strategic asset. Weakness, physical fragility, emotional volatility, and a complete inability to function tactically when Sasuke was involved. The door slid open. Kakashi Hatake stood in the doorway, one hand raised in a lazy wave, his visible eye curved into that inscrutable smile. Yo! Sakura's head snapped toward him, her face flushing with outrage. You're 3 hours late! Well, you see, a black cat crossed my path on the way here, so I had to take the long route. That's a terrible excuse, Sakura shouted. Sasuke said nothing, but his eyes had narrowed to dangerous slits. His observation profile flagged a spike in hostile intent, though it was directed more at the insult of being made to wait than at Kakashi personally. Naruto remained seated, studying the Jonin through the lens of his observation skill. Observation, Kakashi Hatake. Level unknown. Title, The Copy Ninja / Friend Killer. HP unknown. Chakra points unknown. Chakra nature, lightning, primary / all, copying capability. Kekkei Genkai Sharingan, implanted left eye. Threat assessment, Jonin elite. Warning, full data obscured. Observation skill level insufficient for detailed analysis. The question marks were unsettling. Kakashi's level, HP, and chakra points were completely hidden, and the threat assessment was the highest Naruto had ever seen from his system. This was a man operating on an entirely different plane of existence. Kakashi's visible eye swept across the 3 genin, lingering on each in turn. When it reached Naruto, there was a microsecond of something, recognition, perhaps, or the acknowledgement of a variable that didn't fit the expected equation. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes, Kakashi said, and vanished. The 3 genin exchanged glances, Sasuke's annoyed, Sakura's flustered, Naruto's calculated, before filing out of the classroom. The roof of the academy was bathed in the warm glow of late afternoon. The village sprawled below, its streets and rooftops casting long shadows in the slanting light. Kakashi sat on the railing, his posture deceptively casual, his book nowhere in sight. The absence of that orange volume was, Naruto suspected, a deliberate signal. This was official business. All right, Kakashi began, his voice carrying the lazy drawl that seemed to be his default setting. Let's do introductions. Likes, dislikes, dreams for the future, hobbies. Standard stuff. Sakura raised her hand. Shouldn't you go first, sensei? To show us how it's done. Kakashi's eye curved. Me? I'm Kakashi Hatake. Likes and dislikes. I don't feel like telling you that. Dreams for the future, never really thought about it. Hobbies. I have lots of hobbies. Sakura's face fell. That was completely unhelpful. Your turn. You in the pink. I'm Sakura Haruno. I like Her eyes darted to Sasuke, and a furious blush consumed her face. My dream is to. Another glance at Sasuke. And my hobbies are. Kakashi nodded, seemingly unbothered by the complete lack of useful information. You in the dark. Next. Sasuke's jaw tightened. Sasuke Uchiha. I dislike a lot of things, and I don't particularly like anything. What I have is not a dream, because it will become a reality. I'm going to restore my clan, and I'm going to kill a certain someone. The air on the roof turned cold. Sakura's blush vanished, replaced by a troubled confusion. Naruto's observation skill flagged an emotional spike in Sasuke's profile, the kind of raw, burning hatred that could fuel a lifetime of destruction or consume the person wielding it entirely. Kill a certain someone, Kakashi repeated, his tone unchanged. Interesting. And you? The blonde. Naruto met the Jonin's gaze evenly. Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen, training, and people who are honest with me. I dislike people who lie to my face, people who judge me for things I can't control, and people who give up. My dream is to become the strongest shinobi this village has ever seen, not for recognition, not for revenge, but because I refuse to be powerless ever again. My hobbies are. He paused, a faint, genuine smile crossing his face. Strategizing and reading. The statement hung in the air, a stark contrast to the Naruto Uzumaki the village thought they knew. No loud declarations of becoming Hokage. No boisterous demands for attention. Just a quiet, ironclad resolve that seemed to belong to someone 3 times his age. Sasuke was staring at him. Sakura was staring at him. Even Kakashi's visible eye had widened fractionally, the only crack in the Jonin's carefully maintained facade. Interesting, Kakashi said again, but this time the word carried weight. Well, introductions are over. Tomorrow morning, we'll have a survival exercise at Training Ground 7. Meet at 5 a.m. sharp. Sakura groaned. 5 in the morning? But that's... Don't be late. Kakashi continued, overriding her. And I'd recommend skipping breakfast. You might throw up. He vanished, leaving 3 genin on the roof with the sunset and a growing sense of dread. Sakura turned to Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, do you think? I'm going home. Sasuke cut her off, already moving toward the stairs. He paused at the door, his back to them, and spoke without turning. Naruto. Yeah? Don't slow me down. The door slammed shut. Sakura shot Naruto a venomous glare, blaming him, somehow, for Sasuke's dismissiveness, and hurried after the Uchiha. Naruto stood alone on the roof, the cool evening breeze ruffling his blonde hair. He watched the sun dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of fire and ash. Quest generated. Survival exercise, the true genin test. Objective, pass Kakashi Hataki's evaluation. Hidden requirements, unknown. Reward, official genin status confirmed, 3000 EXP, unknown. Failure, return to academy. Naruto stared at the question marks. The system didn't flag hidden requirements often, and when it did, it meant the challenge was something beyond standard parameters. Kakashi wasn't testing their jutsu or their combat skills, he was testing something the system couldn't fully quantify. Bring it on, Naruto murmured, and headed home to prepare. He didn't sleep. Instead, he created 5 shadow clones and set them to work. 2 reviewed every piece of intelligence he'd gathered on Kakashi Hataki, the copy ninja, the man who knew over 1,000 jutsu, the survivor of ANBU's darkest operations. 2 more practiced combat scenarios, running simulations against imaginary opponents modeled on what he knew of Jonin-level capabilities. The 5th, and most important, prepared equipment. Naruto had spent the last week stockpiling. His equipment pouches, which had once been a chaotic jumble of half-bent kunai and dulled shuriken, were now meticulously organized. He'd modified his loadout based on the system's recommendations and his own tactical analysis. Equipment loadout. 30x standard kunai, wire attached. 20x standard shuriken. 10x explosive tags. 5x smoke bombs. 3x flash bombs. 100 feet chakra conductive wire. 3x soldier pills. 1x medical kit basic. 6x cow traps. 2x tripwire coils. The cow traps and tripwire coils were new additions, purchased from a surplus store in the village's commercial district. The owner, an elderly retired chunin, had raised an eyebrow at the blonde boy's shopping list but hadn't commented. The explosive tags were his most expensive investment. He'd used nearly all of his mission payout from the escort job to acquire them, but the tactical versatility they provided was worth every ryo. At 4 a.m., Naruto dispelled his clones, absorbing the accumulated data and muscle memory. His chakra points dipped sharply before the meditation skill kicked in, accelerating his regeneration. He dressed methodically, fresh black shirt under his orange jacket, forehead protector tied securely, equipment pouches distributed for optimal weight balance. He arrived at Training Ground 7 at 4:45. The clearing was empty, dew glistening on the grass, the 3 training posts casting long shadows in the pre-dawn gray. He used the 15 minutes to scout the perimeter, mapping terrain features with his observation skill. Terrain analysis, Training Ground 7. 6 mature trees, suitable for concealment/elevation. 3 training posts, fixed obstacles. 1 stream, eastern boundary, 2 m width, 0.5 m depth. Dense underbrush, northern and western quadrants. Open clearing, central, 40 m diameter. 6 pre-existing trap locations, deactivated. Pre-existing trap locations. The training ground had been used for this exercise before. Naruto marked them on his mental map and began modifying his strategy accordingly. Sakura arrived at 4:55, looking green and miserable. True to Kakashi's suggestion, she hadn't eaten, and the early hour had clearly taken its toll. Her pink hair was less neatly brushed than usual, and there were shadows under her eyes. "You're early," she said, surprise evident in her voice. "So are you." she sniffed, adjusting her forehead protector. I didn't want to be late. Unlike some people, I take this seriously. Naruto didn't rise to the bait. He was too busy analyzing her body language, the slight tremor in her hands, the shallow breathing, the way her eyes kept darting toward the path Sasuke would take. She was running on anxiety. Not ideal for a survival exercise. Sasuke arrived at exactly 5, moving with the coiled spring tension of a predator scenting prey. He'd also foregone breakfast, but unlike Sakura, the deprivation seemed to sharpen his focus rather than diminish it. His dark eyes swept the clearing, lingering on Naruto for a beat longer than necessary. You've been here a while, Sasuke observed. Scouting. It wasn't a question. Naruto nodded. And? What did you find? 6 trees for vertical maneuvering, a stream on the east side, dense brush to the north and west. And 6 pre-existing trap locations that someone's used before, probably for this exact exercise. Sasuke's eyebrows rose fractionally, the closest thing to approval he ever displayed. You checked for old traps? Kakashi-sensei is known for unorthodox methods. It pays to be thorough. The 3 of them stood in silence, the dawn gradually brightening around them. 5 a.m. came and went. 5:30. 6 o'clock. He's late again. Sakura growled, her earlier anxiety curdling into anger. Probably deliberate, Naruto said. He was 3 hours late yesterday. This might be another test of our patience and composure. Or he just doesn't care, Sasuke muttered. 7 a.m. The sun was fully above the horizon now, burning off the morning mist. Sakura had started pacing. Sasuke was doing wrist stretches against a training post. Naruto sat cross-legged on the grass, meditating, his chakra points ticking upward with each breath. At 7:30, a swirl of leaves announced Kakashi's arrival. The Jonin materialized in the center of the clearing, his posture as maddeningly relaxed as ever, that orange book back in his hand. Good morning! You're 2.5 hours late, Sakura shrieked. Well, you see, I got lost on the road of life. Liar! Kakashi closed his book and tucked it away, his demeanor shifting from casual to business with a speed that was almost jarring. When he spoke again, his voice was stripped of its playful drawl. In your hands you should each find a bell. He held up 2 small silver bells, their surfaces catching the morning light with a malicious gleam. They jingled softly as he dangled them from his fingers. Your objective is simple, take these bells before noon. Those who don't get a bell go back to the academy. Permanently. The words landed like hammers. Sakura's face strained of color. Sasuke's jaw clenched so hard the tendons in his neck stood out like cables. Naruto's gamer's mind immediately flagged the logical inconsistency. 2 bells, Naruto said, his voice cutting through the tension. 3 genin. By design, at least one of us fails. Kakashi's visible eye crinkled. Sharp. That's the point. This exercise is designed to create conflict among you. To test whether you can prioritize the mission over your own self-interest. Or, Naruto continued, whether we can find a solution that the parameters don't explicitly allow for. Such as? Such as one of us taking both bells and deciding who stays and who goes. Or all 3 of us failing deliberately to force a renegotiation of the terms. Or, he paused, letting the silence build. Realizing that the real test isn't the bells at all. Kakashi's expression didn't change, but the atmosphere around him shifted, a subtle tightening of the chakra in the air, a predator's awareness of prey that had suddenly become more interesting. Those who don't get a bell are tied to a log and forced to watch the others eat lunch while they starve. Kakashi continued, as if Naruto hadn't spoken. The exercise begins when I say start. You can use any weapon, any technique, any strategy. Come at me with the intent to kill, or you won't even come close. You want us to attack a Jonin with lethal intent? Sakura's voice was barely a whisper. If you don't, you'll never take these bells. Kakashi's eye hardened. In the real world, you will face enemies who want to kill you. If you hesitate, you die. If you hold back, your teammates die. This exercise is a simulation of that reality. He stepped back, the bells jingling at his hip. Ready? Start. Sasuke moved first, a blur of dark fabric and lethal intent. He'd drawn 2 kunai mid-dash, his arms sweeping in a cross-strike pattern aimed at Kakashi's midsection. The speed was impressive, level 9 stats were nothing to scoff at, but Kakashi didn't even shift his weight. He simply tilted his body a fraction of an inch, and Sasuke's blades cut through empty air. Sakura hesitated, her combat instincts warring with her fear. Before she could decide, Kakashi's free hand had intercepted Sasuke's follow-up strike, redirecting the boy's momentum and sending him stumbling past. Naruto hadn't moved. He stood perfectly still, his observation skill working overtime, cataloging every detail of Kakashi's movement. The Jonin's footwork was impossibly precise, each step placed with millimeter accuracy, each weight shift optimized for maximum mobility. His reactions were so far above the genin's level that he could afford to counter Sasuke's attacks with the absolute minimum expenditure of energy. Sasuke recovered and launched a second assault, this time incorporating shuriken drawn from his wrist holsters. The throwing stars whistled through the air in a spread pattern, forcing Kakashi to actually move, except he didn't. His hands blurred, plucking the shuriken out of the air with contemptuous ease, and redirecting them into the ground at his feet. "Is that the best the Uchiha can do?" Kakashi asked, a hint of genuine disappointment in his voice. "I expected more." Something cracked behind Sasuke's eyes. The dormant Sharingan, Naruto could see it now, the faintest pulse of chakra behind the boy's left iris, a single tomo spinning to life in the red-tinged iris. Sasuke hadn't consciously activated it, the body had triggered the dojutsu on pure survival instinct. Sasuke charged again, faster now, his strikes more coordinated. The single tomo Sharingan was feeding him predictive data, allowing him to read Kakashi's muscle contractions a fraction of a second before they translated into movement. It wasn't enough, not even close, but it narrowed the gap from insurmountable to merely enormous. While Sasuke occupied Kakashi's attention, Naruto circled wide, disappearing into the dense underbrush on the western side of the clearing. His chakra suppression was active, a technique he developed by combining chakra control with the stealth subskill that had unlocked at Taijutsu level 5. He wasn't invisible, but his chakra signature had dropped to near zero, making him functionally undetectable to conventional sensory methods. Stealth mode active. Chakra signature suppressed. Detection risk low. He needed a plan. Charging Kakashi head-on, even with shadow clones, was suicide. The man had decades of combat experience, and a stolen Sharingan that could copy any jutsu Naruto threw at him. No, the direct approach was Sasuke's territory. Naruto needed to fight smart. He found what he was looking for near the stream, a thick patch of reeds, soft mud, and a fallen log half submerged in the water. His tactical thinking skill went into overdrive, assembling a strategy from the environmental resources. First, he set tripwires. Not the obvious kind, these were fine chakra threads, nearly invisible, stretched between the trees at ankle height. Anyone who crossed them would trigger a cascade of explosive tags attached to the surrounding trunks. The blast radius was small, but the real purpose was disorientation. The concussive force would rupture eardrums, blur vision, and create a window of vulnerability. Second, he prepared a trap utilizing the stream. Using chakra thread manipulation, he wove a network of nearly invisible wires across the water's surface, anchoring them to submerged rocks. If Kakashi was forced to retreat toward the eastern boundary, he'd find himself entangled in a web that restricted his movement and channeled him toward a predetermined kill zone. Third, and this was the gamble, he created a shadow clone and had it transform into a perfect replica of one of the two bells. The original bell was still at Kakashi's hip, but if the clone could get close enough, it could substitute itself for the real bell while Kakashi was distracted. The real bell would be hidden, and when Kakashi noticed the substitution, he'd be forced to track down the original, splitting his attention. It was a layered strategy: force the opponent into a reactive posture, control their movement options, and exploit the resulting confusion. Against a Chunin, it might work. Against a Jonin, it was a long shot. Against Kakashi Hatake, it was probably suicidal. But long shots were all he had. Naruto positioned himself in the canopy of the largest tree, his chakra suppressed, his breathing regulated by meditation. Through the leaves, he could see the clearing below. Sasuke was still engaging Kakashi, but the Uchiha was flagging, the Sharingan's chakra drain was taking its toll, and his movements were becoming predictable. Sakura, to her credit, had moved to a flanking position, though she seemed uncertain of what to do with it. Kakashi caught Sasuke's wrist in mid-strike, twisted, and sent the boy sprawling across the clearing. The Uchiha hit a training post with a sickening thud, his breath exploding from his lungs. "Sakura," Kakashi said, turning to face the kunoichi. "Your turn. Show me what you've got." Sakura's hands trembled as she drew a kunai. She shifted into a defensive stance, the academy standard, textbook perfect, utterly inadequate against a Jonin. Kakashi sighed. "If that's the best you can do, you should just—" "Sensei!" Sakura shouted, throwing her kunai, not at Kakashi, but at the ground between his feet. The blade struck a tripwire that Naruto had set in the grass, triggering a smoke bomb he'd buried earlier. The clearing filled with thick, white smoke. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed, but he didn't panic. He simply activated his own chakra sensory, locating Sasuke's prone form and Sakura's stationary position through their chakra signatures. What he didn't find was Naruto. "Where's the third one?" Kakashi muttered, scanning the smoke-filled clearing. His Sharingan was active now, the red iris with 3 rotating tomos spinning lazily as it pierced through the visual obstruction. The eye could see chakra, track movement, predict trajectories. But it couldn't see what wasn't there. Naruto had suppressed his chakra completely, moving through the canopy like a ghost. He was directly above Kakashi now, perched on a branch 20 feet over the Jonin's head. In his hand, he held a kunai with an explosive tag attached, modified, the ignition delay shortened to a fraction of a second. He dropped it. The tag detonated 3 feet above Kakashi's head. The Jonin's body moved before his conscious mind could process the threat, substitution, replacing himself with a log from the training post. The explosion scattered the smoke, leaving a charred crater in the grass where Kakashi had been standing. But Naruto had anticipated the substitution. He'd been watching Kakashi's movement patterns throughout the fight, noting the specific hand seals and timing the Jonin preferred for the technique. Every shinobi had habits, and Kakashi's substitution always placed him 5 meters to the left of his original position, his dominant side, the one shielded by the Sharingan's peripheral vision. Naruto was already there. Shadow Clone Jutsu! 3 clones materialized in the space where Kakashi would rematerialize, their hands already forming seals. As Kakashi's body flickered into existence, the clones attacked, not with kunai or taijutsu, but with transformation. Each clone transformed into a heavy iron weight, attached to Kakashi's limbs by chakra threads. The effect was immediate. The added weight threw Kakashi's balance off, his feet skidding on the dew-slick grass. For 1 precious second, the copy ninja was off balance. That second was all Sasuke needed. The Uchiha had recovered while Kakashi was focused on Naruto's trap. He'd been circling, biding his time, his single-tomo Sharingan tracking the flow of the battle with growing comprehension. When Kakashi staggered, Sasuke struck. He didn't go for the bells. Instead, he drove his shoulder into Kakashi's midsection, a brutal tackle that used every ounce of his body weight. The Jonin, weighed down by Naruto's transformed clones, couldn't dodge in time. The impact sent both of them rolling across the clearing. Kakashi dispelled the weighted clones with a pulse of chakra, but the damage was done, his rhythm was broken, his positioning compromised. He rolled to his feet, his visible eye assessing the 2 genin who had, for the first time in the exercise, genuinely threatened him. "Not bad," Kakashi said, and the words lacked any trace of condescension. "Coordinated attack, environmental manipulation, predictive positioning. You've been studying me. You told us to come at you with the intent to kill," Naruto replied, landing lightly on the grass beside Sasuke. "That means using every advantage we can find." "Indeed." Kakashi's posture shifted, and the atmosphere in the clearing changed. The air grew heavy, dense, charged with a killing intent so thick it felt like breathing through wet cloth. Sakura, on the far side of the clearing, dropped to her knees, her hands clamped over her mouth to stifle a scream. Killing intent detected. Gamer's mind, resisting. Psychological impact, reduced by 73%. Warning, opponent is no longer holding back. Sasuke was shaking, his Sharingan spinning wildly as it tried to process the overwhelming sensory input. But he stayed on his feet, his teeth bared in a feral snarl. "I'm going to show you," Kakashi said, his voice dropping to a register that Naruto had only heard in descriptions of Anbu interrogation protocols. "What it feels like to face a real enemy." He moved. Not the lazy, economical movements from before. This was Kakashi Hatake unleashed, a blur of silver and black that crossed the distance between them in the time it took to blink. His hand shot towards Sasuke's throat. Naruto's combat precognition screamed. Danger critical. Evasion window, 0.3 seconds. Recommended action, substitute. Naruto grabbed Sasuke's collar and substituted with a log at the edge of the clearing. The log exploded into splinters as Kakashi's open palm struck it, the impact shockwave flattening the grass in a 3-meter radius. Sasuke gasped, his eyes wide, his hand clutching the collar of his shirt where Naruto had grabbed him. "What? How did you?" "Later," Naruto snapped, his mind racing. Kakashi was serious now. The gloves were off. Any illusion of this being a manageable exercise had been shattered the moment the Jonin decided to demonstrate the gulf between them. "Both of you with me," Naruto ordered, pulling Sasuke toward the northern underbrush. "Sakura! Move!" Sakura didn't need to be told twice. She scrambled to her feet and bolted, her academic knowledge finally providing something useful. She knew the terrain layout from the academy maps and angled toward the stream, where the underbrush provided cover. Kakashi watched them scatter, his visible eye unreadable. He could have caught any of them individually, probably all three simultaneously if he'd really pushed. But he didn't pursue. Instead, he reached into his vest and pulled out that orange book, settling against a training post as if the exercise had paused for a coffee break. He was giving them time to regroup. Another test. Naruto found Sasuke crouched behind a fallen oak, his breathing ragged but his eyes clear. The Sharingan had deactivated. The chakra drain was too much for a newly awakened eye. Sakura joined them seconds later, her face pale but her jaw set with a determination that hadn't been there during the academy spars. "Status," Naruto said quietly. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "Since when do you give orders?" "Since you almost got your throat crushed. Do you have a better idea?" The two boys glared at each other, the rivalry simmering beneath the surface. But Sasuke was, above all else, a pragmatist. He recognized that Naruto's tactical assessment had saved him from Kakashi's strike. "No," Sasuke admitted through gritted teeth. "Good. Here's what I've figured out. Kakashi-sensei isn't trying to fail us. He's testing whether we can work as a team. The two-bell structure is designed to force competition, but the real solution is cooperation. One of us gets a bell and voluntarily gives it to another. Or all three of us grab the bells together and decide the distribution ourselves." "He said only 2 bells exist," Sakura pointed out. "He lied. Or rather, he presented a constraint that doesn't have to bind us. Think about it, what's the purpose of a genin team? To function as a unit. If we compete against each other, we fail the real test. If we cooperate, we pass." Sasuke's expression shifted, the hostility giving way to reluctant consideration. "You're suggesting we work together to take the bells. I'm suggesting it's the only way any of us gets one. Individually, we're outclassed. Together, we might have enough combined threat to create an opening." Sakura looked between them, her expression torn. "But what if we can't? What if even together he's too strong?" "Then we fail and go back to the academy," Naruto said flatly. "But at least we'll fail as a team instead of succeeding as individuals who can't trust each other." Sasuke was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded once, a tiny, curt gesture that carried more weight than 1,000 words. "Fine. What's the plan?" Naruto laid it out. The strategy was complex, multi-layered, and relied on precise timing from all three participants. Sasuke would be the primary offensive threat, using his fire release to force Kakashi into defensive positions. Sakura would provide tactical support, using her superior chakra control to create diversions and misdirections with genjutsu principles she'd studied but never field-tested. And Naruto would be the trap setter, using his pre-positioned equipment and chakra threads to control the battlefield geometry. "There's one more thing," Naruto added, his voice dropping. "I can create shadow clones. Solid clones that transfer their memories when they dispel. I'm going to use them to overwhelm his attention. When I signal, when I create 3 clones in a triangle formation, that's the moment. Sasuke, you hit him with your strongest fire jutsu. Sakura, you create an auditory genjutsu to mask the sound. I'll handle the rest." Sasuke stared at him. "Shadow clones? That's a forbidden technique. So is dying on your first mission because your team can't work together." Naruto met his gaze without flinching. "Are you in or out?" "In." "Sakura?" The kunoichi swallowed hard, then nodded. "In." They moved. The assault was a symphony of coordinated chaos. Sasuke burst from the underbrush first, his hands blazing through hand seals with a speed that bordered on desperation. "Fire release, great fireball jutsu!" A sphere of roaring flame erupted from his lips, consuming the oxygen in the clearing and sending a wall of heat toward Kakashi. The Jonin didn't flinch, he simply sidestepped, the fireball singing the edge of his vest as it roared past. But the fireball wasn't the attack. It was the screen. Sakura, hidden behind a tree on the eastern perimeter, had been gathering her chakra during the exchange. She wasn't a genjutsu specialist, not yet, but she understood the theory. She focused her intent on the sound of the fireball, warping the auditory input reaching Kakashi's ears. To the Jonin, the roar of the flames seemed to shift direction, suggesting Sasuke had moved to his left when the Uchiha had actually circled right. It was a crude illusion, an experienced Jonin would see through it in seconds. But seconds were all they needed. Naruto struck. 6 shadow clones materialized in a ring around Kakashi, each one armed with explosive tags and smoke bombs. They detonated simultaneously, creating a wall of concussive force and visual obstruction that even the Sharingan couldn't fully compensate for. The shockwave knocked Kakashi back a step, not much, but enough. 3 more clones appeared in the triangle formation. The signal. Sasuke's second fireball roared through the smoke, aimed not at where Kakashi was, but at where the Jonin would dodge. Sakura's genjutsu warped the sensory data again, making the flames seem wider and closer than they actually were, compressing Kakashi's evasive options. The copy ninja substituted, again, 5 meters to the left. Again, Naruto was waiting. Chakra threads erupted from Naruto's fingertips, latching onto the bells at Kakashi's hip. He pulled, not with brute force, but with a precise, surgical motion that targeted the specific knot securing the bells to the Jonin's belt. The threads were too thin for the Sharingan to track, too fine for the human eye to see. Kakashi felt the tug and spun, his hand closing around Naruto's wrist with crushing force. But the wrist he grabbed was a decoy, a shadow clone transformed to look like Naruto's arm, the real chakra threads attached to the clone's other hand. The bells came free. Both of them. Kakashi looked down at his empty belt, then at the shadow clone dissolving in his grip, then at the real Naruto standing 10 meters away with a silver bell in each hand. The clearing fell silent. The smoke cleared. Sasuke and Sakura emerged from their positions, both breathing hard, their eyes fixed on Naruto. Naruto looked at the bells, then at his teammates. He walked over and held one out to Sasuke. "You earned this. Your fire jutsu created the opening." Sasuke stared at the offered bell, his expression a complex war of pride, suspicion, and grudging respect. He took it without a word. Naruto turned to Sakura and held out the second bell. "Your genjutsu was the difference. Without the sensory disruption, he would have dodged the second fireball and countered before my threads could reach him." Sakura's eyes widened. "But I didn't actually do anything. It was such a weak illusion." "It was enough," Naruto said firmly. "You contributed to a successful Jonin-level engagement. That's more than most genin ever achieve." She took the bell with trembling fingers, her eyes glistening. Kakashi watched the exchange from across the clearing, his visible eye inscrutable. He made no move to retrieve the bells, no move to continue the exercise. The morning sun was high overhead, well past noon. "You pass," Kakashi said. The words were simple, but the weight behind them was immense. Sasuke's shoulders sagged with relief. Sakura pressed the bell to her chest, tears streaming silently down her face. Naruto stood between his teammates, the three of them united by shared exhaustion and hard-won victory. The system pinged in the corner of his vision. Quest complete, survival exercise. Rewards 3000 EXP, team synergy plus 35, skill book, team coordination. Special achievement, David vs. Goliath. Reward +2 all stats. Level up. Level up. You are now level 14. Kakashi approached them, his posture relaxed once more, the killing intent from earlier completely evaporated. He looked at each genin in turn, his gaze lingering on Naruto. "You figured it out," he said. "The real test. You understood that the exercise was never about individual skill. It was about whether you could prioritize the team over your own success." "It wasn't hard to deduce," Naruto replied. "A genin team that can't cooperate is a liability in the field. The two-bell constraint was designed to force us to choose between self-preservation and teamwork. The only winning move was to reject the premise." Kakashi's eye crinkled. "And if I hadn't accepted your solution? If I'd insisted that only two of you could pass? Then we'd have all failed together. A team that sacrifices a member for convenience isn't a team." Kakashi pulled his book from his vest, flipping it open. "Team 7 officially begins operations tomorrow. Meet at the mission assignment desk at 8 a.m. Don't be late." He vanished, leaving the three genin alone in the clearing. Sasuke looked at Naruto. Sakura looked at Naruto. The weight of unspoken questions hung heavy in the air, about the shadow clones, about the chakra threads, about the tactical brilliance that seemed fundamentally incompatible with the dead last they thought they knew. Naruto met their gazes calmly. "We should get lunch. I know a place." He walked toward the village gates without looking back. After a moment, he heard 2 sets of footsteps following. Team 7 had passed. The week that followed was a study in frustration. D-rank missions were, without exception, mind-numbingly tedious. Tora the cat, escaped from the fire daimyo's wife for the 3rd time that month, was a hissing, scratching demon that required 2 hours and 4 shadow clones to corner. Weeding the Yamanaka flower farm was a test of patience that even gamers' minds struggled to mitigate. Walking the Inuzuka puppies was a cardiovascular nightmare that at least provided decent DX experience. Quest completed, catch the cat. EXP 50. Quest completed, weed the garden. EXP 30. Quest completed, puppy walking. EXP 40. Total EXP this week, 320. The experience gains were insultingly low. Naruto's level progress crawled, the 3,200 EXP needed to reach level 15 feeling insurmountable at this rate. He was gaining more from his evening training sessions than from the missions themselves. But the D rank served a purpose beyond experience. They forced Team 7 to function as a unit. Sasuke's natural inclination towards solo operation was gradually, painfully tempered by the necessity of coordinating with teammates who couldn't match his combat prowess. Sakura's confidence grew with each successful mission, her academic knowledge translating into practical problem-solving that earned grudging acknowledgement from Sasuke and genuine respect from Naruto. And Naruto, the tactical center of the team, learned to lead without dominating, to suggest without commanding, to push his teammates toward their potential without overshadowing them. It was during the 5th day of D ranks that Kakashi dropped the bomb. "We're requesting a C rank mission," the Jonin announced, his eye on his book as if the statement were of no more consequence than the weather report. Sakura nearly choked on her bento. "A C rank? But we've only been a team for a week." "Which is precisely why I'm recommending it," Kakashi replied. "You've demonstrated functional teamwork on D ranks. The next step is to test your capabilities in a higher stakes environment." Sasuke's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Naruto's interface pulsed. New quest available. C rank mission, Land of Waves Escort. Objective: escort bridge builder Tazuna to the Land of Waves and ensure the completion of his bridge. Hidden threats detected unknown. Estimated difficulty, C rank, subject to revision. Rewards, 10,000 EXP, unknown. Accept? Y/N. This was similar to his reevaluation test, but the hidden threats and the subject to revision tag made Naruto's skin prickle. The system had never flagged a mission with the difficulty revision before. Something about this assignment was off, dangerously off. He accepted the quest anyway. The client, Tazuna, was a surly old man with a bottle of sake permanently attached to his hand and a suspicious reluctance to make eye contact. Naruto's observation skill flagged him immediately. Observation, Tazuna. Level 3 Civilian. Title, The Bridge Builder. HP, 250/250. Chakra points, May 5th. Psychological flags, deception, active, fear, suppressed, guilt, high. Warning, client is withholding information relevant to mission parameters. Naruto filed the observation and said nothing. Confronting the client directly would compromise the mission before it began. Better to let the deception play out and adapt when the truth emerged. They departed Konoha at dawn, the 4 shinobi and their civilian client moving at a pace that was comfortable for the older man but agonizingly slow for the 3 genin. The road wound through fertile farmland before giving way to dense forest, the canopy closing overhead like the roof of a green cathedral. Kakashi walked at the front, his nose in his book. Sasuke flanked Tazuna on the left, Sakura on the right. Naruto took the rear, his danger sense passive sweeping the surrounding terrain in a constant, methodical scan. 2 hours out from the village, the forest grew quiet. The birds stopped singing. The insects went silent. Danger sense, alert. Threat detected, 2 sources. Distance, 30 meters, approaching rapidly. Threat level, Chunin. Attack vector, overhead. Naruto's hand moved before his conscious mind could process the data. He drew a kunai and threw it at the canopy above the road, the blade whistling through the leaves. Above us! 2 figures descended from the trees like falling executioners. They wore slashed forehead protectors, missing Nin from Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist. Their most striking feature, however, was their weapon, a massive, gauntlet claw attached to a chain that connected the 2 assailants. The chain swept down, aiming to bisect Kakashi at the waist. The Jonin didn't look up from his book. He simply stepped to the side, the chain passing through the afterimage of his body. The 2 missing Nin landed on either side of the road, their chain pulled taut between them. "Zabuza Momochi's subordinates," Kakashi observed, his tone conversational. "The Demon Brothers. Interesting." The one on the left, the larger of the 2, snarled and yanked the chain, retracting it with a metallic screech. "Where's the bridge builder? Hand him over, and we'll let the kids live." Sasuke had already drawn a kunai, his body coiled like a spring. Sakura had positioned herself in front of Tazuna, her hands shaking but her stance unwavering. Naruto stood at the rear, his mind racing through tactical options. Combat analysis, Demon Brothers. Subject 1, Gozu, level 16. HP, 1800. Chakra nature, water. Weapon, poisoned gauntlet claw. Threat, Chunin. Subject 2, Meizu, level 15. HP, 1700. Chakra nature, water. Weapon, Poisoned Gauntlet Claw. Threat Chunin. Combined Threat High Chunin. Special note: chain attacks create lethal crossfire zones. Do not engage between them. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, his voice low and steady. The chain. It's their primary weapon and their primary weakness. If we can immobilize or sever it, they lose their coordination. I'll handle the chain, Kakashi said, finally closing his book. You three protect the client. This is a C-rank mission now, act like it. The demon brothers didn't wait for the conversation to finish. They attacked as one, the chain whipping through the air in a horizontal arc aimed at decapitating the Jonin. Kakashi caught the chain mid-flight, his bare hand closing around the metal links with a grip that made the steel groan in protest. Now! Kakashi ordered. He yanked the chain, pulling both brothers off balance. Gozu stumbled forward. Meizu was dragged sideways. The chain went slack for a critical instant. Sasuke was already moving. He closed the distance to Gozu in a blur, his kunai leading. The missing Nin recovered faster than expected, his free hand sweeping the poisoned gauntlet in a backhand slash. Sasuke ducked under the strike, using his momentum to drive his shoulder into Gozu's midsection. Naruto had circled wide, his chakra threads extending toward the chain. If he could latch onto the metal links, he could manipulate their trajectory, prevent the brothers from coordinating their attacks. The threads connected. Meizu yanked the chain, trying to free it from Kakashi's grip. The sudden force tore the chain from Naruto's chakra threads, snapping them like cobwebs. The backlash sent a jolt of pain through Naruto's chakra network. Chakra thread manipulation, insufficient level. Opposing force exceeds control threshold. The chain swung again, this time aimed at Sakura and Tazuna. Sakura threw herself sideways, dragging the old man with her, the chain's poisoned gauntlet missing her face by inches. The metal claws embedded themselves in the trunk of the tree behind them, sinking 3 inches deep. Sakura's face was white, but she didn't scream. She pushed Tazuna behind her and drew a kunai, positioning herself between the client and the missing Nin. I won't let you touch him, she said, her voice trembling but firm. Meizu wrenched his gauntlet free from the tree and turned on her. Before he could strike, Naruto was there, inserting himself between Sakura and the missing Nin with a speed that surprised even himself. Shadow Clone Jutsu! 2 clones materialized, flanking Meizu. The missing Nin spun, his gauntlet cutting through one clone in a spray of dispelled chakra, but the second clone had already grabbed the chain, using its own body weight to anchor the weapon and prevent Meizu from swinging it again. The real Naruto drove his palm into Meizu's chest, a chakra-enhanced strike that cracked ribs and sent the missing Nin flying backward into a tree. Meizu hit the trunk with a wet gasp, slid to the ground, and didn't get up. Combat Encounter Update. Meizu, incapacitated. EXP 450. On the other side of the road, Sasuke and Gozu were locked in a close-quarters struggle. The Uchiha was faster, but Gozu was stronger, and the poisoned gauntlet made every exchange a lethal gamble. Sasuke's Sharingan was active again, one tomo spinning furiously as it tried to predict the missing Nin's movements. Gozu feinted high and slashed low, the poisoned claw raking across Sasuke's forearm. The Uchiha hissed in pain but didn't retreat. Instead, he grabbed Gozu's wrist with his injured arm. The poison would take time to circulate, and drove his kunai into the missing Nin's shoulder with his good hand. Gozu howled, his grip on the gauntlet weakening. Sasuke twisted the kunai, and the missing Nin dropped to his knees. Combat Encounter Update. Jiuziu, incapacitated. EXP 450. Sasuke Uchiha, Poison Minor. Estimated time to incapacitation, 45 minutes. Sasuke! Sakura's voice was sharp with fear. You're hurt. It's nothing. Sasuke growled, though his face was already pale. The poison is slow-acting. I can fight. Kakashi appeared beside them, having somehow bound both demon brothers with wire while the genin were engaged. He examined Sasuke's wound with clinical efficiency. Naruto, your medical ninjutsu, Kakashi said. Naruto was already kneeling beside Sasuke, his hands glowing with pale green chakra. His medical ninjutsu was only level 1, but the system provided real-time guidance, highlighting the affected tissue and the spreading toxin in his mind's eye. Medical ninjutsu, diagnosis. Poison type, paralytic, slow-acting. Concentration, low. Treatment, chakra flush plus antidote. Probability of success without antidote, 67%. I can slow it down, but I'll need a proper medical kit to extract the toxin completely, Naruto said, his chakra flowing through Sasuke's arm, neutralizing the poison at the cellular level. The green glow intensified, and the dark veins spreading from the wound began to recede. Medical ninjutsu, level 1, level 2. Proficiency, 8% 22%. Sasuke stared at the green glow with wide eyes. You can use medical ninjutsu? I've been studying. Naruto's focus didn't waver from the wound. The poison is mostly neutralized, but you'll feel numbness in that arm for the next few hours. Don't push it. Kakashi straightened and turned to face Tazuna, who was standing behind Sakura with an expression of barely concealed terror. The Jonin's visible eye was cold, colder than Naruto had ever seen it. Tazuna, we need to talk. The old man flinched. I can explain. You lied on your mission request. This is not a C-rank escort. You're being targeted by missing Nin, which means there's a higher threat level you haven't disclosed. If you don't tell us everything right now, we abort the mission and return to Konoha. Your payment will be forfeit, and you'll be on your own. Tazuna's shoulders sagged. The guilt that Naruto's observation had flagged earlier bubbled to the surface, overwhelming the old man's fragile composure. It's Gato, he said, the name coming out like a curse. The shipping magnate. He's taken over the land of waves, choked the life out of our island. Anyone who opposes him disappears. I'm building a bridge that will break his monopoly on trade and travel. If that bridge is completed, the people of Wave will be free. And Gato hired ninja to stop you, Kakashi said. He hired Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist. Tazuna's voice trembled. Those two were just his advanced scouts. Zabuza himself is still out there. And he won't stop until I'm dead. The name hit the clearing like a thunderclap. Even Sasuke, pain-numbed and poison-weakened, went rigid. Zabuza Momochi was a legend, the most dangerous missing Nin to defect from Kirigakure in a generation, a former ANBU-level swordsman who had once tried to assassinate the Mizukage. Quest updated, Land of Waves Escort. Difficulty revision, C-rank A-rank. Hidden threat, Zabuza Momochi, Jonin level. Secondary threat, unknown associate. Warning, current team level insufficient for engagement. Recommended action, retreat and request reinforcements. Naruto stared at the system warning. A-rank. They had walked into an A-rank mission with a team of fresh genin and one jonin. The math was brutal. Kakashi versus Zabuza was a close fight at best. If Zabuza had backup, the equation tipped toward catastrophic. Kakashi was silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on Tazuna. The old man was shaking, tears streaming down his weathered face. My grandson will die, Tazuna whispered. My daughter will die. Everyone in Wave will suffer if that bridge isn't built. I know I lied. I know I put you all in danger. But please, I have no one else to turn to. Sakura's eyes were wet. Sasuke's jaw was set, his hand gripping his kunai so tightly his knuckles were white. The poison in his arm had been neutralized, but the fear in his eyes was a different kind of toxin, the recognition of a threat that exceeded his capacity to overcome. Naruto looked at his teammates, then at the old man, then at the system warning blinking insistently in his vision. Every logical instinct screamed retreat. The numbers didn't lie, Zabuza Momochi was a monster, and they were children playing at being soldiers. But Tazuna's grandson would die. His daughter would die. An entire nation would continue to suffocate under Gato's boot. To hell with the numbers. I'm going, Naruto said. Sakura's head snapped toward him. Naruto, did you not hear the same story I did? Zabuza Momochi. He's a jonin. A killer. We're genin. I heard. And I understand the risk. But that's exactly why we can't turn back. Naruto met each of his teammates' eyes in turn. If we abandon this mission, Gato wins. An entire country stays enslaved. And every person who dies because we chose safety over duty, that's on us. Sentimentality doesn't win fights, Sasuke said, his voice hard. No, it doesn't. But conviction does. Naruto's blue eyes were fierce, the determination burning in them so brightly that even Sasuke leaned back slightly. I'm not asking you to die for a stranger. I'm asking you to trust that our team is stronger than the alternative believes. We've already beaten one impossible test this week. What's one more? Kakashi watched the exchange with an expression that might have been pride, or might have been sorrow. He reached up and slowly, deliberately, lifted his forehead protector from his left eye. The Sharingan was revealed, a crimson iris with 3 tomos spinning in its depths, a mirror of the same eye that had once belonged to his deceased best friend. The scar running through it told a story of loss that Naruto couldn't begin to comprehend. We continue, Kakashi said, his voice leaving no room for argument. But under my terms. We move as a unit, we fight as a unit, and if I give the order to retreat, you retreat without hesitation. Understood? 3 voices answered in unison. Understood. They moved out, the forest closing behind them like a curtain on the world they were leaving behind. Ahead lay the land of waves, a nation drowning in desperation and fear, and beyond that, a demon with a sword that had tasted the blood of hundreds. Naruto walked at the rear, his danger sense pinging constantly, his interface updating with each step. Level 14. EXP to next level, 1800. Title, Genin of Konoha. He was too weak. The numbers told him that plainly. Against Zabuza Momochi, he was an insect facing a hurricane. But the system had never failed to reward effort, had never closed a door that couldn't be kicked open. If he trained harder, fought smarter, pushed further beyond his limits, he would find a way. The road stretched before them, winding through the forest toward the coast. Somewhere ahead, the demon of the mist was waiting. Team 7 walked into the teeth of the storm. The boat cut through the mist like a needle through gauze, its hull barely disturbing the glassy surface of the strait. The ferryman, a weathered old collaborator of Tezuna's, rode with the practiced silence of a man who understood that sound carried over water, and that the wrong sound could summon death. The land of waves materialized from the fog in fragments, the skeletal silhouette of an unfinished bridge, the hunched backs of low islands, the thin ribbons of smoke rising from coastal villages too poor to afford proper chimneys. Naruto sat at the bow, his eyes tracking every ripple, every shadow beneath the water's surface. His danger sense had been quiet since they'd left the mainland, but the stillness felt predatory rather than peaceful, a held breath before a scream. Behind him, Kakashi stood with his hand resting loosely at his side, the exposed Sharingan scanning the mist with mechanical precision. The Jonin hadn't replaced his forehead protector over the dojutsu since they'd departed the forest road. That alone told Naruto more about the threat level than any system warning. Sasuke sat amidships, his injured arm cradled against his chest. The poison had been neutralized, but the numbness persisted, and the Uchiho's pride prevented him from acknowledging the disadvantage. His dark eyes moved in constant sweeps across the fog, the single Tomo Sharingan flickering in his left eye whenever his concentration lapsed. He was pushing the dojutsu hard, harder than he should, given its recent awakening, but Naruto said nothing. They would need every edge they could forge. Sakura knelt beside Tezuna, her body positioned between the client and the water. She'd been quiet since the encounter with the demon brothers, her mind visibly churning through the implications of what they'd faced and what lay ahead. To her credit, she hadn't complained. She hadn't suggested turning back. She'd simply adjusted her positioning and tightened her grip on her kunai. The bridge emerged from the mist like the spine of some colossal sea creature, its unfinished spans reaching toward each other across the channel. Construction scaffolding clung to the concrete pillars, and heavy machinery sat idle on the deck, abandoned, Tezuna explained, because Gato's enforcers had threatened any worker who showed up. "My bridge," the old man said, his voice thick with a mixture of pride and despair. "Half finished. Half hoped. Every day I wonder if today's the day Gato burns it all down." "We'll make sure he doesn't," Naruto said without turning around. Tezuna studied the back of the blonde boy's head, his expression complex. "You're different from what I expected. When I heard Konoha was assigning Genin to my escort, I thought I was getting children playing dress-up." "We are children," Naruto replied evenly. "But we're children who've already beaten your demon brothers." Tezuna had no response to that. The boat grounded on a rocky shore, and the ferryman gestured urgently for them to disembark. "I can't stay. If Gato's men see my boat on this shore..." "Go," Kakashi said. "We'll take it from here." They followed Tezuna inland, the road winding through thick coastal forest that stank of salt and rotting vegetation. The trees here were different from Konoha's, twisted, stunted things that clung to the sandy soil with desperate roots, their branches gnarled by constant sea wind. The canopy was thinner, allowing shafts of gray light to penetrate and illuminate the undergrowth in sickly stripes. Naruto's danger sense flared. High-level threat detected. Source, ahead 80 meters. Threat classification, Jonin. Estimated threat level, lethal. "Get down!" The words left his mouth a fraction of a second before the attack came. A massive blade, a katana the size of a man, mounted on a cleaver-like frame, hurtled out of the canopy and embedded itself in the road where Kakashi had been standing a heartbeat prior. The impact cratered the earth, sending shockwaves through the ground that knocked Sakura and Tezuna off their feet. Kakashi had already moved, intercepting the blade's owner midair with a flying kick that the man blocked on his forearm with a sound like a thunderclap. The two combatants separated, landing on opposite sides of the road. Zabuza Momochi stood on the surface of a nearby pond, his bare feet seemingly glued to the water by chakra. He was enormous, not merely tall, but densely muscled, his frame wrapped in bandages that obscured the lower half of his face. His eyes were small and predatory, set beneath a brow that seemed permanently carved into a scowl. The missing nin headband, slashed through the Kirigakure symbol, was tied loosely around his neck. Well, well, Zabuza said, his voice a bass rumble that resonated in the chest. Kakashi Hatake? The copy ninja. I was hoping you'd be the one they sent. Kakashi stood between Zabuza and the genin, his posture deceptively relaxed. The Sharingan spun slowly in his left eye, cataloging every detail of the enemy before him. Zabuza Momochi. The demon of the mist. Kakashi's voice was stripped of its usual flippancy. I'd say it's an honor, but we both know it isn't. Spare me the pleasantries. Hand over the bridge builder, and I'll let your students live. They're not part of my contract. They're part of my team. That makes them part of this. Zabuza's eyes crinkled, the bandages making it impossible to tell if he was smiling or scowling. Stubborn. I'd heard that about you. He reached back, and the massive blade, the Kubikuri Bocho, the decapitating carving knife, wrenched itself free from the road and flew into his grip with a wet sucking sound. Let's see if your reputation is deserved. He vanished. No, not vanished, moved so fast that even the Sharingan struggled to track him. 1 second he was on the pond, the next, he was above Kakashi, the massive blade descending in a vertical arc that would have bisected the Jonin from crown to groin. Kakashi's hand seal was already formed. Water release! Water wall! A column of water erupted from the pond beside them, intercepting the Kubikuri Bocho mid-swing. The blade bit into the water, its momentum dissipated by the dense column, and Kakashi used the opening to create distance, backpedaling toward the genin. Don't interfere, Kakashi ordered, his voice iron. Protect the client. This is Jonin-level combat. Naruto grabbed Sakura's shoulder and pulled her behind a fallen tree, positioning Tazuna between them. Sasuke crouched on the other side, his Sharingan blazing as he tried to follow the fight. What followed was a display of destruction that redefined Naruto's understanding of what shinobi combat could become. Zabuza and Kakashi moved like forces of nature, water jutsu clashing against water jutsu, the air filling with steam and spray as the two Jonin wove through hand seals with blinding speed. Zabuza's style was brutish, overwhelming, massive water dragons and great spheres that crushed everything in their path. Kakashi's was a mirror, copying Zabuza's techniques with the Sharingan and turning them against their originator, each jutsu meeting its twin in midair and detonating in spectacular collisions. But Zabuza was adapting. The Demon of the Mist had earned his title through mastery of the silent killing technique, a combat methodology that eliminated sound, eliminated presence, eliminated every tell that a sensor could track. He vanished into the mist that was rapidly filling the clearing, his chakra suppressed to the point of non-existence. The mist, Sasuke breathed, his Sharingan straining. I can't see him. Even with this eye, I can't. Stay calm, Naruto said, his own danger sense pinging erratically. The mist was interfering with his threat detection, diffusing the hostile intent into a generalized haze that made pinpointing Zabuza's position nearly impossible. He switched to observation, trying to scan the environment for chakra signatures. Observation, environmental scan. Mist density, 94% visibility obscured. Chakra sources detected, 1, Kakashi Hatake immobile. Warning, secondary source masked by mist technique. Kakashi had stopped moving. The Jonin stood in the center of the clearing, his Sharingan spinning, his body coiled like a spring. He was waiting for the kill strike that he knew was coming from a direction he couldn't predict. 8 points. Zabuza's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Which one will I take first? The psychological warfare was devastating. Sakura was hyperventilating, her hands clamped over her ears. Even Sasuke was shaking, the primal terror of being hunted by an invisible predator overriding his Uchiha pride. Naruto's gamer's mind kicked in, dampening the fear response and restoring analytical clarity. He needed to act. He needed to disrupt Zabuza's advantage before the Demon of the Mist found his opening. He formed a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu! 10 clones materialized in the mist, fanning out in a search pattern. Each clone was a sensor, a probe designed to locate the enemy through direct contact. Zabuza would dispel them easily, but the moment he did, Naruto would have his position. 3 clones dispelled in quick succession, slaughtered from the mist before they could react. But the memory feedback told Naruto everything. Asterisk left flank. Mid-level. Moving toward Kakashi's blind spot. Asterisk. Sensei! Left! 7 o'clock! Kakashi spun, his kunai rising to block the Kubikuri Bocho as it cleaved through the mist. Metal rang against metal with a shriek that set teeth on edge. Kakashi's feet skidded on the wet earth, his arm trembling under the force of the blocked blow. Your student has good instincts, Zabuza growled, pressing his advantage. But instincts won't save you. He released one hand from the Kubikuru Bocho and a sphere of dense water materialized around Kakashi, encasing him from neck to toe. The Jonin thrashed, his movements sluggish and labored within the viscous liquid, but he couldn't break free. Zabuza's arm was submerged in the sphere, his chakra maintaining the prison, anchoring him to the spot. Got you, Zabuza said, his voice dripping with satisfaction. Now, while I hold your teacher. His free hand reached for the Kubikuru Bocho, which had embedded itself in the ground nearby. I'll deal with the rest of you. Water clones should be sufficient for children. A second Zabuza rose from the mist, this one made entirely of water, a tenth of the original's power but still more than a match for 3 genin. The clone hefted a duplicate of the Kubikuru Bocho and advanced on the fallen tree where the genin were hiding. Run! Kakashi commanded from within his prison, his voice strained. Take Tazuna and run! You can't beat him! Sasuke's legs were locked, his body refusing to obey the survival instinct screaming at him to flee. Sakura had Tazuna by the arm, pulling the old man toward the tree line, but her eyes were fixed on Kakashi's imprisoned form with a horror that paralyzed her as effectively as any jutsu. Naruto stood up. Where do you think you're going? The water clone sneered, raising its massive blade. You can't escape the mist. I'm not trying to escape, Naruto said. His voice was calm, eerily, impossibly calm for a 12-year-old facing his own death. The gamer's mind had stripped away the panic, leaving only cold, calculated purpose. I'm trying to buy time. He formed a hand seal, and 5 shadow clones appeared around him. But they didn't attack the water clone, they transformed, each one becoming a replica of Naruto, their forms shifting and blurring until 6 identical blondes stood in a ring. Transformation jutsu. The water clone scoffed. You think parlor tricks will? Naruto threw a kunai. Not at the clone, at the real Zabuza, 30 meters away, his arms still submerged in the water prison holding Kakashi. The kunai was attached to a chakra thread, and at the end of that thread was an explosive tag. The tag detonated against Zabuza's flank. The explosion was small, barely enough to singe a Jonin's clothing, but the concussive force was enough to break his concentration. The water prison shuddered, its surface rippling. Zabuza snarled, his focus split between maintaining the prison and dealing with the annoyance. You little! A second kunai. A second tag. This one detonated closer to the arm maintaining the prison, and Zabuza had to choose, keep Kakashi trapped and risk serious injury, or release the prison and deal with the threat. He chose survival. The water prison collapsed. Kakashi exploded out of the dissolving sphere like a missile, his body wreathed in chakra, his Sharingan blazing. Before Zabuza could react, the Jonin had driven a Chidori, a crackling blade of lightning chakra, through the missing Nin's shoulder. The sound was like 1,000 birds screaming. Zabuza staggered, his arm hanging limp, the Kubikuru Bocho falling from his nerveless grip. Blood sheeted from the wound, painting the water red. Kakashi stood over him, the lightning technique still crackling in his palm, his chest heaving. It's over, Zabuza. The water clone behind the genin dispelled, its connection to the original severed by the damage. The mist began to thin, sunlight piercing through for the first time since the battle began. Zabuza looked up at Kakashi, his eyes glassy with shock and pain. Then, impossibly, he laughed. You think this is over? He coughed, blood spraying from beneath his bandages. You have no idea what's coming for you, copy ninja. 2 Simban needles flew out of the mist and embedded themselves in Zabuza's neck with surgical precision. The missing Nin's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed face first into the water. A figure materialized from the thinning mist, a young person, roughly Naruto's age, wearing a Kirigakure hunter Nin mask and carrying a formidable array of needles. The mask was featureless white, obscuring the wearer's face completely. Thank you for dealing with the traitor, the hunter Nin said, their voice androgynous and professionally flat. I am a hunter Nin from Kirigakure. It is my duty to eliminate missing Nin and protect our village's secrets. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed. He was still holding the Chidori, its light reflecting in the water at his feet. A hunter Nin. Convenient timing. The demon of the mist has been a priority target for years. I've been tracking him since he entered the land of waves. The hunter Nin hoisted Zabuza's unconscious body over their shoulder with surprising strength. I will dispose of the body and ensure that our village's secrets die with him. You have my thanks for your assistance. Before Kakashi could respond, the hunter Nin vanished, taking Zabuza's body into the mist and leaving Team 7 standing in the wreckage of the battlefield. Silence. Then Sakura collapsed to her knees, her entire body shaking with delayed adrenaline. Tazuna leaned against a tree, wiping sweat from his brow with a trembling hand. Sasuke stood rigid, his Sharingan finally deactivating, his good hand clenched into a fist so tight his fingernails drew blood from his palm. Kakashi dispelled the Chidori and turned to face his students. His left eye, the Sharingan, was still exposed, the scar running through it looking angrier than usual in the harsh afternoon light. "Everyone alive?" he asked. "Barely," Sakura whispered. Naruto said nothing. He was staring at the spot where the Hunter Nin had vanished, his observation skill replaying the encounter in his mind. Something was wrong. The data didn't add up. Observation analysis: Hunter Nin. Height, 155 centimeters. Weight, 43 kilograms. Age estimate, 12 to 14. Chakra signature, anomalous. Notes: Saban needles targeted non-lethal pressure points. Zabuza's vitals were in distress but not critical prior to needles. Hunter Nin made no attempt to verify kill. Body removal prevents Konoha from confirming death. Kirigakure protocol requires head removal and body burning in the field. Conclusion: probability of deception 87%. Zabuza Momochi survival probability 94%. "He's alive," Naruto said. Every head turned toward him. "Zabuza. He's not dead." Naruto's voice was flat, factual, carrying the absolute certainty of a system-generated conclusion. "The Hunter Nin was a fake." Kakashi studied him for a long moment, then slowly nodded. "I know." "You knew?" Sakura's voice cracked. "And you just let them take him?" "I had my suspicions," Kakashi said, finally covering his Sharingan with the forehead protector. The gesture seemed to drain something from him. His posture sagged, and he swayed on his feet before catching himself on a nearby tree. "The Saban needles struck non-lethal points. A real Hunter Nin would have taken the head and burned the body on the spot. That wasn't an execution, it was a rescue." "Then we need to go after them," Sasuke snarled. "Before he recovers and—" "We can't." Kakashi's voice was heavy, exhausted. "I used the Sharingan and the Chidori in rapid succession. My chakra reserves are nearly depleted. If I engage another Jonin-level fight right now, I'll die, and so will all of you." The truth of it hung in the air. Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja, the man who had faced down Zabuza Momochi and won, was running on empty. The dark circles under his visible eye were pronounced, and his breathing was shallow. He looked, for the first time since Naruto had known him, profoundly human. "How long until he recovers?" Naruto asked. "With the wounds I gave him? A week minimum. If the Hunter Nin has medical ninjutsu, maybe less." Kakashi pushed off the tree and steadied himself. "We use that time to train. All of us." He looked at each genin in turn, his gaze lingering on Naruto with an intensity that suggested he was seeing something new, or confirming something he'd suspected for a while. "You've done well today. All of you. But what's coming will be worse. Zabuza won't make the same mistakes twice, and whoever that Hunter Nin is, they're working with him. We'll be facing 2 enemies next time." "How do we prepare for that in a week?" Sakura asked, her voice small. Kakashi's eye crinkled, the ghost of his usual insouciant smile. "Tree climbing." Tezuna's house was a modest structure perched on the edge of the coastal cliffs, its weathered wood and paper walls testament to decades of salt wind and poverty. The old man's daughter, Tsunami, was a quiet woman with tired eyes who welcomed them without question, setting out a modest meal of rice and pickled vegetables that tasted like salvation after the day's horrors. The real surprise was Inari, Tezuna's grandson, a boy of perhaps 8 or 9 with a perpetually downturned mouth and eyes that held a grief far too old for his face. He took one look at the shinobi and declared, with the certainty only a wounded child could possess, that they were all going to die. "Heroes don't exist," Inari said flatly, pushing away from the dinner table. "They're just lies people tell themselves so they can pretend the world isn't completely terrible." "Inari!" Tsunami gasped. "These people are risking their lives for nothing." The boy's voice cracked. "Gato will kill them just like he killed Kaiza. And then where will we be? Even worse off than before, because we'll have lost everything." He left the room, the sliding door rattling in its frame. Tezuna bowed his head. "Kaiza he was a hero to this boy. A fisherman who stood up to Gato. Gato made an example of him. Executed him publicly." The old man's hands trembled around his chopsticks. "Inari hasn't been the same since." Naruto ate his rice in silence, Gamer's mind processing the exchange with clinical detachment. The boy's trauma was real, his despair justified. But justified despair was still despair, and despair was a luxury they couldn't afford. He finished his meal and stepped outside onto the wooden deck overlooking the ocean. The moon hung low over the water, painting the strait in silver. The unfinished bridge was a black silhouette against the starfield, its gap a wound in the landscape that mirrored the wound in this country's heart. Quest update: Land of Waves Escort. Sub-objective unlocked: Train for Zabaz's return. Time limit: 7 days. Recommended training: Chakra control, combat synergy, new jutsu development. Reward variable based on training outcomes. 7 days. 7 days to bridge the gap between Genin and Jonin level combat capability. It was impossible by any conventional measure. But Naruto had never been conventional. He heard footsteps behind him and turned to find Kakashi leaning against the doorframe, his posture still heavy with exhaustion but his eye alert. "You knew the Hunter Nin was fake before I said anything," Naruto stated. "I had my suspicions from the start." The Senban confirmed them. Kakashi limped forward, settling onto the deck beside him with a grunt. "What I want to know is how you knew. You called it before I did, before any of the evidence was clear." Naruto weighed his response carefully. The gamer's mind was a passive skill, it couldn't be turned off, and it prevented him from panicking under Kakashi's scrutiny. But it didn't provide cover stories. That was on him. "I've been studying medical ninjutsu," he said, which was true. "The Senban strike pattern didn't match a kill shot. The needles hit the suboccipital region, that's the area you target to induce a death-like coma, not the brainstem, which is how you ensure a kill. Basic anatomy." Kakashi's eye widened fractionally. "You learned that from medical texts?" "And from practice. I've been working on diagnostic techniques." Naruto paused, choosing his next words with surgical precision. "Kakashi-sensei, I need to ask you something. About the Sharingan." "What about it? Can it copy physical skills? Taijutsu forms, weapon techniques, chakra control exercises, or is it limited to jutsu?" Kakashi studied him for a long moment, and Naruto had the uncomfortable sensation of being weighed on a scale whose calibration he couldn't perceive. The Jonin was silent for so long that Naruto began to think he wouldn't answer. "The Sharingan can see and copy physical movements," Kakashi finally said. "But simply seeing a technique and being able to execute it are different things. The body must be conditioned to perform the movements, muscle memory, flexibility, stamina. The Sharingan provides the blueprint, the body must still build the house." "And chakra control? Can it copy that?" "Chakra control is internal. The Sharingan can see the external effects of chakra manipulation, but it can't perceive the internal flow directly, not unless you're from the Hyuga clan with their Byakugan. For the rest of us, chakra control is learned through repetition and feel." "Thank you, sensei." Kakashi nodded slowly, then pushed himself to his feet with a wince. "Tomorrow, we begin tree climbing. Not the academy version, real tree climbing. Walking up the trunk with chakra adhering your feet to the bark. It's the foundation of all advanced chakra control. I know the theory. Then tomorrow you'll learn the practice." He paused at the door. "Naruto, what you did today, disrupting the water prison, giving me the opening to break free, was the right call. A genin creating a tactical opening against a jonin, that doesn't happen often. I saw an opportunity and took it. You created an opportunity through analysis and preparation. That's rarer still." Kakashi's voice was quiet, almost gentle. "Get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be hard." He disappeared inside, leaving Naruto alone with the moon and the sea. Naruto didn't sleep. Instead, he created 3 shadow clones and set them to different tasks. One reviewed medical texts on pressure point anatomy, deepening his understanding of the Senban strike pattern the fake Hunter Nin had used. One practiced chakra control exercises on the wooden deck, trying to adhere to the surface with varying amounts of chakra. The third, and most important, meditated, focusing on the strange, swirling reservoir of chakra that the system had labeled Nine Tails. He'd been avoiding it. The revelation that a monstrous entity was sealed inside him was not something that gamer's mind could simply file away without emotional consequence. But the system's data was unequivocal. He had access to 1/9 of the Nine Tails chakra, and that fraction alone accounted for the majority of his enormous chakra points pool. If he was going to survive the coming week, he needed to understand exactly what was living inside him. The meditation deepened. His consciousness turned inward, navigating the labyrinth of his own chakra network, the delicate webwork of coils and tenketsu that distributed energy throughout his body. It was a system within a system, the biological infrastructure that the gamer interface quantified and optimized. And at the center, behind a massive gate of iron and paper seals, something breathed. "Warning, approaching sealed entity. Recommended caution, extreme. Do not engage without sufficient preparation." Naruto pulled back. He wasn't ready to face whatever was behind that gate, not yet. But he'd confirmed its location, its nature, and the barrier that contained it. That was enough for now. He opened his eyes. The moon had moved across the sky, and the first hints of dawn were painting the eastern horizon. His chakra points had regenerated fully during the meditation, and his clones had accumulated a modest but meaningful amount of experience. Chakra control, level 4, level 5, proficiency, 33%, 41%. Medical ninjutsu, level 2, proficiency, 22%, 34%. Meditation, level 4, level 5, proficiency, 23%, 30%. The gains were incremental, but they added up. Every percentage point was a step closer to the power he needed. He dispelled the clones and stretched, feeling the integrated memories settle into his consciousness. The medical knowledge was particularly useful. He now had a working understanding of the body's pressure point network, which opened up new tactical possibilities for non-lethal takedowns and, more importantly, for understanding how the fake Hunterine had induced Zabaz's death-like state. A Simban strike to the suboccipital region. A technique called the gentle fist's distant cousin, not a Hyuga technique, but a medical means precision strike that mimicked the effects of clinical death. The heart slowed, breathing stopped, brain activity diminished to near zero. To any external examination, the subject appeared dead. But the technique was reversible. With the right knowledge and timing, the corpse could be revived. Zabuza would be back. And he'd bring the Hunterine with him. Morning came with a thick coastal fog that clung to the trees like wet gauze. Kakashi, looking marginally less like death warmed over, led the three genin to a densely wooded area behind Tazuna's house. "Tree climbing," he announced, gesturing at a massive cedar that rose 100 feet into the mist. "The exercise is simple. Channel chakra to the soles of your feet and walk up the trunk. Too little chakra, and you'll fall. Too much, and you'll break the bark and fall. The goal is to find and maintain the exact amount necessary to adhere to the surface." He demonstrated, walking up the trunk with his hands in his pockets, his body perpendicular to the ground as if gravity were a suggestion rather than a law. When he reached the first major branch, he dropped back down, landing lightly on the forest floor. "This exercise builds the chakra control foundation for water walking, which in turn is the foundation for advanced elemental techniques. Sakura, you're up first." Sakura stepped forward, her expression a mixture of determination and anxiety. She placed her foot against the trunk, focused, and walked straight up, her movements slightly hesitant but functionally correct. She made it to the first branch before her concentration wavered and she dropped, landing in a crouch. "Excellent," Kakashi said, genuine approval in his voice. "Your chakra control is outstanding, Sakura. With practice, you'll be able to maintain this indefinitely." Sakura's cheeks flushed with pride, a rare expression on a face that had spent most of the previous day pale with terror. "Sasuke, your turn." The Uchiha approached the tree with the coiled intensity of a man approaching a rival. He planted his foot, channeled chakra, and shot up the trunk too fast, his chakra output spiking. The bark cracked beneath his foot, and he pushed off, flipping backward to land on the ground. "Too much chakra," Kakashi observed. "You're forcing it. Control the flow, don't overwhelm it." Sasuke's jaw tightened, but he nodded and tried again. This time, he made it 15 feet before the bark splintered and he dropped. His third attempt got him 20 feet. His fourth, 25. Naruto walked to the tree. He'd been practicing chakra control all night through his clones. The proficiency gains were fresh, the muscle memory integrated. He placed his foot against the trunk, focused on the precise chakra output the system calculated. Chakra output, optimal. Adherence, 98%. And walked up the tree as easily as if he were walking on flat ground. He passed the first branch, the second, the third. He reached the canopy, the fog swallowing his form, and then walked back down, descending with the same unhurried, measured pace. He landed beside his teammates. Kakashi's visible eye had widened to its maximum extent. Sakura's mouth was hanging open. Sasuke's expression was a complex tapestry of irritation, disbelief, and something that might have been envy. "That was not a beginner's performance," Kakashi said slowly. "I've been practicing," Naruto replied. "You've been practicing tree walking? Since when?" "Since last night. I had a lot of time to think after the fight." Kakashi stared at him for a long moment, and Naruto could practically hear the gears turning in the Jonin's head. The copy ninja was assembling a picture: Naruto's impossible speed of improvement, his tactical acumen, his chakra control, his knowledge of medical anatomy, and the picture didn't match any known template. "Your chakra reserves are extraordinary," Kakashi said carefully. "Most shinobi with your level of chakra capacity struggle immensely with control, They have too much power and not enough finesse. You seem to have bypassed that problem entirely. The shadow clone training helps, Naruto said, offering the same explanation he'd given before. When you can practice for 100 hours in a single night, improvement comes faster. Shadow clones don't grant chakra control. They grant experience, combat experience, muscle memory, conceptual understanding. Chakra control is internal, personal. It can't be shortcut through clones. Naruto held his gaze without flinching. Then I guess I'm just a fast learner. The silence stretched. Then Kakashi sighed, rubbing the back of his neck in a gesture of mild defeat. Fine. Keep your secrets. But understand this, whatever method you're using, it hasn't prepared you for what's coming. Zabuza Momochi nearly killed me. Without the opening you created, he might have succeeded. Next time, he'll be more cautious, more strategic, and he'll have backup. I know. Good. Then you understand why you need to push harder. Kakashi turned to address all three genin. Continue tree walking until you can reach the canopy and return without falling. When you've mastered that, move on to water walking at the shoreline. I'll be observing and providing guidance. We have 6 days left. He settled against a tree and pulled out his orange book, a signal that the active instruction phase was over and the self-directed training phase had begun. Sasuke threw himself at the tree with a ferocity that bordered on self-destructive. The Uchiha's problem was clear to Naruto's observation. His chakra output was inherently aggressive, shaped by years of fire release training that emphasized power over precision. Every time he tried to modulate the flow, his muscle memory kicked in and dumped too much energy into his feet. But Sasuke was nothing if not relentless. He climbed, fell, each attempt adjusting his output by micro-increments, the Sharingan in his left eye analyzing each failure with computational precision. By midday, he'd reached the first branch consistently, though the bark still splintered under his feet. Sakura had mastered the tree walking within an hour and moved on to water walking, her natural chakra control making the exercise challenging but not insurmountable. She stood at the edge of a small inlet, her feet resting on the water surface, her face screwed up in concentration as she fought to maintain the constant micro-adjustments that the liquid medium required. Naruto, having already demonstrated mastery of tree walking, used the time for something more ambitious. He retreated to a secluded clearing and created 20 shadow clones. All right, he said to the crowd of identical blondes. Here's the plan. 5 of you practice water walking, push the limits, find the edge of what we can do. 5 of you spar, full contact, chakra enhancement active, no holding back. 5 of you practice medical ninjutsu on the local flora, diagnosis, chakra scalpel, cellular regeneration. The last 5 work on a new technique. He paused, his mind racing through the tactical requirements of the coming battle. Zabuza is a water release specialist who fights in the mist. The mist is his primary advantage. It neutralizes visual tracking, disrupts coordination, and enables his silent killing technique. If we can dispel the mist, or operate effectively within it, we neutralize his greatest asset. One of the clones raised an eyebrow. You're thinking wind release. My chakra nature is wind. I unlocked it during the status check, but I haven't developed any wind techniques. If I can create a wind jutsu powerful enough to clear the mist, we'd have a counter to his entire fighting style. The clone nodded appreciatively. Smart. But wind release techniques require chakra shape manipulation, and we've never practiced that. Which is why we're going to figure it out today. Naruto formed a hand seal, and the clones scattered to their assignments. The wind release training was brutal. Shape manipulation, the art of controlling the form and behavior of chakra outside the body, was a skill that most shinobi didn't begin developing until Chunin rank. It required a level of chakra control that bordered on artistic, manipulating invisible forces with the precision of a sculptor shaping clay. Naruto started with the basics, forming a sphere of chakra in his palm and spinning it. The rotation was the foundation of all wind techniques. Chakra spinning at high speed created pressure differentials, and pressure differentials created wind. The first 100 attempts produced nothing but headaches and wasted chakra. The spinning chakra destabilized almost immediately, flying apart and dissipating wisps of blue energy. The system flagged each failure with clinical detachment. Wind release, shape manipulation training. Attempt 1, failure rotational instability. Attempt 50, failure chakra dispersion at 0.3 seconds. Attempt 100, failure chakra dispersion at 0.5 seconds. Skill progress, wind shape manipulation level 0, proficiency, 2%. Damn it, one of the training clones muttered, shaking out his hand. The rotational speed keeps fluctuating. We can't maintain a consistent spin. Try compressing the chakra before spinning it, another clone suggested. If the base is denser, the rotation should be more stable. They tried. The denser chakra was harder to spin, requiring more force, but once the rotation began, it held together marginally longer. 0.7 seconds. Then 0.9. Then 1.2. Wind shape manipulation level 0, proficiency, 2% 5%. The hours bled into each other. Clone after clone dispelled, feeding its accumulated experience back to the original. The proficiency crept upward, 5%, 8%, 12%, as Naruto iterated through variations, adjusting compression ratios, rotational speeds, and output volumes. At the 6-hour mark, something clicked. A clone held a sphere of spinning chakra in its palm, the rotation perfectly stable, the shape holding for 10 seconds, then 20, then 30. The air around the sphere distorted, heat haze ripples emanating from the rotational boundary. When the clone pushed the sphere forward, it released a concentrated blast of compressed air that punched a hole through a tree trunk 6 inches thick. New skill acquired, wind release vacuum sphere level 1. Effect: fires a compressed sphere of rotating air. Impact force increases with chakra input and rotational speed. Damage moderate. Chakra cost 150 chakra points. Naruto dispelled the remaining clones, absorbing the accumulated data. His head throbbed with the integrated memories, but Gamer's mind organized the chaos with mechanical efficiency. He had a wind technique. It was rudimentary, but it was a start. He checked his overall status. Status: Name Naruto Uzumaki. Level 15. Title: Genin of Konoha. HP 1, 100/1, 100. Chakra points: 2, 400/2, 400. Strength 20. Vit 25. Dex 22. Int 14. Wis 19. Luck 4. The level up from the Zabuza encounter had pushed his stats significantly higher, and the distributed stat points from subsequent levels had been allocated with surgical precision. He was, by the system's assessment, solidly Chunin level in raw statistics. But raw stats weren't enough against a Jonin. He needed technique, strategy, and, most importantly, teamwork. He walked back to the training area to find Sasuke and Sakura still drilling. The Uchiha had mastered tree walking and was now attempting water walking, his progress hampered by his aggressive chakra output but advancing steadily. Sakura was practicing medical ninjutsu on a small garden of herbs she'd gathered, her natural chakra control making the diagnostic and healing techniques come easily. Wind release? Sasuke observed, his dark eyes tracking Naruto's movement. The Uchiha was standing on the water's surface, his feet soaked to the ankle, his posture rigid with concentration. You developed a wind technique? Vacuum sphere. It's basic, but it disrupts mist. Naruto sat on the bank and pulled out his medical kit, sorting supplies while he spoke. Zabuza's fighting style depends on the mist. If I can clear it, he loses his primary advantage. Sasuke's expression shifted, the tactical implications clicking into place. And if he creates the mist faster than you can clear it? Then we need a backup plan. Naruto looked at his teammate. Your fire release is strong against wind but weak against water. Directly engaging Zabuza in water jutsu combat is suicide. But if we can create a situation where his water techniques are neutralized, we trap him in a confined space where large-scale water jutsu are impossible. Sasuke finished. Or we force him onto dry ground where his water supply is limited. Exactly. Sakura looked up from her herbs. What about the hunter Nin? They're a medical specialist, which means they probably have poison or sedative techniques. And they're fast, faster than any of us. Which is why we need to neutralize them quickly, Naruto said. Sakura, your chakra control is the best on this team. If we can get you close enough, can you disrupt their chakra network with a precision strike? Like a gentle fist technique? Sakura's brow furrowed. I don't have the Byakugan. I can't see the Tenketsu points. You don't need to see them if you know where they are. Naruto pulled out a scroll and unrolled it on the ground, revealing a detailed anatomical diagram of the human chakra network. I've been studying this. The major Tenketsu clusters are in predictable locations. If you memorize the pattern and can get your hands on the target, you can disrupt their chakra flow without visual confirmation. Sakura stared at the diagram, her expression shifting from doubt to calculation. That's actually plausible. But the precision required. You have the precision, Naruto said firmly. What you need is the combat application. We'll train you. He created 2 shadow clones and had them assume sparring stances. Sakura, these clones will attack you at half speed. Your goal is to evade and strike the Tenketsu points I've marked on the diagram. Every time you land a clean hit, the clone will confirm it. Sakura swallowed hard, then nodded. Okay. Let's do this. The sun set, and rose, and set again. The days blurred into a relentless cycle of training, eating, sleeping, and training more. Naruto's shadow clone army worked around the clock, each clone pursuing a specific skill development path. The original coordinated the effort, absorbing memories and distributing the accumulated experience across his growing skill tree. By day 3, Sakura could consistently strike Tenketsu points on a moving target, her medical knowledge and chakra control translating into a combat application that was uniquely her own. She'd also developed a rudimentary barrier technique, a chakra shield that could absorb a single impact before shattering, using the principles of chakra adhesion she'd mastered in tree and water walking. New skill observed, Sakura Harino Chakra Barrier Level 1. Team Synergy, 14/128/100. By day 4, Sasuke had developed a combination technique, a two-stage attack that used a fireball to create a thermal updraft, followed by a shuriken barrage that rode the heated air currents to strike from unexpected angles. He called it the Phoenix Flower Array, adapted from a Uchiha clan technique he'd read about in the family scrolls. New skill observed, Sasuke Uchiha Phoenix Flower Jutsu Level 1. Team Synergy, 28/135/100. By day 5, Naruto had pushed his vacuum sphere to level 3, increasing its range and concussive force. He'd also developed a variation, Vacuum Wave, that released a horizontal crescent of compressed air, designed to cut through mist and anything hiding within it. The technique was more chakra-intensive but vastly more effective for area denial. New skill acquired, Wind Release Vacuum Wave Level 1. Wind Shape Manipulation Level 1, Proficiency, 45%. But the most significant development came on the evening of day 5, when Naruto's meditation brought him back to the gate inside his mindscape. The iron bars loomed before him, the paper seals affixed to the gate fluttering in a wind that didn't exist. Behind the bars, in the darkness, two massive red eyes opened. Finally! A voice rumbled, deep, ancient, dripping with malevolent amusement. I was beginning to think you'd never visit, brat. Naruto stood his ground. The gamer's mind held his fear in check, allowing him to face the titanic presence without trembling. You're the Nine Tails. I am Kurama, the voice corrected, and the darkness shifted, revealing a titanic fox composed of rust-red fur and impossible power, its 9 tails swaying behind the bars like restless serpents. And you, little human, are my jailer. I have questions. Of course you do. Kurama's massive head lowered, his snout approaching the bars. His breath was furnace-hot, carrying the scent of ash and blood. But why should I answer them? You are nothing but a cage. When you die, I'll be free. Except you won't be free, Naruto said calmly. If I die, the seal kills you too. That's how it works, isn't it? We're linked. Your survival depends on mine. The red eyes narrowed. For a long moment, the only sound was the flutter of the seal tags. Then Kurama laughed, a sound like rocks grinding together. Clever little cage. You've done your research. I've done more than research. I've spent the last 5 days preparing for a fight that I can't win without more power. You have that power. I'm not asking you to give it to me, I'm asking you to lend it. Lend? Kurama's amusement was razor-sharp. You think I would willingly share my chakra with the vessel that imprisons me? I think you're the strongest of the tailed beasts, and you've been sealed inside a 12-year-old who just figured out tree walking. If our positions were reversed, I'd be going out of my mind with boredom. Naruto met those massive red eyes without flinching. I'm not asking for charity. I'm offering a transaction. You give me access to more of your chakra, and I give you a chance to influence the outside world again. The silence that followed was absolute. Kurama's tail stopped swaying. His enormous eyes studied the small blonde boy with an intensity that would have driven lesser minds to madness. You're not afraid of me, the fox observed. I'm terrified of you, Naruto corrected. But my fear doesn't control me. Kurama's tails resumed their restless movement. You're different from the other one. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Your father. He stood before this cage with righteousness in his eyes. You stand here with negotiation on your mind. Naruto's internal processes went into overdrive. The fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze. His father, the man the system had never named, the man whose identity had been hidden from Naruto his entire life. The gamer's mind prevented the emotional reaction from derailing the conversation, but the information was recorded, flagged, and filed for later analysis. I'm not interested in righteousness, Naruto said, his voice perfectly steady. I'm interested in survival. My team is facing a Jonin-level threat in 2 days. If I'm not strong enough to protect them, they'll die. And if they die, I'll have failed the only people who've ever believed in me. How sentimental. Call it what you want. Will you help me or not? Kurama's enormous maw stretched into something that was almost a smile. I will give you nothing. But I won't stop you from taking what you can. The fox's chakra flared, and Naruto felt the door creak open, not the gate itself, but a smaller valve, a controlled leak in the seal's structure. 2 taels worth. No more. And if you lose control, I'll consume your consciousness and take your body for myself. New skill acquired, 9 taels chakra mode, limited, level 1. Effect: access up to February 9th of Kurama's chakra reserves. Massive chakra points boost, enhanced physical stats, accelerated regeneration. Side effect: emotional instability, risk of consciousness erosion at high chakra volumes. Naruto opened his eyes. He was back in the clearing behind Tazuna's house, the stars wheeling overhead, the ocean whispering in the distance. His body felt different, charged, electric, as if lightning had replaced blood in his veins. He checked his status. Status update. Chakra points pool expanded, 2,414,400, with 9 taels chakra. Strength, 2035, with 9 taels chakra. Dex, 2238, with 9 taels chakra. Vit 2542, with 9 taels chakra. The numbers were staggering. With the 9 taels chakra, he was pushing into Jonin level statistics, still below Zabuza, but no longer hopelessly outclassed. Combined with his tactical skills, his wind techniques, and his team's coordinated strategies, they had a fighting chance. He flexed his fingers, feeling the foreign chakra swirling beneath his skin. It was hot and angry, carrying echoes of Kurama's malevolence, but the gamer's mind held it at arm's length, processing the emotional contamination like a filter processing toxins. 2 days. 2 days until Zabuza returned. 2 days to turn fighting chance into victory. The morning of the 7th day dawned cold and gray. The fog had rolled in overnight, thicker than usual, blanketing the coast in a visibility-killing shroud that seemed almost deliberately hostile. Naruto stood on the deck of Tazuna's house, watching the mist curl around the trees, and felt the familiar prickle of his danger sense. Threat detected. Source, multiple. Distance, 2 kilometers, approaching. Threat classification, Jonin plus unknown. They're coming, he said, stepping back inside. Zabuza and the hunter Nin. 2 clicks out, moving fast. Kakashi looked up from his tea, his visible eye sharp. The past week of rest had restored his chakra reserves to full capacity, and the Jonin moved with the easy confidence of a predator in its prime. He'd spent the previous night sharpening his kunai and reviewing his jutsu library, a preparation that spoke louder than any words about the seriousness of the impending battle. How certain are you? Certain enough to bet our lives on it. Kakashi nodded, rising from the table. Then we move. Tazuna, you stay here with Tsunami and Inari. Sakura. I'm going with you, Sakura said, her voice carrying a steel that had been absent a week ago. She tied her pink hair back in a severe ponytail, and her green eyes were clear and focused. I've trained for this. I'm not staying behind. Kakashi studied her for a moment, then nodded. Sasuke? The Uchiha was already at the door, his kunai pouch buckled, his expression carved from granite. Let's go. They moved through the mist as a unit, Kakashi at the point, Sasuke on the left flank, Naruto on the right, Sakura in the center guarding their 6. The formation was one they drilled extensively over the past week, each member's position optimized for their specific capabilities, and the team's overall synergy. The bridge materialized from the fog like a concrete specter. Its unfinished span stretched across the channel, the gap between the two halves a yawning chasm over gray water. Construction equipment sat abandoned on the near side, and the skeleton of a crane loomed overhead, its arm extended toward the opposite shore like a beckoning finger. Zabuza was waiting for them on the bridge. He stood at the center of the completed section, the Kubikuribocho resting on his shoulder, his bandaged face turned toward the Konoha team. The wound Kakashi had inflicted, a ragged scar across his shoulder and chest, was visible through the gap in his wrappings, the flesh still pink and tender but fully healed. Beside him stood the hunter Nin, mask still in place, a brace of saban needles glinting between their fingers. They were smaller than Zabuza by far, delicate, almost childlike, but the chakra signature they projected was sharp and precise, a surgeon's scalpel to Zabuza's sledgehammer. Kakashi, Zabuza called, his voice echoing across the water. I see you've brought the brats again. Hope you weren't too attached to them. Zabuza. Kakashi's hand rose to his forehead protector, lifting it to reveal the Sharingan. This ends today. Agreed. Zabuza formed a hand seal with his free hand. Hidden Miss Jutsu. The fog thickened explosively, the visibility dropping from meters to centimeters in the space of a heartbeat. The world became a gray void, sound muffled, direction meaningless. Naruto's danger sense screamed. Threat, imminent. Evasion window, 0.8 seconds. Scatter! Naruto shouted, throwing himself sideways. The Kubikuribocho cleaved through the space where he'd been standing, the displaced air ruffling his hair. He rolled, came up on his feet, and formed a hand seal. Wind release, vacuum wave! The crescent of compressed air ripped through the mist, clearing a corridor of visibility that stretched 30 meters. In that brief window, Naruto saw Zabuza's position, 20 feet ahead, already winding up for a second swing, and the Hunter Nin, moving along the bridge's railing toward Sakura. Right flank! The Hunter Nin is targeting Sakura! Sasuke was already moving, his body a dark blur as he intercepted the masked figure. A kunai clashed against the Saban, sparks flying in the thinning mist. The Hunter Nin was fast, incredibly fast, and their movements had a crystalline grace that Sasuke's raw aggression couldn't match. Ice release! The Hunter Nin whispered, and the mist around them began to crystallize. Observation, Hunter and Iron. Kekkei Genkai detected ice release, wine plus water. Threat level, high chunin/low jonin. Sasuke, get back! Naruto yelled, but it was too late. The Hunter Nin formed a hand seal, and mirrors of ice erupted from the bridge's surface, surrounding the Uchiha in a dome of reflective surfaces. Each mirror contained the Hunter Nin's reflection, dozens of identical images, their masks gleaming with cold light. Demonic mirroring ice crystals! The Hunter Nin intoned from within the dome. You can't escape! Saban needles flew from every mirror simultaneously. Sasuke dodged the first volley, the Sharingan spinning in his left eye, tracking the projectiles with increasing precision. He dodged the second, the third, but the fourth found its mark, a needle embedding itself in his calf. Damn it! Sasuke hissed, pulling the needle free. Blood seeped from the wound, and his leg buckled slightly. Outside the ice dome, Naruto's mind raced. The mirrors were the Hunter Nin's primary technique, a self-contained killing field that neutralized the target's mobility and filled the space with lethal projectiles. Breaking in from the outside would be difficult. The ice was reinforced with chakra, dense enough to resist standard attacks. But wind beat ice. Vacuum sphere! Naruto fired the compressed air blast at the nearest mirror. The impact cracked the surface, frost spiderwebbing across the reflective plane. Before the Hunter Nin could react, Naruto hit it again, the second blast shattering the mirror entirely. A gap in the dome. Sasuke saw it and lunged, his body rolling through the opening just as a volley of Saban pierced the space where he'd been crouching. He emerged on the bridge, his leg bleeding, his breathing ragged, but alive. The Hunter Nin emerged from the dome, their mask turned toward Naruto. Through the eye holes, Naruto caught a glimpse of something unexpected, a pair of large, dark eyes that held no malice. Only sadness. You broke my mirror, the Hunter Nin said quietly. No one has ever broken my mirrors before. I'm full of surprises, Naruto replied, his hands forming another seal. Wind release, vacuum wave! The crescent of compressed air slashed toward the Hunter Nin, who leaped above it with a graceful twist. The mist behind them cleared dramatically, the wind technique disrupting the moisture gradient that sustained Zabuza's hidden mist jutsu. Zabuza's mist is being cleared, the Hunter Nin reported, landing beside the swordsman. The blonde one has wind release. I can see that, Zabuza growled, his Kubikuribocho locked against Kakashi's kunai in a contest of raw strength. The Jonin were engaged in their own battle, a furious exchange of water jutsu and taijutsu that had carved gouges in the bridge's concrete surface. Deal with him. I'll handle the copy ninja. The Hunter Nin formed a hand seal, and ice began to form in the air around Naruto, crystalline needles, dozens of them, materializing from the moisture in the fog. 1,000 needles of death. The needles converged on Naruto from every angle. There was no time to dodge, no space to evade. He activated the Nine-Tails chakra. Nine-Tails chakra mode, limited activated. Chakra points, 2, 414ths, 412, 414ths, 400. Stat boost supplied. His body erupted in a shimmering veil of rust-red chakra, the energy forming a protective aura that the ice needles struck and shattered against like glass against steel. The needles broke, dissolving into water vapor on contact with the fox's burning chakra. Naruto straightened, his eyes now slitted pupils in a face framed by whisker marks that had deepened and sharpened. The chakra cloak rippled around him, and the air pressure in his immediate vicinity increased noticeably. The Nine-Tails energy was so dense that it was physically displacing the atmosphere. The Hunter Nin stepped back, their posture stiffening with shock. That chakra, what are you? Something new, Naruto said, and his voice carried an undertone of something ancient and furious that wasn't entirely his own. He moved. The speed was beyond anything he'd ever achieved. 1 second he was standing 20 feet from the hunter Nin. The next, his fist was driving toward their mask with the force of a battering ram. The hunter Nin dodged, barely, the fist grazing the edge of their mask and sending a cracked spider webbing across the ceramic surface. They countered with a Saban strike aimed at Naruto's neck. He twisted, the needle passing within a millimeter of his carotid artery, and grabbed the hunter Nin's wrist with chakra-enhanced strength. His grip was iron. The smaller figure gasped as the pressure on their radius and ulna increased to the point of pain. Your technique relies on ice and speed, Naruto said, his voice still carrying that dual timbre. I've neutralized your ice with wind, and my speed now exceeds yours. Surrender. The hunter Nin's mask cracked further, a chip falling away to reveal a pale, delicate chin. I can't. If I surrender, Zabuza-sama will. Will what? Die. That's happening anyway. Naruto's gamer's mind kept the Ninetales' rage in check, allowing him to maintain tactical clarity even as the demonic chakra screamed for violence. Look behind you. The hunter Nin turned. On the other side of the bridge, Kakashi had gained the upper hand against Zabuza. The copy ninja Sharingan was predicting every move the swordsman made, countering each water jutsu with a mirror technique before it could fully form. Zabuza was being driven back, his movements growing desperate, the Kubikuribocho swinging in wide, sloppy arcs that Kakashi dodged with contemptuous ease. Water release, great waterfall jutsu! Zabuza roared, pouring chakra into a last-ditch offensive. Kakashi mirrored the technique perfectly, the two water dragons colliding in midair and detonating in a spectacular explosion of spray. But Kakashi had added a twist. His version included a secondary shape manipulation that wrapped around Zabuza's dragon and constricted, crushing the technique and sending the displaced water crashing into the swordsman. Zabuza hit the bridge hard, the Kubikuribocho clattering from his grip. He tried to rise, but Kakashi was already there, a kunai pressed against the missing Nin's throat. It's over, Zabuza. The hunter Nin watched their master's defeat with wide, stricken eyes. The mask finally gave way, the cracked ceramic falling away in pieces to reveal the face beneath. A girl. Young, perhaps a year older than Naruto, with long brown hair and large, expressive eyes that held a depth of sorrow that made Naruto's chest tighten. Her features were delicate, almost beautiful, and there was a gentleness to her expression that was utterly incompatible with the lethal precision of her combat style. Observation: Haku. Gender: female. Age: 13. Level: 18. Title: The Ice Maiden. HP 1, 100/1 for 100. Chakra points: 800/1, 600. Chakra nature: Wind/Water, Kekkei Genkai, Ice release. Bloodline: Yuki clan. Threat assessment: Special Jonin. Psychological flags: extreme loyalty to Zabuza Momochi, self-sacrificing tendencies, suppressed identity. Naruto released her wrist. The Ninetales chakra receded, the rust-red aura fading as he dialed back the power to a simmer. His eyes returned to their natural blue, though the whisker marks remained slightly more pronounced than usual. You're Haku, he said. It wasn't a question. She stared at him, her expression vulnerable without the mask's protection. How do you know my name? I don't. But your face tells me everything I need to know. He gestured to where Kakashi held Zabuza at knife point. You're not a killer, Haku. You're a protector. There's a difference. Zabuza-sama gave me purpose, Haku said, her voice barely above a whisper. When no one else would have me, he took me in. I am his tool, nothing more. Tools don't cry. Haku's hand flew to her cheek, finding the moisture there. She stared at her wet fingers with an expression of confused betrayal, as if her own body had committed an act of treason. Before she could respond, a new voice cut through the fog, oily, amused, and utterly devoid of humanity. Well, it seems my employees have failed me. A short, bespectacled man stepped onto the bridge, flanked by a small army of armed thugs. Gado. The shipping magnate was dressed in an expensive suit that was incongruous against the bridge's gritty backdrop, a walking stick in one hand and a smug smile on his mustached face. Gado. Zabuza growled from beneath Kakashi's kunai. What are you doing here? Did you really think I was going to pay a missing Nin for a job my men could handle? I hired you because you were supposed to be the best. Instead, you're on your knees before a Konoha Jonin. Gado's smile widened. I think it's time for some cost-cutting. He snapped his fingers. The thugs drew weapons, katanas, clubs, chains, and advanced on the shinobi. Kill them all. The missing Nin, the Konoha ninja, the bridge builder. Leave no witnesses. Zabuza laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. You never intended to pay me, did you? Of course not. You're a weapon, Zabuza. Weapons don't need payment, they need maintenance. And you've become too expensive to maintain. Gato turned to his thugs. What are you waiting for? Kill them! The thugs charged. There were at least 50 of them, a mob of brutalized, desperate men who served Gato because the alternative was starvation. They weren't ninja, but they were vicious, and they outnumbered the shinobi by more than 10 to 1. Naruto assessed the situation in a heartbeat. Civilians with weapons, not a significant threat to trained shinobi, but dangerous in sufficient numbers. Gato himself was standing at the back, using his thugs as a human shield. Change of plans? Naruto said, his voice carrying across the bridge. Sasuke, Sakura, crowd control. Kakashi-sensei, can you move? I'll manage, Kakashi said, though his breathing was labored. The prolonged Sharingan use and water jutsu exchanges had drained his reserves significantly. He removed the kunai from Zabuza's throat but kept it in his hand. Zabuza, we can settle our business later. Right now, we have a common enemy. Zabuza's eyes, still burning with wounded pride, shifted from Kakashi to Gato, then back. He used me. I don't take kindly to being used. Then help us end this. The demon of the mist rose to his feet, retrieving the Kubikiribocho from where it had fallen. His shoulder was a mess of torn muscle and clotted blood, but the rage in his eyes burned brighter than any pain. Haku. Yes, Zabuza-sama? Show them what happens when they waste our time. Haku's expression transformed. The vulnerability vanished, replaced by the cold, crystalline focus of a weapon being unsheathed. She formed a hand seal, and ice began to form around her, beautiful, deadly, absolute. Naruto turned his attention to Gato. The mob was closing in, but Sasuke was already among them, his Sharingan tracking each thug's attack pattern and countering with surgical precision. A kick to the knee here, an elbow to the temple there, non-lethal techniques that dropped men like puppets with cut strings. Sakura stood guard over Tazuna, her chakra barrier flickering to life whenever a weapon came too close, her tenketsu strikes precise and devastating when an enemy breached her defense. Kakashi and Zabuza moved through the mob like twin storms, the copy ninja's efficiency meeting the demon's brutality in a display of complementary destruction. Kakashi incapacitated, Zabuza maimed. Together, they carved a path through Gato's army that left broken bodies strewn across the bridge. But Gato was retreating, his smug smile replaced by panic as he backed toward the far end of the bridge. If he escaped, he'd rebuild his operation, new thugs, new intimidation, new suffering for the people of Wave. Naruto wouldn't let that happen. He activated the Nine-Tails chakra again, cautiously this time, just enough to boost his speed without risking control, and blurred toward the retreating magnate. The distance vanished in a heartbeat, and Naruto materialized between Gato and his escape route. Going somewhere? Gato stumbled backward, his walking stick clattering to the ground. Stay away from me! Do you know who I am? I'm the most powerful man in the land of waves. You're a parasite, Naruto said, his voice cold. You've fed on these people's desperation long enough. He reached out and grabbed Gato by the collar, hauling the shorter man to eye level. The magnate's eyes were wide with terror, his face pale, his expensive suit stained with sweat. You can't kill me, Gato gasped. You're a ninja of Konoha, you have rules, codes. I'm not going to kill you. Naruto released him, letting the man drop to his knees. You're going to stand trial. In Wave. By the people you've oppressed. He bound Gato's wrists with chakra wire, the conductive material preventing the magnate from manipulating his hands to signal any remaining subordinates. Then he dragged the sputtering, cursing man back to where the others were finishing off the last of the thugs. The battle was over. Gato's army lay scattered across the bridge, some unconscious, some groaning, a few fleeing into the mist. Zabuza sat against the railing, his breathing shallow, his shoulder wound reopened and bleeding freely. Haku knelt beside him, her hands glowing with pale medical chakra. Your technique, Naruto said, watching her work. You're a medical nin. I learned to heal because Zabuza-sama gets hurt. Haku replied, her eyes fixed on the wound. My ice techniques are for combat. My medical techniques are for him. Will he live? Without proper treatment, perhaps. The wound from the Chidori was severe, and the fighting has aggravated it. Naruto knelt beside her, his own hands glowing green. Let me help. Haku's eyes widened. You would help us? After we tried to kill you? You tried to kill me because you were following orders. Gato was the enemy, not you. Naruto's hands found the damaged tissue, his medical ninjutsu skill guiding his chakra to the critical areas. Besides, I'm going to need someone to explain to the people of Wave exactly how Gato's operation worked. Testimony from a former operative carries more weight than a stranger's accusations. Haku stared at him for a long moment, her dark eyes searching his face for deception. She found none. You're a strange person, Naruto Uzumaki. I've been told. They worked in silence, their combined medical chakra knitting Zabuza's wound with a speed that drew an impressed grunt from Kakashi. The Jonin stood nearby, his Sharingan covered once more, his visible eye heavy with exhaustion. When he's stable, you'll both leave, Kakashi said. No more contracts in the land of waves. No more working for men like Gato. Zabuza's eyes opened, barely. And if I refuse? Then I'll have to stop you. Kakashi's voice was calm but absolute. But I'd rather not. You have skills that could be put to better use than assassination. And Haku. He looked at the girl. You're wasted as a tool. The word hung in the air, tool, and Haku flinched as if it had struck her. Zabuza's jaw worked silently, his pride and his practicality warring behind his eyes. Finally, the practicality won. Fine, he rasped. No more contracts in Wave. But I go where I please, copy ninja. Don't think this makes us allies. I don't. Kakashi turned away. It makes you less of an enemy. That's enough. The bridge was completed 3 days later. Naruto stood at the center of the span, the morning sun warm on his face, the ocean breeze carrying the scent of salt and fresh concrete. The people of Wave had turned out in force, farmers, fishermen, merchants, children, lining the bridge from end to end, their faces bright with a hope that had been absent for years. Tazuna stood at the front of the crowd, a bottle of sake in one hand and a pair of scissors in the other. He was crying openly, tears streaming down his weathered face, and his voice cracked repeatedly as he delivered a speech that nobody minded being too long. This bridge, Tazuna declared, is not just a connection between two pieces of land. It is a connection between two ways of life, the way of fear and the way of freedom. Today, we choose freedom. He snipped the ceremonial ribbon, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Naruto watched the celebration with a quiet satisfaction that the gamer's mind couldn't fully articulate. The system had registered the mission as complete, experience points awarded, titles earned, levels gained, but the numbers felt secondary to the reality before him. A country was free. A people had hope. A boy named Inari had found his hero. Quest complete, Land of Waves escort. Rewards, 15,000 EXP, title, Hero of the Hidden Mist, +3 all stats. Level up. Level up. Level up. You are now level 19. 25 stat points available. Ninetales Chakra Mode, Limited Level 1 Level 2. Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere, Level 3 Level 4. Wind Release, Vacuum Wave, Level 1 Level 3. Medical Ninjutsu, Level 2 Level 4. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Level 4 Level 5. Tactical Thinking, Level 2 Level 4. Team Synergy, 35/152/100. The Synergy rating had jumped dramatically. Fighting together against a common enemy had bonded Team 7 in ways that training never could. They were still far from seamless. Sasuke's competitiveness and Sakura's insecurity remained significant friction points, but the foundation was solid. They departed Wave the following morning, Zabuza and Haku watching from the shoreline as the Konoha team boarded the ferry. The Demon of the Mist said nothing, his pride wouldn't allow it, but Haku raised a hand in farewell. Naruto returned the gesture. The journey back to Konoha was uneventful. Kakashi spent most of it reading, though he occasionally glanced at his students with an expression that was equal parts pride and concern. Sasuke brooded, his Sharingan deactivated but his mind visibly churning. Sakura read a medical text that Naruto had lent her, her brow furrowed in concentration. Naruto meditated, his consciousness drifting through his chakra network, reinforcing the pathways that the Ninetales chakra had expanded. The foreign energy had left traces, grooves in his coils that would make future accesses easier and less risky. Kurama remained silent behind the gate, but Naruto could feel the fox's awareness, a constant pressure at the edge of his perception. 2 taels worth, the fox had said. It was a start. When they reached Konoha, Kakashi dismissed them with a reminder to rest and report to the mission desk the following morning. Sasuke and Sakura headed for their respective homes. Naruto walked through the village streets, his forehead protector catching the late afternoon sun, his shadow stretching long and thin behind him. He passed the academy, the training grounds, the Yamanaka flower shop. He passed the ramen stand that had been his only source of warmth for years, and the alley where he'd been cornered by drunk villagers at age 6, and the park where he'd sat alone on every festival night, watching other children play with their parents. The memories didn't hurt the way they used to. Gamer's mind processed the emotional residue like it processed everything else, efficiently, dispassionately, without allowing the pain to overwhelm the present. It was a double-edged sword. The system that protected him from trauma also insulated him from the full depth of his own feelings. He could acknowledge the sadness without drowning in it, but he couldn't fully experience the joy of his victories either. Was that a fair trade? He wasn't sure. His apartment was exactly as he'd left it, messy, cramped, smelling of old ramen and unwashed clothes. He sat on his bed and pulled up his status screen, studying the numbers with the same analytical detachment he applied to everything. Status: Name Naruto Uzumaki. Level 19. Title: Hero of the Hidden Mist. HP 1, 400/1, 400. Chakra points: 2 800/2, 800 base, /16,400, 9 tails enhanced. Strength: 28. Vit 33. Dex 30. Int 19. Wis 24. Luck 7. He allocated his unspent stat points with careful consideration. The Wave mission had demonstrated that his physical stats were sufficient for combat against Chunin and low Jonin threats, but his INT and WIS needed continued investment to support his growing jutsu library and tactical capabilities. Final allocation: INT plus 8, total 27. WIS plus 7, total 31. LUK plus 5, total 12. Strength plus 3, total 31. VIT plus 2, total 35. The changes settled into his mind like water into sand, subtle but pervasive. His thought processes accelerated slightly, his perception sharpened, his chakra control tightened. He could feel the difference in the precision of his vacuum sphere technique, the stability of his shadow clones, the depth of his medical diagnostics. He was growing. Faster than anyone had a right to, faster than the village's expectations could contain. And soon, very soon, the growth would attract attention that went beyond Kakashi's careful observation and the Hokage's knowing gaze. The Chunin exams were in 2 months. Naruto closed his status screen and lay back on his bed, staring at the cracked ceiling. The Chunin exams were the next milestone, the arena where genin proved their worth and advanced to the rank that opened doors to B-rank missions, leadership positions, and the respect of the shinobi world. They were also a target. Naruto had read the historical records. The Chunin exams had been attacked, infiltrated, and exploited by enemy villages multiple times over the years. The gathering of the next generation of shinobi was too tempting a target for conspiracies and power plays to ignore. He would need to be ready. He closed his eyes and activated meditation, his chakra points regeneration climbing to its enhanced rate. The night stretched before him, and he intended to spend it productively. After all, he had shadow clones to deploy, techniques to develop, and a nine-tailed fox to negotiate with. There was always more work to be done. The weeks preceding the Chunin exams were a crucible. Naruto organized his training with military precision, dividing his time between physical conditioning, jutsu development, team coordination, and an entirely new frontier, espionage. The Chunin exams would bring foreign ninja to Konoha, competitors and observers from every major hidden village. Understanding their capabilities, their strategies, and their motivations was a tactical imperative. He deployed shadow clones across the village in rotating shifts, each clone assigned a specific observation target. Some monitored the gates, cataloging every foreign ninja who entered and recording their physical characteristics, equipment, and behavioral patterns. Others staked out the hotels where visiting teams were staying, using chakra suppression and transformation jutsu to blend into the background as furniture, potted plants, or, on one memorable occasion, a very confused cat. The data streamed back to him in nightly memory integrations, each dispelled clone delivering a torrent of observations that his enhanced INT and gamer's mind processed and organized with machine-like efficiency. Foreign Ninja Database. Sunagekira Sand. Team 1 Gaara of the Desert, Level 28 Warning, Jinchuriki, Kankuro, Level 19, Temari, Level 20. Gaara, observed killing a civilian in an alley. No provocation detected. Sand auto shield activated without conscious input. Psychological profile, sociopathic, unstable, extremely dangerous. Kankuro, puppeteer. Carries a large wrapped object, combat puppet. Prefers mid-range engagement. Temari, wind release specialist. Large battle fan. AoE specialist. Odogekure sound. Team 1, Dosukinyuda, Level 18, Zaku Abumi, Level 17, Kintsuchi, Level 16. Dosu, melody arm device. Sound-based attacks. Tactical leader. Zaku, decapitating air tubes. Devastating close-range air blasts. Arrogant. Kin, Saban and Bells. Genjutsu specialist. Note: sound is a new village. Origin unknown. Motivations unclear. Flag for surveillance. Kirigakure missed. No official teams registered. Zabuza's defection may have disrupted their participation. Amegakure Rain. Team 1, observed but not engaged. Concealment techniques exceptional. Level estimates, 17 to 20. The Sand team's data was the most alarming. Gaara's level was staggering, 28, nearly 10 levels above the average genin, and the Jinchuriki tag confirmed what the system had suspected. Another container of a tailed beast. Another weapon forged in the fires of a village's ambition. And he was a homicidal weapon at that. The report of Gaara killing a civilian without provocation sent a chill down Naruto's spine that even Gamer's mind couldn't fully suppress. This wasn't a fellow shinobi with a tragic backstory. This was an unstable nuclear device given human form and pointed at the nearest target. I need to tell Kakashi-sensei about Gaara, Naruto thought, composing a mental memo. And the sound team. Something about them doesn't add up. He set the memo aside and turned his attention to his own development. The 2 months of intensive training had pushed his skills to new heights, and the system's feedback loops had been ruthlessly efficient in identifying and correcting weaknesses. Status: end of training period. Name: Naruto Uzumaki. Level: 24. Title: Hero of the Hidden Mist. HP 1-800/1, 800. Chakra points 3, 400/3, 400 base, /18,200, Ninetales enhanced. Strength 35. Vit 40. Dex 38. Int 31. Wis 36. Luck 14. His jutsu library had expanded significantly. Skills: Shadow Clone Jutsu Level 6, Proficiency, 78%. Transformation Jutsu Level 5, Proficiency, 90%. Substitution Jutsu Level 5, Proficiency, 85%. Taijutsu, Kohoha Style, Level 7, Proficiency, 55%. Chakra Control Level 7, Proficiency, 62%. Kunai/Shuriken Throwing Level 6, Proficiency, 70%. Chakra Enhancement Level 5, Proficiency, 60%. Chakra Thread Manipulation Level 4, Proficiency, 55%. Medical Ninjutsu Level 5, Proficiency, 48%. Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere Level 5, Proficiency, 65%. Wind Release, Vacuum Wave Level 4, Proficiency, 52%. Wind Shape Manipulation Level 3, Proficiency, 70%. Ninetales Chakra Mode, Limited Level 2, Proficiency, 30%. Tactical Thinking Level 5, Proficiency, 65%. Combat Precognition Level 4, Proficiency, 45%. Observation Level 4, Proficiency, 58%. Meditation Level 6, Proficiency, 40%. Stealth Level 4, Proficiency, 50%. Team Coordination Level 3, Proficiency, 60%. The numbers were impressive on paper, but Naruto knew better than to trust paper. The Chunin exams would test more than stats and jutsu. They would test adaptability, endurance, and the ability to function under pressure that no training environment could fully replicate. He reviewed his team's progress as well. Sasuke had pushed his Sharingan to 2 Tomo in each eye during the wave mission aftermath, and his combat stats had climbed steadily. The Uchiha's fire release techniques were devastating, and he'd begun developing lightning release, the Uchiha clan's secondary affinity, with a ferocity that bordered on obsession. Sakura had undergone the most dramatic transformation. Under Naruto's guidance, she developed her chakra control into a combat discipline that was uniquely her own. Her Tenketsu strikes could disable an opponent's chakra network with terrifying precision, and her chakra barrier had evolved into a multi-layered defensive technique that could withstand sustained assault. She was still the weakest in raw physical combat, but her tactical value had increased exponentially. Team synergy had climbed to 58 out of 100, a significant improvement, but still far from the seamless coordination that the coming exams would demand. The morning of the Chunin exams arrived with a thunderstorm. Rain lashed the village streets, driving most civilians indoors, but the academy building was packed with genin from every corner of the continent. The air in the corridors was thick with tension, posturing, and the barely suppressed violence of young warriors preparing to prove themselves. Naruto led his team through the crowd with quiet confidence, his observation skill passively scanning the assembled competitors. The data streamed in: levels, chakra natures, threat assessments, and he filed it away for tactical review. Room 301, Sasuke said, checking the notice board. 3rd floor. They climbed the stairs, only to find a crowd gathered outside a door marked 301 on the second floor. 2 genin, older, wearing sound headbands, were blocking the entrance, their arms crossed, their expressions sneering. "This is the room," one of them said. "Only those who can beat us get through." A genjutsu. Naruto's observation skill identified it immediately. The room number was a projection, the real 301 was on the 3rd floor, and the entire setup was a filter designed to eliminate the weakest competitors before the exams even began. He pushed through the crowd, his teammates flanking him. "It's a genjutsu," he announced, his voice carrying. "The real room 301 is on the 3rd floor. These two are projecting a false room number to weed out idiots who can't see through a basic illusion." The sound genin's expressions darkened. "Big talk from a..." Naruto met the speaker's eyes and let a fraction of the Nine-Tails killing intent leak through his gaze. The sound genin's words died in his throat, his body locking up as primal terror flooded his nervous system. "Move," Naruto said quietly. They moved. The real room 301 was a lecture hall, rows of desks descending toward a central stage where a cluster of Chunin proctors waited. The room was already half full, genin from every village staking out territory with glances and postures that would have done credit to a nature documentary about territorial animals. Team 7 found seats near the back, positioning themselves with clear sight lines to both the stage and the exits. Naruto continued his passive scanning, updating his foreign ninja database with real-time data. Observation: Team 8, Konoha, Kiba, Hinata, Shino. Threat assessment: mid-high genin. Note: Shino's Kikaichu have detected my passive scan. He's looking this way. Discretion advised. Observation: Team 10, Konoha, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji. Threat assessment: mid-genin. Note: Shikamaru is observing the room with unusual focus. His tactical assessment is likely superior to mine in terms of pure deductive reasoning. Avoid direct strategic confrontation. Observation: Sand siblings. Gaara, level 28 extreme threat. Kankuro, level 19 moderate threat. Temari, level 20 moderate threat. Note: Gaara's chakra is wrong. Dense, compressed, hostile. The one tail is barely contained. Do not engage without overwhelming numerical advantage. A tap on his shoulder. Naruto turned to find a young man with white eyes and long brown hair standing in the aisle, Neji Hyuga, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan's branch house. His expression was one of cold, calculating assessment. "Uzumaki," Neji said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I've heard interesting things about you. A dead last who became a genin through a special examination. Who defeated Missing Nin on his first C-rank mission. Who somehow developed Jonin-level chakra control in a matter of weeks. And you are?" "Neji Hyuga. The strongest genin in this room." The white eyes, the Byakugan, activated briefly, the veins around his temples bulging as the dojutsu saw through Naruto's skin and muscle to the chakra network beneath. "I looked at your coils earlier. Your chakra reserves are anomalous. Far beyond what a genin should possess. And there's something else. Something dark. Something sealed." Naruto's expression didn't change, but internally, every alarm he possessed was screaming. The Byakugan could see chakra networks, including the seal that contained the Nine Tails. If Neji decided to share that information. "Careful, Hyuga," Naruto said, his voice soft and edged with steel. "Some doors are locked for a reason. Picking them can be hazardous to your health." Neji's eyes narrowed, but the Byakugan deactivated. "We'll see each other in the exams. I look forward to seeing whether your reputation is deserved." He walked away, his posture radiating the unshakable confidence of someone who believed that destiny had already written his victories in stone. Sasuke watched him go, his jaw tight. "What was that about?" "He was scouting," Naruto replied. "The Byakugan can see chakra networks. He was checking our capabilities. And he saw enough to be concerned. Which means he'll either target us early or avoid us until the finals." Naruto leaned back in his seat. "Either way, we're on his radar now." The written exam began an hour later. The proctor, a scarred, intimidating woman named Ibiki Marino, laid out the rules with the casual menace of a man who enjoyed watching people squirm. The questions were deliberately impossible for most genin, designed to test cheating skills and information gathering rather than academic knowledge. Each team started with a shared point pool, and deductions for cheating would eliminate the entire team. Naruto's enhanced INT made the questions trivial. He could solve every problem on the test without resorting to espionage, but he recognized the trap. The test wasn't about getting the right answers. It was about demonstrating the ability to acquire information without being caught. He pulled out a blank sheet and began writing answers at a measured pace, deliberately slowing his output to match what a smart but not exceptional student would produce. Meanwhile, his observation skill monitored the room. Sakura was solving the problems on her own, her academic brilliance making the test a formality. Sasuke was using his Sharingan to copy the hand movements of a test taker in front of him, a textbook application of the dojutsu's copying capability. The 10th question, presented as a terrifying choice between attempting an impossibly difficult question and facing lifetime banishment from the Chunin exams, or walking away and trying again next year, was the real test. It was a psychological examination, designed to measure courage under arbitrary pressure. Naruto didn't hesitate. He slammed his palm on the desk and announced, to the entire room, that he didn't care about the rules, he'd answer the question and he'd pass, even if he had to take the exams 1,000 times. It was a calculated performance. The words matched the old Naruto persona that the village expected, the loud, brash, never give up dead last, even as the calculated intent behind them served the strategic purpose of bolstering his teammates' confidence and calling the proctor's bluff. Ibiki smiled, a genuine, almost fatherly expression, and revealed that the 10th question had been a test of resolve all along. Everyone who remained had passed. The first exam was over. The second exam began in the Forest of Death, a massive training ground enclosed by electrified fencing, its interior a dense, dangerous wilderness populated by giant animals, poisonous plants, and the occasional missing nin. The objective: obtain a Heaven Scroll and an Earth Scroll from opposing teams and reach the central tower within 5 days. Team 7 drew an Earth Scroll. They needed a Heaven Scroll to pass. Naruto's strategic planning had accounted for this scenario. The Forest of Death was a controlled environment with known variables, terrain types, wildlife distributions, and the psychological profile of every competing team. His shadow clones had spent the past 2 weeks mapping the forest's layout and identifying optimal ambush and evasion positions. "We move fast and quiet," Naruto said as they entered the forest. "I've identified 3 high-probability locations where teams with Heaven Scrolls are likely to camp. We hit the first one before nightfall." "Hit them how?" Sasuke asked. "Quickly and decisively. I engage from range with wind techniques, disrupting their formation. Sasuke closes with fire release and taijutsu. Sakura provides barrier support and targets any enemy who tries to flank." Naruto's eyes swept the tree line. "We don't give them time to strategize. Speed is our advantage." They moved through the forest like ghosts, Naruto's stealth skill minimizing their chakra signatures, his danger sense providing early warning of threats. They encountered a team from Rain in the first hour, a trio of Chunin-level genin who had set up camp in a clearing near a stream. The engagement lasted less than 90 seconds. Naruto's vacuum wave cleared the clearing of concealment, Sasuke's fireball forced the Rain ninja out of their defensive positions, and a coordinated taijutsu assault from Sasuke and 2 of Naruto's shadow clones overwhelmed their remaining resistance. Sakura's chakra barrier deflected the only counterattack, and Naruto's medical ninjutsu stabilized the worst injuries after the fight. They obtained a Heaven Scroll. "Too easy," Sasuke muttered, eyeing the scroll. "Agreed." Naruto's danger sense was pinging, not an immediate threat, but a persistent, low-grade unease that suggested they were being observed. "Someone is watching us." "Threat detected. Source unknown. Chakra signature anomalous. Threat level catastrophic." The air pressure changed. The forest fell silent, not the relative quiet of an empty clearing, but the absolute, suffocating silence of a predator so terrifying that even the insects dared not make a sound. A figure dropped from the canopy. He was tall, pale, with long black hair and serpentine eyes that gleamed with a malice so pure it seemed almost artistic. His face was stretched into a smile that belonged on a skull, and his chakra was a physical weight, dense, dark, and ancient beyond comprehension. Observation: Orochimaru. Level unknown. Title: Legendary Sannin. HP unknown. Chakra points unknown. Chakra nature all known. Bloodline unknown modifications. Threat assessment: Kage level flee on sight. Warning: observation skill insufficient. Do not engage. Every cell in Naruto's body screamed at him to run. The Nine-Tails chakra flared involuntarily, the rust-red aura flickering to life around him as Kurama responded to the presence of an old enemy with a surge of protective fury. "You!" Kurama's voice rumbled in Naruto's mind. "Run, brat! That man is not someone you can fight." Orochimaru's serpentine eyes shifted to Naruto, and the smile widened. "Interesting. The Nine-Tails vessel. I was hoping to find Sasuke-kun, but you're a delightful surprise." He moved. Naruto's combat precognition screamed, but the warning was useless. The speed differential was so vast that even knowing the attack was coming provided no means of evasion. 1 second, Orochimaru was 20 feet away. The next, his hand was around Naruto's throat, lifting him off the ground with effortless strength. Such potential! Orochimaru murmured, his tongue, a grotesque, unnaturally long thing, flicking across his lips. The fourth Hokage's legacy. I wonder what would happen if I removed the seal. Naruto's hands flew to Orochimaru's wrist, chakra enhancement blazing. He tried to break the grip, but the Sannin strength was immovable, like trying to bend a mountain. The Nine-Tails chakra surged, trying to burn Orochimaru's hand, but the pale man simply absorbed the heat with a look of mild amusement. Feisty. Good. Orochimaru released him, and Naruto dropped to the ground gasping. But I'm not here for you today, little fox. I'm here for the Uchiha. He turned his attention to Sasuke. The Uchiha was frozen, not with fear, but with something more primal. Orochimaru's killing intent was pressing down on him like a physical weight, triggering the same trauma response that had paralyzed him during the Zabuza fight. Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru crooned. I can give you power. The power to kill your brother. All you have to do is come to me. Stay away from him. Sakura stepped forward, her hands raised, her chakra barrier flickering to life between Sasuke and the Sannin. Orochimaru glanced at her with the dismissive irritation of a man swatting at a fly. A single pulse of killing intent sent her to her knees, gasping, the barrier shattering like glass. Sakura! Naruto pulled himself upright, his Nine-Tails chakra roaring. He formed a hand seal. Wind release, vacuum sphere! The compressed air blast struck Orochimaru in the chest, and passed through him like wine through smoke. A substitution. The real Orochimaru was behind Sasuke, his neck stretching impossibly, 6 feet, 8 feet, 10, until his serpentine face was inches from the Uchiha's ear. The power of the Sharingan. Orochimaru whispered. I want it, Sasuke-kun. And you want the power to destroy Itachi. We can help each other. His jaw unhinged, and fangs gleamed in the forest's dim light. Naruto moved. He didn't think. The gamer's mind calculated the trajectory, the Nine-Tails chakra provided the speed, and his body simply acted. He slammed into Sasuke, knocking the Uchiha aside, and took Orochimaru's bite on his own neck. The pain was indescribable. It wasn't physical, or rather, it was physical and something more, something that transcended nerve endings and invaded the very essence of his being. A seal, the curse mark, branded itself into his flesh, dark tendrils of corrupted chakra spreading from the bite wound like infection from a poisoned wound. Warning, foreign seal detected. Seal type, curse mark of heaven modified. Effect, force chakra enhancement, psychological corruption. System response, analyzing. Analysis complete, gamer's body resisting corruption. Curse mark effectiveness, reduced by 72%. Remaining effect, plus 15% chakra output, minor pain resistance. Naruto ripped himself free from Orochimaru's fangs, blood streaming from the wound, his vision swimming. The curse mark's dark chakra warred with the Nine-Tails' rust-red energy, the two foreign influences battling for dominance within his chakra network. The Nine-Tails won. Kurama's chakra was more potent, and far more integrated with Naruto's body than the curse mark's parasitic corruption. The dark tendrils were forced back, contained to the immediate area around the bite wound, their influence suppressed but not eliminated. Orochimaru watched the internal battle with naked fascination. Remarkable. The Nine-Tails chakra is actively resisting the curse mark. That shouldn't be possible. The corruption is designed to overwhelm the host's natural defenses. I'm not a normal host. Naruto gasped, pressing his hand over the wound. The blood was already slowing, the gamer's body passive was accelerating his regeneration. And you just made a mistake. Did I? Orochimaru's smile hadn't wavered. The curse mark will still work, Uzumaki. It simply requires more encouragement. And when it activates, you'll come to me. They all do. He sank into the ground, his body dissolving into mud, and was gone. The forest returned to life, birds singing, insects buzzing, the oppressive silence lifting like a curtain. Orochimaru's chakra signature faded, his presence retreating to a distance that Naruto's danger sense could no longer track. Sasuke was staring at Naruto with an expression that was equal parts horror and confusion. Why did you do that? You took the bite that was meant for me. Because I can handle it, Naruto said, his voice steadier than he felt. He pulled up his interface, checking the curse mark status. Curse mark of heaven modified contained. Activation threshold high. System monitoring active. Gamer's mind resisting psychological corruption. The curse mark is a corruption technique. he explained to his teammates. It feeds on negative emotions and chakra depletion to take over the host's body. My natural defenses are containing it, but it's still there. I'll need to be careful. Sakura rushed to his side, her hands glowing green. Let me see the wound. She examined the bite mark, her medical training providing a framework for understanding the damage. The flesh around the wound was inflamed, the 3 puncture marks oozing a mixture of blood and dark chakra, but the spreading pattern had been arrested. The tissue is stable, she reported, her voice clinical despite the tremor in her hands. Whatever you did, it stopped the corruption from spreading. But I can feel the seal, it's like a knot of foreign chakra sitting on top of your network. I know. I'll manage it. Naruto pushed himself to his feet, wincing at the residual pain. We need to move. Orochimaru's presence will attract other teams. And we still need to reach the tower. They continued through the forest, their formation tighter than before, their vigilance elevated to a near-paranoid level. The encounter with Orochimaru had shaken them, not just because of the Sanin's overwhelming power, but because of the casual, surgical precision with which he had dismantled their defenses. They encountered other teams over the next 3 days, Rain Genin fleeing from something in the deep forest, a sound team that Naruto's database flagged as subordinates of Orochimaru, and a grass team that turned out to be another of the Sanin's disguised agents. They avoided combat where possible, using Naruto's stealth skill and danger sense to route around threats, and engaged only when escape was impossible. Each engagement sharpened their coordination. Sasuke's fire techniques combined with Naruto's wind to create infernos that could have leveled small buildings. Sakura's barrier techniques provided critical seconds of defense that allowed the boys to reposition and counterattack. The team synergy rating climbed steadily, 52, 58, 63, as the forest forged them into a functional unit. On the 4th day, they reached the central tower. The third exam's preliminary rounds were held in a massive underground arena, a concrete bowl surrounded by observation balconies where Chunin and Jonin watched with evaluating eyes. The format was single elimination, one-on-one combat, victory by knockout, surrender, or proctor intervention. Naruto's first opponent was Kiba Inuzuka. The Inuzuka was confident, bordering on cocky, with his Nikken partner Akamaru perched on his head, and a fighting style based on overwhelming aggression and enhanced senses. He taunted Naruto before the match, referencing his old reputation as the class dead last. Should be an easy win, Kiba announced, cracking his knuckles. Akamaru and I have been training way harder than you, dead last. Naruto said nothing. He walked to the center of the arena, his expression neutral, his hands loose at his sides. The curse mark on his neck pulsed faintly, a phantom itch that Gamer's mind kept firmly suppressed. Begin! Kiba charged, Akamaru leaping from his head to flank. The Inuzuka's claws extended, chakra enhancing his fingertips, and he swept a strike at Naruto's midsection. Naruto sidestepped. The movement was minimal, a quarter-inch shift of his center of gravity, but it carried him just outside the arc of Kiba's strike. The Inuzuka's claws passed through empty air, and Naruto's hand shot out, grabbing Kiba's wrist and redirecting his momentum. Too much commitment, Naruto observed. You telegraph your attacks with your shoulders. He released Kiba's wrist and drove his palm into the Inuzuka's chest, a chakra-enhanced strike that sent Kiba skidding backward across the arena floor. Akamaru lunged, teeth bared, but Naruto caught the Nikken midair with a chakra thread, gently depositing the dog on the ground beside his partner. No animals, Naruto said, his voice carrying across the silent arena. I'd rather not hurt your dog. Kiba's face twisted with rage. Fong over Fong! He and Akamaru began spinning, their bodies becoming twin drills of chakra-enhanced destruction. The technique was fast, powerful, and almost impossible to dodge in a confined space. Almost. Naruto formed a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 clones appeared, each one sprinting in a different direction. Kiba's spinning attack followed the original, but Naruto substituted with one of his clones, appearing behind the Inuzuka as the drill tore through the decoy. Vacuum Sphere. The compressed air blast struck Kiba in the back, the concussive force breaking his spin and sending him tumbling across the arena. He hit the wall hard, Akamaru yipping in distress as he scrambled to his partner's side. Kiba tried to rise, but his legs gave out. The proctor stepped in. Winner Naruto Uzumaki. The observation balconies were silent for a beat, then erupted in murmurs and whispered conversations. The class dead last had dismantled one of the Academy's top physical combatants with a display of tactical precision that bordered on surgical. Naruto walked out of the arena without looking back. His mind was already on the next match, the next opponent, the next challenge. The preliminaries continued. Sasuke fought a sound ninja named Yoroi, his curse mark, It turned out Orochimaru had bitten him as well, before the exam began, activating mid-fight and nearly consuming him before Kakashi intervened. Sakura fought Ino in a battle of former friends that ended in a mutual knockout. Shino dominated a sound kunoichi with his parasitic insects. Temari dismantled Tenten. Kankuro surrendered his match. And then it was the match that everyone had been waiting for. Neji Hyuga vs Hinata Hyuga. Cousin vs cousin. Main house vs branch house. Destiny vs Defiance. Naruto watched from the balcony, his observation skill tracking the combatants' chakra networks in real time. Neji's gentle fist was flawless, every strike precise, every step calculated, every breath synchronized with his Byakugan's perceptual feed. Hinata's technique was gentler, more defensive, her modified gentle fist focusing on redirection rather than interception. It wasn't enough. Neji's skill advantage was insurmountable, and his psychological assault, dismissing Hinata's efforts, declaring her fate written in her bloodline, was more damaging than his physical strikes. "This is the reality of the main house," Neji declared, his palm strike connecting with Hinata's chest and sending her crashing to the ground. "No matter how hard you try, you cannot change destiny. People are born into their roles, and they die in them. That is the truth of this world." Hinata rose. Her body was trembling, her chakra network disrupted, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. But her eyes, those pale, lavender Byakugan eyes, were clear and unbroken. "I don't believe that," she whispered. "Naruto-kun taught me that you can change. That you can be more than what others expect of you." She charged. It was a desperate, reckless assault, driven by conviction rather than strategy, and Neji dismantled it with contemptuous ease. His palm strike caught her heart, disrupting the organ's chakra-regulated rhythm, and Hinata collapsed. The medical team rushed in. Neji turned away, his expression cold and satisfied, and found Naruto standing in his path. "Move," Neji said. "When you fight in the finals," Naruto said, his voice quiet and hard, "I'm going to be your opponent. And I'm going to prove you wrong." Neji's Byakugan activated, studying Naruto's chakra network with analytical intensity. The curse mark on Naruto's neck pulsed, and the Nine-Tails chakra stirred beneath the surface, creating a cascade of anomalous readings that made the Byakugan's veins bulge. "You carry 2 curses, Uzumaki," Neji observed. "One external, one internal. And you presume to lecture me about destiny?" "I carry 2 curses, and I choose my own path anyway." Naruto's blue eyes held Neji's white ones without flinching. "That's the difference between us. You've already decided who you are. I'm still becoming." He stepped aside, letting Neji pass, but the declaration hung in the arena air like a challenge that couldn't be unanswered. The Hokage, who had been watching from the highest balcony, leaned toward an Anbu operative and murmured, "Keep an eye on Naruto Uzumaki. Something is happening to that boy, and I want to know what it is." The month between the preliminaries and the finals was a gift, and a test. Kakashi assigned each team member a personal instructor for the interim. Sasuke was taken under Kakashi's direct tutelage, the copy ninja planning to develop the Uchiha's lightning affinity and help him control the curse mark. Sakura was referred to the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, the legendary medical ninja, who had recently returned to the village and was accepting students. Naruto was assigned to Ebisu, a special jonin specializing in basic training and elite tutoring. It was, on paper, a mismatch. Ebisu was a competent instructor but wholly out of his depth when it came to Naruto's unique capabilities. They met at a training ground on the 3rd day, Ebisu adjusting his sunglasses and looking at Naruto with the barely concealed distaste that most of the village's establishment reserved for the Nine-Tails container. "I've reviewed your academy records and your preliminary match," Ebisu said, his voice clipped and professional. "Your fundamentals are surprisingly solid for someone with your background. But your chakra control still needs significant refinement if you hope to compete at the Chunin level." Naruto suppressed a smile. His chakra control was level 7 with 62% proficiency, well beyond what Ebisu could assess through conventional observation. But arguing the point would be counterproductive. "What do you suggest, Ebisu-sensei?" "Water walking. It's the next step after tree climbing, and it will." "I can already water walk." Ebisu blinked. "You can?" Naruto demonstrated, walking out onto the training grounds pond with the easy grace of someone who'd been doing it for months. He even added a flourish, walking on his hands, then spinning, then standing on one foot, just to drive the point home. Ebisu's sunglasses slipped down his nose. "I see. Well then, perhaps we should focus on advanced shape manipulation. I've heard you've developed wind release techniques. Refining those could—" "With respect, Ebisu-sensei," Naruto interrupted. I don't think you're the right instructor for me. The special Jonin's face reddened. Excuse me? You're an elite tutor. Your specialty is bringing genin up to Chunin level fundamentals. But I'm already past that. My wind release needs a wind specialist. My taijutsu needs a combat veteran. My chakra control needs someone who can push me beyond what standard training can achieve. And who would you suggest? Naruto had been thinking about this since the preliminaries. There was one person in Konoha, perhaps the only person, who could provide the training he needed. A man who had mastered every aspect of the shinobi arts, who had trained the fourth Hokage, who had been called the professor for his mastery of every jutsu in the village's archives. I need to speak with the third Hokage. The audience was granted that afternoon. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, his pipe trailing smoke, his weathered face inscrutable. He studied Naruto with those penetrating eyes, eyes that had seen wars, betrayals, and the rise and fall of legends. You wish to train with me? Hiruzen said. That's a bold request from a genin. With respect, Hokage-sama, I'm not a typical genin. And the threat I'll face in the finals isn't a typical opponent. Neji Hyuga. He's a prodigy with the Byakugan, the gentle fist, and a belief system that makes him unpredictable. Standard training won't prepare me for him. I need someone who understands non-standard combat, who can teach me to fight an opponent who can see my chakra network and target it with surgical precision. Hiruzen was silent for a long moment. Then he set down his pipe and rose from his chair, moving to the window that overlooked the village. I've been watching you, Naruto. Not through Anbu reports or instructor evaluations, through my own observations. You've changed dramatically in the past 3 months. Your combat capabilities, your tactical thinking, your emotional composure, all have evolved at a rate that defies conventional explanation. Naruto kept his expression neutral, gamer's mind processing the old man's words for hidden meanings. I have my suspicions about the source of this evolution, Hiruzen continued. And I've chosen not to investigate them, because the results speak for themselves. You are becoming a formidable shinobi, and your loyalty to this village has never been in question. He turned back to face Naruto. But I will ask you one question, and I would appreciate an honest answer. Of course, Hokage-sama. Are you in control of whatever is happening to you? The question cut to the heart of the matter. The system, the gamer interface, was it controlling him, or was he controlling it? The gamer's mind suppressed emotional extremes, but it didn't dictate his choices. The gamer's body accelerated his growth, but it didn't determine how he used that growth. The Nine-Tails chakra was a separate issue, but even that was contained by the seal and his own willpower. Yes, Naruto said. I am in control. Hiruzen studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Very well. I will train you personally for the next month. But I have conditions. Name them. First, you will continue your standard team duties and D-rank missions. Second, you will report any unusual developments with your condition to me immediately. Third, he paused, his expression growing grave. Third, you will not use the Nine-Tails chakra in the finals unless your life is in danger. The village is already anxious about the Jinchuriki's participation in public combat. A display of demonic power would not be well received. Naruto had expected this. The village's fear of the Nine-Tails was a political reality that couldn't be ignored, no matter how much power the fox's chakra provided. Understood, Hokage-sama. Good. Then we begin tomorrow. Report to Training Ground 3 at dawn. Hiruzen retrieved his pipe and relit it with a small spark of chakra. And Naruto, call me Hiruzen-sensei from now on. If we're going to work together, we should dispense with the formalities. The month that followed was the most intensive training period of Naruto's life. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the professor, the god of shinobi, was not a gentle instructor. He was a taskmaster who had trained 3 Hokage-level ninja and countless jonin over his 60-year career, and he expected nothing less than total commitment from his students. The training regimen he designed for Naruto was holistic, addressing every aspect of the shinobi arts simultaneously. Mornings were devoted to physical conditioning, running, climbing, swimming, and bodyweight exercises that pushed Naruto's VIT and DX to their limits. Afternoons were for jutsu development, Hiruzen teaching Naruto shape manipulation techniques that the academy had never covered, showing him how to compress, expand, and redirect chakra with a finesse that made his previous efforts look like finger painting. Evenings were for strategy. The third Hokage had forgotten more about tactical thinking than most ninja would ever learn, and he poured that knowledge into Naruto with the focused intensity of a man transferring a lifetime's worth of wisdom in a matter of weeks. The gentle fist is the most dangerous taijutsu style in the village, Hiruzen explained one evening, as they sat in his private study surrounded by scrolls and ancient texts. It bypasses external defenses and attacks the chakra network directly. Against a Byakugan user, every movement you make is visible, every chakra pathway exposed. Then how do I fight it? By making your chakra network irrelevant. Hiruzen reached into a scroll case and withdrew a yellow document covered in complex diagrams. This is the Hiraishin, the Flying Thunder God technique. It was developed by the 4th Hokage and is considered the most effective spatial manipulation jutsu ever created. Naruto's breath caught. The 4th Hokage's signature technique, the jutsu that had earned Minato Namikaze the title of Yellow Flash, the technique that had ended the Third Shinobi War's deadliest engagements in the blink of an eye. You're going to teach me the Hiraishin? I'm going to teach you the principles behind it. The full technique requires years of refinement that you don't have. But a simplified version, a body flicker with a marked destination, should be within your capabilities. Hiruzen's eyes crinkled with something that might have been pride, or might have been memory. Your father would have wanted you to have this. The words landed like a physical blow. My father? Hiruzen's expression didn't change, but something shifted in the atmosphere, a weight of revelation that had been deferred for too long. Minato Namikaze was the 4th Hokage. He was also your father. The gamer's mind processed the information with its characteristic detachment, but even that supernatural calm but this time couldn't fully suppress the emotional resonance. Minato Namikaze. The Yellow Flash. The man who had sealed the Nine Tails inside his own son and died in the process. The man Kurama told him about. I see, Naruto said, his voice steady despite the maelstrom of emotion churning beneath the surface. And my mother? Kushina Uzumaki. The previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. She died on the night of your birth, her chakra used to anchor the seal that contains the fox. Hiruzen's voice was heavy with the burden of secrets kept too long. I kept this information from you for your own protection. Minato had enemies, powerful, dangerous enemies who would have targeted you if your parentage had become known. But you're old enough now to know the truth. And you deserve to know it. Naruto sat in silence, absorbing the revelation. The system flagged the information, linking it to his existing data on the Nine-Tails seal, the Uzumaki bloodline, and the mysterious foreign chakra entity that the gamer interface had identified on day 1. Thank you, Hiruzen-sensei, he said finally, for telling me. You're not angry? I was angry for 12 years about the way the village treated me. I was angry about the whispers and the glares and the loneliness. But I'm not angry about this. He met the 3rd Hokage's eyes with a clarity that surprised them both. My parents gave their lives to protect this village and to protect me. I'm not going to waste that sacrifice by being angry about it. I'm going to honor it by becoming stronger. Hiruzen smiled, a genuine, warm smile that reached his eyes. You are your parents' son, Naruto. Both of them would be proud. The training resumed with renewed intensity. The Hiraishin principles were complex. Spatial manipulation required a level of chakra control that pushed even Naruto's enhanced capabilities to their limits. The marking technique, the spatial awareness, the instantaneous transposition, each component had to be mastered individually before they could be integrated into a functional jutsu. After 2 weeks, Naruto had developed a working prototype. New skill acquired, marked body flicker level 1. Effect, instantly teleport to a location marked with the user's chakra seal. Range, 50 meters. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Chakra cost, 200 chakra points per use. Note, this is a simplified version of the Flying Thunder God technique. Higher levels will increase range, reduce cooldown, and enable more complex spatial manipulations. It wasn't the Hiraishin, not even close. But it was enough. A 3-second cooldown meant he could use it repeatedly in combat, and the 50-meter range was sufficient to outmaneuver a Gentle Fist user's engagement envelope. He combined the marked body flicker with his existing skill set, shadow clones for misdirection, chakra threads for ranged attacks, wind release for area control, and developed a combat methodology that was uniquely his own. The system flagged the integrated approach as a new skill. New skill acquired, spatial combat methodology level 1. Effect, integrates teleportation, clone tactics, and ranged attacks into a unified combat system. Significant increase in combat effectiveness against opponents reliant on visual tracking. Against a Byakugan user who could see his chakra but not predict his spatial displacement, it might be enough. The final week before the Chunin exam finals, Naruto pushed himself harder than ever before. He created 50 shadow clones each night, allocating them to specialized training tasks, medical jutsu refinement, wind technique development, tactical simulation, and most importantly, curse mark suppression. The foreign seal on his neck remained a persistent threat, its dark chakra probing at his defenses whenever his concentration lapsed. But Gamer's mind held. The system's psychological immunity prevented the curse mark from gaining the foothold it needed to activate, and the Nine-Tails chakra provided an additional layer of resistance that Orochimaru hadn't anticipated. The Sannin's gift was contained, barely, its power accessible but its corruption neutralized. On the night before the finals, Naruto sat on the roof of his apartment building, looking out over the village that had spent 12 years pretending he didn't exist. The lights of Konoha glittered below, and the massive carving of the Hokage faces loomed on the cliff above, the fourth stone eyes staring out over the village he died to protect. His father's eyes. Naruto touched the forehead protector on his brow, the one he'd earned through blood and determination, the one that marked him as a shinobi of Konoha. He thought about the path that had brought him here, the system that had appeared in his darkest moment, the skills he'd developed through relentless training, the teammates who'd become more than just strategic assets, the enemies who'd tested his limits and forced him to grow. He thought about the boy he'd been 3 months ago, alone, despised, powerless, and the person he'd become. The transformation wasn't just numerical. It wasn't just stats and levels and skill trees. It was fundamental. He saw the world differently now, understood it differently, moved through it with a purpose and clarity that the old Naruto couldn't have imagined. But the core was the same. The stubbornness, the refusal to give up, the desperate, burning need to prove that his existence mattered, those had always been there. The system had just given them shape and direction. Quest available. The Chunin exam finals. Objective: defeat Neji Hyuga and advance to Chunin rank. Hidden objectives, unknown. Rewards: Chunin promotion, 20,000 EXP, unknown. Failure: remain genin, potential team reassignment. Naruto accepted the quest and closed his eyes, letting the cool night air wash over him. Tomorrow, he would step into the arena and face a prodigy who believed that destiny was absolute. He would fight with everything he had: wind and chakra and willpower, and the weight of 2 legacies on his shoulders. He would prove Neji wrong. He would prove the village wrong. He would prove himself right. And when the dust settled, the class dead last would be one step closer to becoming the strongest shinobi the world had ever seen. The night was quiet. The village slept. And Naruto Uzumaki, level 24, prepared for war. The arena was a coliseum of concrete and expectation. Stands rose in steep tiers around the circular battlefield, packed with civilians, daimyo, and shinobi from every corner of the continent. Banners fluttered from the upper railings, Konoha's spiral leaf, the diamond pattern of the Fire Daimyo's retinue, the muted colors of foreign delegations who had come to evaluate the next generation of military assets. The noise was tremendous, a wall of sound built from thousands of conversations, hawkers selling snacks, and the restless shuffling of bodies on hard stone benches. Naruto stood in the competitor's tunnel, his forehead protector tied tight, his equipment pouches loaded with the precise inventory his tactical analysis had recommended. The kanji for Ichiraku that had once adorned his orange jacket had been replaced with nothing. The fabric was plain now, unadorned, the bright color toned down with a layer of black mesh armor beneath. He'd modified the jacket himself, cutting away the excess fabric that could be grabbed in close combat, reinforcing the seams with chakra-conductive thread. Sasuke was absent. The Uchiha hadn't arrived at the arena yet, a deliberate tactic by Kakashi, Naruto suspected, designed to unnerve their opponents and buy Sasuke every possible second of training. The proctors would allow it. The Uchiha name carried weight that even the rules bent to accommodate. Sakura stood beside him, her pink hair pulled back, her green eyes scanning the competition with a sharpness that hadn't been there 3 months ago. She wore fingerless gloves now, the better to execute her tenketsu strikes, and her kunai pouch had been repositioned for a cross-body draw that shaved milliseconds off her reaction time. "Nervous?" she asked without looking at him. No. It wasn't bravado. The gamer's mind had dampened the physiological symptoms of anxiety to near zero. His heart rate was resting, his breathing measured, his muscles loose and warm. He was as ready as it was possible to be. "Liar." A faint smile crossed her face. "You're always nervous before a fight. You just don't show it anymore." She wasn't wrong. The gamer's mind suppressed the outward manifestations, but somewhere beneath the calm analytical surface, the old Naruto, the one who had sat alone in his apartment staring at a cracked ceiling, still understood what was at stake. The proctor's voice echoed through the arena, amplified by a jutsu. "Would all finalists please assemble on the arena floor?" Naruto walked out of the tunnel and into the light. The crowd noise swelled, then fragmented into pockets of recognition and commentary. Asterisk, that's the Nine-Tails boy. The dead last who somehow made it this far. The one who fought in the land of waves. Asterisk, the whispers were a living thing, 1,000 small judgments brushing against his skin like sandpaper. He ignored them. His focus was on the arena floor, packed earth, 50 meters in diameter, ringed by a low concrete wall. The terrain was neutral, offering no advantage to either combatant. No trees for vertical maneuvering, no water for release techniques, no obstacles for concealment. Just two people and the space between them. Neji Hyuga stood at the far end of the arena, his arms folded, his pale eyes closed. He hadn't bothered to activate the Byakugan yet, the supreme confidence of a prodigy who considered his opponent beneath his notice. His hataide was tied around his forehead, the Hyuga main house symbol subtly woven into the fabric of his high-collared jacket. 8 other finalists lined the arena floor, but Naruto only had eyes for one. The matchups were displayed on a massive board that descended from the arena's ceiling. The first fight, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Neji Hyuga. Second, Sasuke Uchiha vs. Gaara of the Desert. Third, Temari vs. Shikamaru Nara. Fourth, Kankuro vs. Shino Aburame, though Kankuro had already indicated his intention to forfeit, likely a strategic decision by the Sand Village to preserve their assets. The remaining matches would be determined by the outcomes of the first 4. First match, the proctor announced, the same scarred Chunin, Hate, who had overseen the preliminaries, though his cough had worsened in the intervening weeks. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Neji Hyuga. All other competitors, please retire to the viewing area. Sakura squeezed his shoulder as she passed. Win! Shino, Kiba, and the others filed toward the tunnel. Neji walked to the center of the arena with the measured grace of a nobleman entering his own estate. His eyes were still closed. Naruto met him at the center. And I told you that I choose my own path. A pretty sentiment. But sentiment doesn't change reality. Neji's eyes opened, and the veins around his temples bulged as the Byakugan activated. I can see everything inside you, Uzumaki. Your chakra network, your tenketsu, your foreign contamination, your sealed beast. I see a person who was branded at birth, just like me. The difference is that I've accepted my fate, and you're still fighting a battle you've already lost. I'm not branded. And I'm not like you. No? Neji's lips curved, a cold, humorless expression. Then why is the seal on your stomach shaped like a lock? Naruto didn't respond. The proctor raised his hand. Begin! Neji shifted into the gentle fist stance, lead foot forward, hands open, fingers slightly curved, weight distributed for instantaneous movement in any direction. It was a perfect opening posture, textbook Hyuga, not a millimeter of wasted positioning. Naruto planted his feet and formed a single hand seal. 4 shadow clones materialized around him, fanning out in a diamond pattern. Each clone carried a kunai with an explosive tag attached. More parlor tricks, Neji observed. Did you learn nothing from your fight with Kiba? Clones cannot overcome the Byakugan. I see through every one of them. I'm not trying to hide anything from you. Naruto's hand dipped into his pouch and emerged with a small, ink-marked tag, a chakra seal of his own design, adapted from the Horatian principles Hiruzen had taught him. He pressed it against the arena floor beneath his foot. I'm giving you choices. And I want to see which ones you make. The clones attacked. 2 came from the left, 1 from the right, 1 from above, a coordinated assault designed to force Neji into a defensive posture and reveal his reaction patterns. Neji didn't move into a defensive posture. He moved forward. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. His hands became blurs, striking the first clone with 2 hits, the second with 4, the third with 8, the fourth with 16, each strike a precise tenketsu closure that disrupted the clone's chakra network and dispelled it in a puff of smoke. The entire sequence took less than 3 seconds. Combat data recorded, gentle fist 32 palms. Strike pattern binary progression 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. Weakness identified, technique requires stationary target. Counter strategy, spatial displacement during palm strike sequence. Your clones are useless, Neji said, settling back into his stance. Their tenketsu can be closed with a single strike each. You cannot. Naruto appeared behind him. The marked body flicker executed flawlessly, the chakra seal on the arena floor serving as the anchor point, his body phasing through space and materializing in Neji's blind spot. His kunai was already in motion, the blade aimed at the junction of Neji's shoulder and neck where the trapezius muscle met the collarbone. Neji spun. The Byakugan had seen the chakra displacement a fraction of a second before Naruto materialized, enough warning to activate his rotation. 8 trigrams, palm rotation! A dome of chakra erupted from Neji's body, the rotational force deflecting Naruto's kunai and sending the blonde skidding backward across the arena floor. The rotation was a perfect defense, an omnidirectional chakra shield that could repel any physical attack. But it required Neji to remain stationary while executing it. Naruto had already marked the floor at 6 additional points during the clone assault. Each tag was a potential teleportation destination. He flickered again, appearing at the 3 o'clock position, and threw a vacuum sphere at the tail end of Neji's rotation, when the chakra dome was collapsing and the Hyuga's guard was momentarily open. The compressed air blast caught Neji in the ribs. The impact was substantial, enough to crack bone and send the prodigy staggering sideways. Blood flecked his lips. The crowd gasped. Neji straightened, his expression shifting from cold confidence to something more dangerous, focused assessment. His Byakugan tracked Naruto's chakra signature with renewed intensity, analyzing the spatial displacement technique that had allowed the blonde to bypass his defense. A body flicker variant, Neji said, wiping the blood from his mouth. Clever. But spatial displacement has a tell. Your chakra flares at the destination point a fraction of a second before your body arrives. I can see it coming now. Can you? Naruto formed another hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 6 clones appeared. But this time, they didn't attack, they scattered, each one pressing a chakra seal tag against the arena floor at a different location. Within seconds, the battlefield was peppered with anchor points, a lattice of potential teleportation destinations that turned the entire arena into a 3-dimensional chessboard. Neji's Byakugan flickered between the tags, trying to track them all. His focus was fragmenting, the sheer number of potential attack vectors overwhelming the Byakugan's ability to process each one in real time. You're trying to create information overload, Neji realized. Flood my vision with data until I can't distinguish real threats from false ones. A perception can only process so many inputs simultaneously, Naruto confirmed. Your Byakugan is the strongest visual dojutsu in existence, but the brain behind it is still human. And humans have limits. He flickered. Neji spun, palm rotation flaring, but Naruto had teleported to a point behind the rotation's edge, outside the deflection radius. He drove a chakra-enhanced palm strike into the small of Neji's back. The impact launched the Hyuga forward. Neji rolled with the momentum, coming up in a crouch, his jacket torn, his back radiating agony, but his Byakugan still active and his fighting spirit unbroken. 32 palms! He snarled, charging. Naruto flickered again. Neji adjusted, tracking the chakra flare, his strike pattern shifting to intercept the destination point. And Naruto flickered a second time, mid-flicker, using a second tag as a redirection point. The double flicker was a technique he developed during the final week of training, a chakra-intensive maneuver that broke the linear prediction model Neji was using to anticipate his movements. He materialized above Neji, descending in a hammer kick that the Hyuga barely dodged. The kick cratered the arena floor, sending cracked spiderwebbing through the packed earth. Neji countered with a palm strike to Naruto's chest, a gentle fist blow aimed at the heart tenketsu. Naruto twisted, taking the strike on his shoulder instead, and felt the characteristic numbing cold of a closed tenketsu. Tenketsu closed, left shoulder. Chakra flow 14% reduced. Gamer's body, compensating. Pathway rerouted. Chakra flow, restored to 96%. The gamer's body passive had automatically rerouted his chakra around the closed point, restoring near full functionality within seconds. It wasn't a complete negation, the closed tenketsu would need to be reopened later, but it prevented the cumulative attrition that the gentle fist relied upon to cripple opponents. Neji's eyes widened. Your chakra network, it adapted. That's impossible. I told you, Naruto said, rolling his shoulder. I'm not bound by the rules you think govern this world. He pressed the attack. Vacuum wave crescents sighed through the air, forcing Neji into continuous evasion. The Hyuga's palm rotation could deflect the wind techniques, but each rotation required him to stop moving, and each stop gave Naruto time to reposition and prepare the next assault. The arena was becoming a cage of wind and flickering chakra. The crowd was on its feet, the roar of voices drowning out the individual sounds of combat, the crack of displaced air, the thud of feet on earth, the sharp hiss of chakra rotation. Neji was being pushed back. For the first time in his life, the prodigy of the Hyuga branch house was fighting a defensive battle against an opponent he couldn't predict. The Byakugan gave him vision, but vision without comprehension was just noise, and Naruto's spatial combat methodology was generating more noise than any single pair of eyes could process. But Neji was a genius, and geniuses adapted. He stopped retreating. Instead of trying to track every tag and every potential flicker destination, he focused his Byakugan inward, expanding his peripheral chakra perception to create a spherical awareness field that detected any chakra displacement within a 10-meter radius. It wasn't precise enough to predict attack vectors, but it was sufficient to provide an early warning system. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. He charged directly at Naruto, abandoning defense entirely in favor of overwhelming offense. The binary strike pattern escalated. 2 strikes, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, each blow aimed at a specific Tenketsu point, each strike designed to progressively shut down the opponent's chakra network. Naruto flickered. Neji anticipated the destination and adjusted his strike pattern mid-combination, his hands tracking the spatial displacement with an intuitive leap that transcended mere visual data. 47 of the 64 strikes connected. Naruto's chakra network screamed. Tenketsu points across his torso, arms, and legs slammed shut, the chakra flowed to his extremities, dropping to a fraction of its normal capacity. The gamer's body scrambled to compensate, rerouting pathways, opening alternative channels, but the damage was cascading faster than the passive could repair. Tenketsu status, 47/361 closed. Chakra flow, 41% reduced. Combat effectiveness, severely degraded. Gamer's body, compensation at maximum capacity. Warning, sustained gentle fist assault will result in total chakra network shutdown. Naruto staggered, falling to one knee. His left arm hung limp, the chakra to his bicep and forearm completely cut off. His legs were tingling, the numbness of closed Tenketsu creeping upward from his feet. It's over, Neji declared, his breathing heavy but his posture triumphant. Your chakra network is collapsing. In 30 seconds, you won't be able to mold chakra at all. Your fancy techniques, your body flicker, your wind release, they're all finished. Naruto looked up at him. The gamer's mind was running calculations, searching for a solution, but the math was brutal. With 41% of his chakra flow disrupted, he couldn't execute the marked body flicker, and without the flicker, he couldn't outmaneuver the gentle fist. It's not over, Naruto said quietly. Not yet. He reached deep, past the gamer's body, past the rerouting pathways, past the scrambling compensation mechanisms, and touched the seal on his stomach. The Ninetales chakra reservoir pulsed in response, the massive chakra points pool that sat behind his own like an ocean behind a dam. Kurama's voice rumbled in his mind. Asterisk careful, brat. You open that door any wider, and I can't guarantee what comes through, asterisk. Asterisk I know. Give me just enough. 2%. That's all I need, asterisk. A pause. Then, grudgingly, asterisk 2%. Not a decimal more, asterisk. The chakra flooded into his network, rust-red energy that burned through the closed Tenketsu like acid through wax. The gamer's body seized on the foreign energy, using its immense volume to force open the blocked pathways, the Ninetales chakra acting as a high-pressure cleaner that scoured Neiji's Tenketsu closures from the inside out. Tenketsu status, 47/361 closed 12/361 closed. Chakra flow, restored to 89%. Ninetales chakra, 2% access granted. Warning, foreign chakra contamination detected. Naruto rose to his feet. The rust-red chakra was visible around him, a shimmering aura that made the air distort and the ground beneath his feet crack. His eyes had shifted, the blue irises bleeding to gold, the pupils elongating into vertical slits. The whisker marks on his cheeks had deepened, carved into his skin like runes of power. Neiji's Byakugan registered the transformation with something that, in a lesser man, would have been fear. The chakra pouring out of Naruto wasn't just large, it was other. A different frequency, a different nature, a primordial force that didn't obey the rules of human chakra networks. What are you? Neji whispered. I told you already. Naruto's voice carried the dual timbre of human and fox, the resonance making the arena's concrete vibrate. I'm someone who chooses his own destiny. He flickered. The speed was beyond anything he'd achieved before. The Ninetales chakra had supercharged his spatial displacement, reducing the cooldown between flickers to near zero. He appeared behind Neji, struck, flickered again before the Hyuga could rotate, appeared above him, struck, flickered again, a relentless, omnidirectional assault that gave Neji no time to set his feet and execute the palm rotation. Neji tried. The Byakugan could see the attacks coming, but seeing and responding were different things. He managed a partial rotation that deflected one strike, but the next 3 landed, kunai hilt to the temple, elbow to the floating ribs, knee to the thigh. Each impact carried the concussive force of the Ninetales' enhanced strength. The prodigy staggered. Blood ran from a cut above his eyebrow, his breathing ragged, his Byakugan flickering as his chakra reserves depleted. He tried to execute another 32 palms, but Naruto flickered out of range before the combination could begin, then flickered back in to deliver a vacuum sphere at point-blank range. The compressed air blast hit Neji in the sternum. The Hyuga flew backward, tumbling across the arena floor, and crashed into the concrete wall with a sickening thud. Dust and debris rained down around him. He didn't get up. The arena fell silent. Thousands of spectators stared at the arena floor, where the class dead last stood over the unconscious body of the Hyuga prodigy, a shimmering cloak of rust-red chakra gradually fading from his skin. The proctor stepped forward, checking Neiji's condition. After a long moment, he raised his hand. "Winner, Naruto Uzumaki!" The crowd erupted. The sound was deafening, a tidal wave of shock and exhilaration and disbelief that crashed against the arena walls and echoed into the sky. The boy they had dismissed, the demon brat they had shunned, had just defeated the strongest genin in Konoha with a display of power that defied every expectation. Naruto stood in the center of the cacophony, his eyes fading back to blue, the nine-tails chakra retreating behind the seal. His body was trembling, not from exhaustion, but from the effort of containing the fox's power. The gamer's mind had held, but just barely. The emotional contamination from the nine-tails chakra had been like holding a lit match to a powder keg. He knelt beside Neiji's unconscious form. The medical team was already rushing in, stretchers at the ready, but Naruto placed his hand on the Hyuga's chest before they could reach him. Green chakra glowed, the medical ninjutsu skill activating, diagnosing the damage, accelerating the healing of cracked ribs and bruised tissue. "Your destiny isn't written in your bloodline," Naruto said quietly, his words meant only for the unconscious boy beneath his hand. "It's written in your choices. Remember that." He stood and walked toward the competitor's tunnel, the crowd's roar washing over him like rain. The second match was about to begin. Sasuke arrived in a dramatic swirl of fire and lightning, literally. The Uchiha burst onto the arena floor in a burst of speed that left afterimages, his Chidori crackling in his palm, his curse mark pulsing with dark power that he was visibly struggling to control. Kakashi followed moments later, looking faintly embarrassed by his student's theatrical entrance. Gaara of the desert was already waiting. The Sand Jinchuriki stood motionless in the center of the arena, his arms crossed, his pale aquamarine eyes tracking Sasuke's movements with the unblinking intensity of a predator. The gourd on his back shifted subtly, sand leaking from its mouth to pool at his feet. Naruto watched from the competitor's viewing area, his observation skill working at full capacity. Observation: Gaara of the Desert. Level 28. Title: Jinchuriki of the One Tail. HP 200/2 Chakra points 4 800/4 800 base /28,000 Shikaku enhanced. Chakra nature: wind/earth/magnet. Technique: sand manipulation, auto shield. Threat assessment: extreme. Note: psychological profile indicates borderline dissociative state. The One-Tail's influence is eroding his sense of self. Sand shield activates autonomously, does not require conscious input. Physical damage nearly impossible to inflict through conventional means. The match began, and the arena became a nightmare. Sasuke's speed was his primary weapon, the Chidori required a straight-line charge, and the Uchiha had refined his body flicker to deliver the lightning technique at velocities that exceeded most jonin. He closed the distance in a heartbeat, the Chidori's chirping scream filling the arena. Gaara's sand shield intercepted the strike. The sand moved on its own, forming a dense wall that absorbed the Chidori's piercing force and dispersed the lightning through its granular structure. Sasuke's arm plunged into the sand up to the elbow, and the gourd's contents surged forward, trying to encase the Uchiha's limb. Sasuke ripped his arm free and retreated, the Chidori still crackling. A line of blood ran down his forearm where the sand had abraded the skin. "Your lightning is fast," Gaara said, his voice flat and distant. "But my sand is faster." The sand attacked. It moved like a living thing, tendrils and waves and lashing whips that pursued Sasuke across the arena floor with tireless, inhuman persistence. The Uchiha dodged, weaved, and countered with fire-release techniques that vitrified the sand into glass, but there was always more sand, always another tendril, always another wave. Sasuke activated his curse mark. The dark pattern spread across his skin, the corrupted chakra enhancing his speed and strength beyond their normal limits. His attacks became more savage, more desperate, the Chidori striking again and again, each impact blasting through the sand shield but never quite reaching Gaara himself. And then Gaara smiled. It was a terrible smile, the expression of something that had been wearing a human face and had finally decided to stop. His features distorted, the left side of his face swelling, sand pouring from his skin as the One-Tail's influence began to transform him. "Mother wants your blood," Gaara whispered. "She's been so hungry." The partial transformation was catastrophic. Gaara's left arm became a massive sand claw, his right leg a pillar of compressed earth, his face distorting into a bestial mask with one wild, staring eye. The sand shield expanded, becoming a protective carapace that covered his transformed portions and deflected Sasuke's increasingly frantic attacks. Sasuke drove a Chidori through the sand carapace. The lightning pierced the defense, barely, and struck Gaara's actual body beneath. The sand Jinchuriki screamed, the sound blending human pain with something ancient and furious, and the transformation accelerated. "That's enough!" the proctor shouted, stepping forward. "The match is—" A massive tremor shook the arena. The concrete cracked, the stands groaned, and featherlight patterns began drifting down from the sky, genjutsu, designed to put the civilian population to sleep. The invasion had begun. Naruto's danger sense went haywire. Threat alert, multiple hostile forces detected. Source: sand and sound forces. Invasion in progress. Primary threat: one-tailed Jinchuriki, unstable. Recommended action: engage threat and protect civilians. The arena dissolved into chaos. Sound ninja poured from the tunnels, engaging the Konoha Jonin who had been posing as spectators. Sand ninja scaled the arena walls, their faces grim with the knowledge that they were committing an act of war. The civilian population slumped in their seats, the sleep genjutsu working its way through the stands, while the shinobi, trained to resist such techniques, leapt into combat. Kakashi appeared beside Naruto in a swirl of leaves. "Naruto! Sakura! Sasuke is pursuing Gaara. Follow him and stop the sand Jinchuriki at all costs. If Gaara fully transforms inside the village, the casualties will be catastrophic." "What about the invasion?" "The Jonin will handle the invasion. Your mission is Gaara." Kakashi's visible eye was deadly serious. "Do not engage him alone. Wait for Sasuke. Work together. And Naruto." He gripped the boy's shoulder. "Don't hold back." He vanished into the melee before Naruto could respond. Sakura materialized at his side, her face pale but her jaw set. "Let's go." They ran. The village was a war zone. Buildings burned, civilians fled, and the sounds of combat echoed from every direction. Naruto led Sakura through the chaos, his danger sense providing a real-time threat map that allowed them to avoid the heaviest fighting and pursue Sasuke's chakra signature toward the village's eastern boundary. They found the Uchiha in the forest outside the walls, his body battered and his curse mark covering half his torso. He was facing Gaara across a clearing, the Chidori flickering weakly in his palm, his Sharingan spinning desperately as it tried to find a gap in the sand Jinchuriki's defense. Gaara was no longer human. The One-Tail's influence had consumed his lower body entirely, his form merging with a massive construct of sand that rose 15 feet into the air. The creature had Gaara's face embedded in its forehead, barely conscious, barely aware, and the single eye that wasn't Gaara's was wild with bloodlust. "Shikaku!" Naruto breathed, recognizing the transformation from his studies. The One-Tail's full manifestation. A Biju unleashed. Threat assessment: Shikaku, partial manifestation. Level unknown. Threat Kage level. Warning: full manifestation will result in village-scale destruction. "Sasuke!" Sakura shouted. "You can't fight that thing alone!" Sasuke didn't turn. "Then help me!" Gaara, Shikaku, roared. The sound was a physical force, a pressure wave that flattened trees and sent the three genin staggering. Sand surged from the construct's body, forming compressed air bullets that the One-Tail launched from its mouth with devastating speed. Wind release, drilling air bullet. The projectiles exploded among the trees, turning ancient oaks into splinters and gouging craters in the forest floor. Naruto grabbed Sakura and flickered, the marked body flicker carrying them both out of the blast radius. "Sasuke! Fall back!" Naruto ordered. "We need to." "Chidori!" Sasuke charged. The lightning technique blazed in his hand, its piercing scream cutting through the destruction, and he drove it straight at the Shikaku construct's center mass. The sand absorbed the impact. The Chidori punched through 6 inches of compressed earth before the lightning dispersed, and the construct regenerated the damage almost instantly. A sand arm swept out, catching Sasuke mid-retreat and launching him into a tree trunk with bone-crushing force. The Uchiha slid to the ground, his Chidori extinguished, his curse mark receding as his chakra reserves hit critical. He tried to rise, but his legs buckled. "Sasuke!" Sakura sprinted toward him, her chakra barrier flaring to deflect a second sand attack that would have crushed the Uchiha where he lay. The barrier held, barely, and she reached Sasuke's side, her hands glowing green as she assessed his injuries. Observation: Sasuke Uchiha. HP: 180/750. Status: critical. Injuries: fractured ribs, ruptured spleen, chakra exhaustion, curse mark destabilization. He was dying. The injuries were severe, and without immediate medical intervention, the Uchiha would bleed out internally within minutes. Naruto stepped between his teammates and the Shikaku construct. The Nine-Tails chakra was already rising, responding to the threat, the rust-red cloak materializing around his body. This time, he didn't fight it. He opened the door wider, allowing more of Kurama's power to flow into his network. 5%, he told the fox. I need 5%. You're not ready for 5%, brat. But the chakra came anyway, a torrent of ancient, furious energy that transformed Naruto's body into a weapon of barely contained destruction. His stats spiked. Nine-Tails chakra mode, limited level 2 level 3 forced. Chakra points, 3,422,000. Strength, 3555. Dex, 3860. Vit, 4065. The aura expanded, solidifying into a shimmering coat of rust-red chakra that seemed to burn the air itself. His whisker marks deep into grooves. His canines elongated. His eyes became slitted pools of molten gold. The Shikaku construct paused. The single wild eye focused on Naruto with something that might have been recognition, or hunger. Nine-Tails. The One-Tails voice rumbled from the construct's mouth. I can smell you. Your container is weak, barely able to hold your power. Give in. Let me devour you. You can try, Naruto said, and his voice was barely human. But I'd recommend staying out of my way. He attacked. The speed was blinding. Naruto crossed the 100-meter distance between himself and the Shikaku construct in a single flicker, appearing above the sand creature's head with a vacuum sphere charged with Nine-Tails chakra. The compressed air blast struck the construct's forehead, directly where Gaara's face was embedded, and the impact shattered the sand like a hammer shattering glass. The construct screamed. Gaara's face twisted in agony, and the sand body convulsed, losing cohesion as the Jinchuriki's concentration fractured. But the One-Tail wasn't finished. The sand reformed, angrier, denser, the construct's regeneration accelerating as Shikaku seized more control from his wounded host. A massive sand arm swung at Naruto, and the blonde was forced to flicker away, the displaced air from the near miss flattening a swath of trees. Shadow Clone Jutsu! Naruto created 10 clones, each one wreathed in the rust-red chakra cloak. They scattered around the construct, throwing vacuum waves and explosive tags in a coordinated assault that forced the Shikaku to spread its defenses thin. But the sand was too fast, too adaptable. It blocked every attack, regenerated from every wound, and counterattacked with a relentlessness that no human could match. One by one, the clones were dispelled, crushed, sliced, or consumed by the living sand. Naruto's chakra was draining. The Nine-Tails' power was keeping him in the fight, but the sustained output was eroding his control, the fox's malevolence seeping into his consciousness like poison into water. Brat, you're losing it, Kurama warned. Asterisk, pull back. You're not strong enough to fight a full Biju manifestation. Asterisk. Asterisk, I can't pull back. If I do, Sakura and Sasuke die. Asterisk. Then use more of my power. You said 5% was? Asterisk, I lied. 5% is what you can handle safely. 10% is what you need. And 20% is what will burn your chakra network to ash. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, your choice, Cage. Your destiny. Asterisk. The word hit Naruto like a thunderbolt. Destiny, Neji's word. The concept he'd spent the entire fight rejecting. He chose. Give me 10. The floodgates opened. The chakra that poured into Naruto's network was not the controlled, filtered energy he'd been using. This was the raw, unfiltered might of the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts, a primordial force that had existed since the dawn of the shinobi world, that had flattened mountains and raised tsunamis and shaped the very geography of nations. His body screamed. Every tenketsu, every coil, every pathway burned with the strain of channeling power that exceeded its design specifications by an order of magnitude. The gamer's body scrambled to adapt, reinforcing the network with Nine-Tails chakra, using the fox's own energy as structural support, but the process was agonizing. Nine-Tails chakra mode, 10% access. Warning, chakra network under extreme stress. Gamer's body adapting. HP 1-800/1, 801, 400/1, 800 stress damage. Strength 5580. Dex 6085. Vit 6590. New skill manifesting. The chakra cloak solidified further. The rust-red aura became a second skin, forming distinct shapes, ears, claws, and a single, bushy tail that whipped behind Naruto like a living flame. The chakra was so dense that it was physically displacing the air, creating a localized pressure differential that made the ground crack and the trees bend away from him. He opened his eyes. The world had slowed to a crawl, the Shikaku construct's sand attacks moving like honey, Gaara's agonized face frozen in mid-scream, the falling leaves suspended in the air like green stars. Wind release, vacuum sphere. The technique was different now. The Nine-Tails chakra had merged with the wind release, the rotating chakra sphere absorbing the fox's energy and transforming into something new, a spiraling sphere of rust red and pale blue, the two chakras intertwining in a double helix of destructive power. Rasengan prototype. Effect: a spiraling sphere of compressed chakra that grinds through anything it contacts. Extreme rotational force combined with concussive impact. Damage devastating. Chakra cost 500 chakra points. Naruto didn't question the name or the nature of the technique. He thrust his hand forward and drove the spiraling sphere into the Shikaku construct's chest. The impact was apocalyptic. The Rasengan ground through the sand construct like a drill through warm butter, the rotational force shredding the compressed earth and scattering it across the forest in a hurricane of debris. The one-tailed scream filled the air, a sound of rage and pain and disbelief, as the technique carved through the construct's body and struck the core where Gaara was embedded. The sand shattered. Gaara's body was hurled from the construct, tumbling through the air, his transformation reversing as the one-tail's influence was forcibly disrupted. He hit the ground hard, the gourd on his back cracking, sand spilling uselessly around him. The forest fell silent. Naruto stood in the center of a devastation zone, 100-meter radius of destruction that had been carved from the ancient trees by the Rasengan's aftermath. His chakra cloak was flickering, the 10% access burning through his reserves at an unsustainable rate. He could feel his network screaming, the pathways micro-tearing under the strain, the gamer's body working overtime to prevent catastrophic failure. But he was still standing. He walked toward Gaara. The sand Jinchuriki was on his hands and knees, his body trembling, his face contorted with a mixture of pain and something deeper, something broken and desperate and terribly, terribly lonely. "Stay away from me," Gaara hissed, trying to summon his sand. A few grains stirred then fell limp. His chakra was depleted. The one-tail's voice was silent for the first time in years. "I'll kill you! You won't!" Naruto knelt beside him, the chakra cloak dissipating entirely as he reduced the Nine-Tails' access to zero. The exhaustion hit him like a physical weight, his muscles screaming, his chakra network raw and inflamed, but he stayed upright through sheer willpower. "Because I'm not your enemy, Gaara. You don't understand. I'm a monster. I exist only to..." "You exist," Naruto interrupted. "That's enough. That's where it starts." Gaara stared at him. The pale aquamarine eyes, once filled with nothing but bloodlust and madness, held confusion. Why would you help me?" "Because I know what it's like." Naruto's voice was quiet, stripped of the gamer's analytical detachment, raw and honest in a way he rarely allowed himself to be. To be alone. To be hated for something you didn't choose. To have something inside you that you're afraid of. The difference is that I found people who saw past the monster. And I'm guessing you never did." Gaara said nothing. "Your siblings are still alive," Naruto continued. "They fought for you, for your mission, even though they were afraid of you. That's not nothing. That's a start." He offered his hand. The gesture was simple, unguarded, utterly devoid of tactical calculation. It wasn't a move the system would have recommended, it wasn't optimal, it wasn't safe. It was human. Gaara looked at the hand for a long time. Then, slowly, hesitantly, as if he'd never been offered anything in his entire life and didn't know the proper way to accept it, he reached out and took it. Quest complete, defeat Gaara of the Desert. Rewards, 25,000 EXP, title, Biju Tamer, +5 all stats. New skill unlocked, Empathic Insight Level 1. Effect, allows the user to perceive and understand the emotional states of others. Higher levels enable emotional manipulation and healing. Level up. Level up. Level up. You are now level 28. Special achievement, Jinchuriki Peace. Two Jinchuriki have found common ground. This interaction will have far-reaching consequences. The system notifications faded into the background. Naruto pulled Gaara to his feet and helped him walk toward the village, where the sounds of combat were dying down as the invasion force was routed. Behind them, Temari and Kankuro emerged from the tree-line, their expressions a mixture of relief and disbelief. They had been searching for their brother, prepared to fight or flee, but the sight of Gaara walking, supported by a blonde boy from the enemy village, was so unexpected that neither could formulate a response. "Take him home," Naruto said, releasing Gaara into his sibling's care. "And whatever happens next, remember that he's not just a weapon. He's your brother." Kankuro's jaw worked silently. Temari's eyes were bright with unshed tears. Gaara said nothing, but his grip on Kankuro's arm was firm, the touch of a person who was, for the first time in his life, allowing himself to be supported. They disappeared into the forest, and Naruto turned back toward the village. The aftermath of the invasion was a study in controlled chaos. Konoha had won, barely. The combined assault of sand and sound had been blunted by the village's Jonin defenders and the timely awakening of the third Hokage, who had engaged Orochimaru in a battle that had lasted over an hour and ended with the Sanin's retreat and Hiruzen's severe injury. The old man had survived, barely, but his right arm had been sealed by the Shinigami technique, and his chakra reserves were critically depleted. The village itself had suffered extensive damage. Entire districts had been leveled by the Sound Snake summons, and the civilian casualties were still being tallied. The hospital was overflowing, and every available medical ninja had been pressed into service. Naruto spent 3 days in the hospital, his chakra network recovering from the strain of the 10% Ninetales access. The gamer's body accelerated the healing, but the damage had been substantial, micro tears in his coils that required rest rather than active regeneration. Sakura visited every day, bringing reports and updates. Sasuke had been discharged earlier, his injuries less severe than initially feared, but his mood was darker than ever. The Uchiha had witnessed Naruto's fight with Gaara, the 10% power, the Rasengan, the victory that had eluded Sasuke himself, and the comparison had ignited something dangerous in the boy's already fragile psyche. "He's been asking about the Rasengan," Sakura reported on the third day, her voice low and concerned. "He wants to know how you developed it, how much chakra it requires, whether it's stronger than the Chidori. I think he feels like he's falling behind." Naruto absorbed this information with the gamer's mind's characteristic calm, but the emotional weight of it settled in his chest like a stone. Sasuke's insecurity was a vulnerability. Orochimaru had targeted it specifically, offering the power to surpass Itachi as bait for the curse mark. If Sasuke's sense of inadequacy grew, he might seek out the Sannin of his own volition. "I'll talk to him," Naruto said. He found Sasuke on the hospital roof, sitting on the ledge with his legs dangling over the edge, staring out at the damaged village. The Uchiha didn't turn when Naruto approached. "What do you want?" "To talk." "About what? How you're so much stronger than me? How you developed a jutsu that makes the Chidori look like a parlor trick?" Sasuke's voice was bitter, the self-loathing barely concealed beneath the anger. "Save it. I don't need your pity." "It's not pity." Naruto sat beside him, keeping a careful distance. "It's concern. You're my teammate, Sasuke. Your well-being matters to me." "My well-being?" Sasuke finally turned, his dark eyes blazing. "My well-being? My entire clan was slaughtered by my brother, and I'm supposed to sit here and feel well? I've spent my whole life training to kill him, and in one fight you demonstrated more power than I've ever achieved. How am I supposed to feel? Like you have work to do." Naruto's voice was steady, unhurried. "The same work I have. The same work Sakura has. We're all climbing the same mountain, Sasuke, we're just taking different paths. Your path is faster." "Is it?" Naruto pulled up a mental image of his status screen, the thousands of hours of shadow clone training, the chakra exhaustion, the physical breakdown, the constant strain of managing the Ninetales influence. "I've trained so hard this month that my chakra network nearly collapsed. The Rasengan came at a cost that you didn't see, a cost I'm still paying. The Ninetales chakra isn't a gift, Sasuke. It's a loan with compounding interest." Sasuke was silent. "I'm not stronger than you," Naruto continued. "I'm different. My abilities are suited to different combat scenarios. If we fought each other right now, with no handicaps, no restrictions, it would be a coin flip. Your speed and Sharingan versus my versatility and chakra reserves. Neither of us would walk away unscathed. You don't know that. I know it because I've analyzed it." Naruto tapped his temple. "My mind works differently now. I process combat data faster, I see patterns more clearly, I calculate outcomes with more precision. But analysis isn't the same as certainty. And certainty isn't the same as strength. Real strength is standing up after you've been knocked down, not because you're sure you'll win, but because the alternative is unacceptable." Sasuke stared at him for a long moment, the tension in his shoulders gradually easing. "When did you get so wise?" "Somewhere between the third and fourth time I nearly died." A ghost of a smile crossed Naruto's face. "Near-death experiences are very educational." Sasuke snorted, almost a laugh. "Idiot." "Uchiha." They sat in silence for a while, the damaged village spread out below them, the reconstruction efforts already underway despite the late hour. "Naruto," Sasuke said finally. "The Rasengan. Will you teach me?" The question was unexpected. The Rasengan was an Uzumaki technique, or rather, a technique developed by Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, Naruto's father. It required an immense level of shape manipulation that most shinobi couldn't achieve, and it demanded chakra reserves that Sasuke simply didn't possess. I can't teach you the Rasengan, Naruto said honestly. It requires a specific chakra volume and rotation pattern that's incompatible with your network. But, he paused, an idea forming. I can help you develop something equivalent. A lightning-based technique that uses the same rotational principles but is calibrated for your chakra capacity and affinity. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. You'd do that? You're my teammate. And I'd rather have you fighting beside me than against me. The Uchiha considered this for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Fine. But if it doesn't work, it will work. Trust me. The word hung in the air, trust, and Sasuke's expression flickered with something that was too complex to label. But he didn't reject it. That was enough. The weeks that followed the invasion were a period of rebuilding and reevaluation. The third Hokage, his arms sealed and his health precarious, announced his intention to step down from active duty. A new Hokage would be selected, a process that involved the village council, the daimyo, and the surviving Jonin commander. The leading candidate was Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, who had been located and persuaded to return to Konoha during the invasion's aftermath. Naruto continued his training, refining the Rasengan and developing new applications for his existing skill set. The Rasengan was, the system informed him, a shape manipulation technique of the highest order, a pure expression of chakra rotation and compression that could be enhanced with elemental affinities to create devastating results. Rasengan Level 1, Proficiency, 15%. Note, this technique was developed by Minato Namikaze. It is the pinnacle of shape manipulation. Mastering it fully will unlock Rasengan variants. The proficiency was low, the technique was enormously complex, requiring simultaneous rotation, compression, and stabilization of chakra in the palm of the hand. But each practice session yielded incremental progress, and the shadow clones accelerated the learning curve dramatically. He also kept his promise to Sasuke. Working together, the two genin developed a lightning technique that applied the Rasengan's rotational principles to Sasuke's Chidori, creating a variant that sacrificed the Chidori's piercing power for expanded area of effect and sustained damage. New skill observed, Sasuke Uchiha Chidori Nagashi. Effect, a lightning release technique that channels the Chidori's current through the user's entire body, creating an omnidirectional electric discharge. Team Synergy, 58/165/100. The synergy improvement was encouraging. Sasuke's integration of the new technique into his combat repertoire made him a more versatile fighter, and the collaborative development process had strengthened the bond between the teammates, however grudgingly. But beneath the surface, tensions were building. The curse mark on Sasuke's neck was becoming more active, its dark chakra flaring during training sessions and emotional spikes. The Uchiha's control was slipping, he was using the curse mark's power more frequently, relying on its enhancement to close the perceived gap between himself and Naruto. And the sounds for Orochimaru's elite bodyguards were watching. Naruto's observation skill detected them first, 4 chakra signatures lurking at the edge of his perception range, their presence intermittent but persistent. They were patient, professional, and dangerous, each one a special Jonin-level operative with a unique combat specialization. Observation, Sound 4. Sakan/Yukon, Level 24 to 26, Twin Technique, Cellular Manipulation. Taiyuya, Level 22, Sound Genjutsu, Summoner. Kidamaru, Level 25, Spider Techniques, Web Manipulation. Jirobo, Level 23, Earth Techniques, Chakra Absorption. Threat Assessment, Special Jonin, Combined, Low Jonin. Note, they are observing Sasuke. Probability of recruitment attempt, 94%. Naruto reported the surveillance to Kakashi, who relayed it to the village intelligence network. Additional Anbu were deployed to monitor the sound operatives, but the 4 were skilled at evading detection, and the village's resources were stretched thin by the post-invasion reconstruction. It was only a matter of time before they made their move. The move came on a moonless night, 3 weeks after the invasion. Naruto was asleep, genuinely asleep, for once, rather than training through shadow clones, when his danger sense jolted him awake with a severity that left his heart pounding. Threat alert critical. Source multiple. Target, Sasuke Uchiha. Action required immediate. He was out of bed and through the window in seconds, his equipment pouches grabbed on instinct, his feet hitting the rooftop of the adjacent building with the practiced ease of months of mobility training. The village was quiet, the streets empty, the reconstruction crews long since retired for the night. But the air tasted wrong. Ozone and ash, the residual flavor of active combat. He followed the trace to the village's eastern quarter, where a plume of smoke was rising from a collapsed building. The Sound Four had engaged the Anbu guards, and won their combined assault, overwhelming the surveillance team before the alarm could be raised. And Sasuke was gone. Naruto's mind raced. The Uchiha's chakra signature was fading rapidly toward the village walls, moving with a speed that suggested either voluntary departure or forced extraction. The curse mark's dark energy was evident in the chakra trail, a pulsing, corrupted signature that was impossible to miss. He created 10 shadow clones and sent them in a search pattern, each one equipped with chakra seal tags for rapid deployment. Then he sprinted toward the village gate, his danger sense scanning for any hostile contact. He found Sakura first. She was slumped against a wall outside the Uchiha district, a bruise darkening on her cheek, her eyes red and swollen. Her fists were clenched so tightly that her nails had drawn blood from her palms. "He left," she whispered when she saw Naruto. "I begged him to stay, and he knocked me out and left. He said he was going to Orochimaru." The words were a knife between the ribs. The scenario Naruto had feared, the outcome he'd been working to prevent, had happened despite his best efforts. Sasuke had chosen the curse mark's promise of power over his teammates' loyalty. "I'll bring him back," Naruto said. "How?" Sakura's voice cracked. "He's gone to the enemy. He's chosen." "He hasn't chosen anything yet. Not permanently." Naruto pulled her to her feet, his grip firm but gentle. "Stay here. Tell Kakashi-sensei what happened. I'm going after him." "Naruto, you can't fight the Sound Four by yourself." "I won't have to." He released her and stepped back, the Nine-Tails chakra already simmering beneath his skin. "I'm not the same person I was 3 months ago, Sakura. Trust me." He flickered away before she could argue. The pursuit was a blur of speed and calculation. Naruto followed the corrupted chakra trail like a bloodhound, his enhanced EX and the marked body flicker eating the distance between himself and the fleeing Sound operatives. The trail led out of the village, through the outer forest, and toward the Valley of the End, a landmark on the border between Fire and Sound territory. He caught up to them at the river crossing. The Sound Four had stopped to rest, their chakra reserves depleted from the sustained high-speed travel. Sasuke was with them, his curse mark fully activated, the dark pattern covering half his body and his eyes glowing with a predatory light. He looked at Naruto with something that wasn't quite hostility, and wasn't quite relief. "You came. Did you think I wouldn't? I hoped you wouldn't. You can't stop me, Naruto. This is something I have to do." "You don't have to do anything." Naruto's voice was steady, the gamer's mind keeping his emotions in check despite the maelstrom beneath. "Orochimaru isn't offering you power, he's offering you a cage. The curse mark is a leash, Sasuke. Every time you use it, he gains more control." "I don't care." "I know. And that's the problem." The Sound Four moved to intercept, but Sasuke held up a hand. "No. He's mine." "Sasuke-sama, we don't have time for—" Sakan began. "I said he's mine." The Uchiha's voice carried a weight that brooked no argument. "Go ahead. I'll catch up." The four exchanged glances, then retreated, vanishing into the treeline with the professional efficiency of operatives who knew when to follow orders. Sasuke and Naruto were alone. The Valley of the End spread out before them, a massive waterfall cascading between two cliffs, the statues of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha standing eternal guard over the border. The spray misted the air, catching the first light of dawn and painting it in shades of gray and gold. "It's fitting, isn't it?" Sasuke observed, his gaze on the Uchiha statue. "The founder of my clan and the first Hokage, fighting to the death. And now us, their successors, fighting for the future." "We're not fighting for the future, Sasuke. We're fighting for your soul." "My soul is my own." "Is it?" Naruto activated his observation skill, scanning Sasuke's chakra network. Observation, Sasuke Uchiha. Level 21. HP 1 200/1 200. Chakra points 800/800. Curse mark status Stage 2. Psychological flags: obsessive vengeance drive, critical, identity fragility severe, attachment conflict active. Note: the curse mark is operating at 78% integration. Stage 2 activation will result in significant personality overwrite. "Your curse mark is at 78% integration," Naruto said, relaying the data. "One more activation and Orochimaru's will start overriding your own. You won't be Sasuke Uchiha anymore, you'll be Orochimaru's vessel wearing Sasuke's face." "Lies!" Sasuke's voice cracked, the curse mark flaring in response to his emotional spike. "I'm in control. The power is mine!" He charged. The Chidori screamed to life in his palm, the lightning casting harsh shadows across his transformed features. The curse mark stage 1 was active, dark wings spreading from his back, his hair lengthening, his skin paling, but he was still recognizable. Still Sasuke. Naruto flickered, appearing above the charge, and threw a vacuum sphere. Sasuke dodged, the compressed air missing his shoulder by inches, and countered with a fireball that Naruto dispelled with a vacuum wave. The two techniques met in midair, fire and wind, age-old rivals, and the resulting explosion scattered the mist and shook the cliff faces. They clashed in the spray of the waterfall, their movements a blur of chakra and intent. Sasuke's Chidori met Naruto's Rasengan, the two techniques grinding against each other with a sound like the world tearing apart. The rotational force of the Rasengan competed with the piercing intensity of the Chidori, and the resulting clash cratered the rock beneath their feet. They separated, both breathing hard. The Rasengan, Sasuke panted. It's equal to the Chidori. It's stronger, Naruto corrected. But I'm holding back. I don't want to kill you, Sasuke. And I don't care if I kill you. The curse mark spread further, the dark pattern consuming Sasuke's torso. I'll do whatever it takes to kill Itachi, even if it means giving my body to Orochimaru. Even if it means losing yourself? I have nothing else to lose. The words echoed across the valley, raw and broken and terrible. And in that moment, Naruto understood, with the clarity that the gamer's mind provided but couldn't protect him from, that Sasuke's pain wasn't something that could be argued away or strategized around. It was a wound that had been festering for 7 years, and no amount of training or teamwork or heartfelt speeches could heal it. Only time and choice could do that. And Sasuke wasn't ready to make that choice yet. But Naruto could give him the space to make it later. Fine, Naruto said, his voice quiet. Then I'll just have to drag you back kicking and screaming. He opened the Nine Tails seal to 7%. The rust-red chakra flooded his network, the aura materializing around him, the single tail whipping behind him with barely contained fury. Sasuke's eyes widened, then narrowed with desperate resolve. Stage 2. The curse mark consumed him. Dark wings erupted from his back, his skin grayed, his hair turned blue-white, and a star-shaped mark appeared on his nose and cheeks. The transformation was grotesque, a corruption of human form that made him look like a demon escaped from a painter's nightmare. But his chakra was staggering. Stage 2 had pushed his stats into Jonin territory, and the curse mark's corrupted enhancement gave his attacks a savagery that pure skill couldn't match. He charged. The fight that followed was the most brutal of Naruto's life. They threw everything they had at each other, Rasengan against Chidori, wind against fire, Nine Tails against curse mark. The valley shook with each clash, the waterfall altering course as their techniques carved new channels in the ancient stone. The statues of Hashirama and Madara loomed overhead, their stone faces impassive witnesses to a battle that mirrored their own. Naruto's advantage was versatility. His shadow clones, his chakra threads, his wind techniques, his spatial displacement, they created a multidimensional threat that Sasuke's linear combat style struggled to counter. But Sasuke's advantage was simplicity. He didn't need versatility. He needed one clean hit, one Chidori through the heart, one moment of vulnerability to exploit. The Sharingan was the deciding factor. Sasuke's fully matured three-tomo dojutsu could predict Naruto's movements with increasing accuracy, each clash providing more data, each exchange narrowing the gap between their respective combat speeds. By the 10th minute of the fight, Sasuke was dodging attacks that should have connected, his body moving on predictive reflexes that bordered on precognition. Naruto adapted. He stopped using patterns, stopped relying on combinations that the Sharingan could analyze, and started making deliberate use of randomness, feints within feints, attacks that looked like mistakes, mistakes that were actually attacks. The gamer's mind processed the tactical calculus at speeds that matched the Sharingan's predictive capabilities, turning the fight into a chess game where each player could see 2 moves ahead. But the Nine Tails chakra was taking its toll. His network was straining, the micro tears from the Gaara fight reopening, the gamer's body struggling to maintain structural integrity. Every flicker, every Rasengan, every burst of enhanced speed cost him HP that his regeneration couldn't fully replace. HP 1, 400/1, 800. Chakra network stress high. Nine Tails chakra 7% stable. Warning: sustained combat at current level will result in network collapse. Sasuke was tiring too. The curse mark stage 2 was burning through his reserves at an unsustainable rate, and the corrupted chakra was eroding his body with every passing second. Blood trickled from his eyes where the Sharingan was straining, and his movements were becoming erratic, the mark's influence overriding his natural combat instincts with savage aggression. They clashed one final time on the surface of the waterfall, 2 silhouettes framed against the rising sun, the mist swirling around them like a shroud. the Rasengan in Naruto's hand, the Chidori in Sasuke's. The collision created a sphere of pure destructive energy, a swirling void of lightning and spiraling chakra that expanded outward, consuming the cliff face, the waterfall, and the two combatants in a blinding flash of light. When the light faded, Naruto was on his knees at the bottom of the valley, his chakra cloak gone, his body battered and broken. The Nine-Tails chakra had retreated entirely, the fox's voice silent in his mind. His HP was flashing red. HP, 45/1, 800. Chakra, 20/3, 400. Status, critical. Gamer's body, emergency regeneration active. Sasuke was standing over him. The curse mark had receded, stage 2 deactivated by chakra exhaustion, and the Uchiha was once again recognizably human, bruised, bleeding, and trembling with fatigue, but standing. Chidori, Sasuke whispered, the lightning technique flickering weakly in his palm. He raised his hand. Naruto looked up at him. The gamer's mind was fading in and out, the system struggling to maintain cohesion as his HP dipped toward zero. But he could still see Sasuke's face, see the conflict in those dark eyes, the war between the curse mark's corruption and the boy beneath. You can't do it, Naruto said, his voice barely a breath. Because you're not a killer, Sasuke. You never were. I have to. For my clan. For yourself? Naruto's hand moved, slowly, painfully, and touched Sasuke's ankle. A medical chakra pulse, gentle and precise, targeted the Tenketsu cluster that controlled the Chidori's chakra flow. The lightning in Sasuke's palm sputtered and died. Sasuke stared at his empty hand, then at Naruto, his expression a devastation of conflicting emotions. Why? He demanded, his voice cracking. Why do you still believe in me? After everything I've done, after I left Sakura, after I tried to kill you, why? Because you're my friend, Naruto said simply. And friends don't give up on each other. Sasuke fell to his knees beside him. The tears came then, hot, angry, ashamed, and he pressed his fists against his eyes as if trying to physically contain the emotion that was threatening to tear him apart. I can't go back, he said. I can't face them after this. I chose to leave. I chose the curse mark. I chose. You can always go back. His eyes closed. System alert, HP critical. Emergency mode activated. Shadow clone memory feed, interrupted. Nine-Tails chakra, autonomous healing initiated. Estimated recovery time, 6 hours. The last thing he heard before unconsciousness claimed him was Sasuke's voice, broken, desperate, and achingly human. Idiot. You absolute idiot. He woke in the Konoha hospital. The ceiling was white, the sheets were crisp, and the rhythmic beeping of a heart monitor provided a metronomic backdrop to the dull ache that permeated every fiber of his being. His chakra network was intact, damaged, but intact, the gamer's body and the Nine-Tails autonomous healing having prevented the catastrophic collapse that the system had warned about. Sakura was asleep in the chair beside his bed, her hand resting on his, her face pale and drawn. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, and her hair was disheveled. She'd been here for a while. He didn't move. Didn't speak. Just lay there, breathing, processing, recovering. The system provided a summary. Situation report, post-confrontation. Sasuke Uchiha, returned to Konoha voluntarily. Currently in Anbu custody for evaluation. Curse mark sealed by Kakashi Hatake. Psychological assessment pending. Sound 4, eliminated by Konoha Anbu during pursuit operation. Orochimaru, location unknown. Threat level unchanged. Village status. Reconstruction 62% complete. New Hokage selection in progress. Personal status, level 28. HP regenerating. Chakra network repairing. All skills intact. Sasuke had come back. The relief was so profound that the gamer's mind couldn't entirely suppress it, a warmth that spread through his chest and made his eyes sting with unshed tears. The words he'd spoken at the Valley of the End hadn't been tactical. They hadn't been optimized. They'd been true, and the truth had reached Sasuke in a way that no amount of strategic calculation could have predicted. He closed his eyes and let himself rest. The recovery took 2 weeks. During that time, Naruto had several visitors, Kakashi, who expressed a mixture of pride and exasperation at his student's reckless heroism, Iruka, who cried, Shikamaru, who called the whole situation troublesome, but stayed for 3 hours, and Hinata, who blushed furiously, stammered a congratulations, and left a small bouquet of flowers on his nightstand. The third Hokage came on the 5th day. Hiruzen looked older than Naruto had ever seen him, his sealed arm resting in a sling, his face drawn, his movements slow but still carrying the weight of absolute authority. You did well, the old man said, settling into the chair beside the bed. At the Valley of the End, and at the Chunin exams. Your growth has been extraordinary, Naruto. I had good teachers. Modesty doesn't suit you. A faint smile. The village council has reviewed your performance and recommended you for immediate promotion to Chunin. I've approved the recommendation. Congratulations, rank promoted. Genin Chunin. All stats +5. New skill slot unlocked. Access granted, Chunin level missions. Thank you, Hiruzen-sensei. Don't thank me, thank your teammates. A Chunin's strength isn't measured in individual power, but in the ability to lead and support others. The old man's eyes were serious. Which brings me to the matter of Sasuke. How is he? Physically recovered. Mentally. Hiruzen sighed. He's been evaluated by Yamanaka interrogators. The curse mark's influence was significant. Orochimaru designed it to create emotional dependency and suppress rational decision-making. Sasuke's decision to leave wasn't entirely his own. But he came back. Because of you. Hiruzen's gaze was penetrating. Your words at the valley broke through the curse mark's conditioning. The Yamanaka analysts called it an anchor of emotional significance, a connection so fundamental that it couldn't be overridden by the mark's corruption. He paused. You saved him, Naruto. Not with jutsu or power, but with something far more valuable. He saved himself. I just reminded him that he could. Modesty and wisdom. Your father would be proud. Hiruzen rose, wincing at the effort. Sasuke will be placed on probation and assigned to a modified training program designed to break the curse mark's hold on his psychology. He'll remain on Team 7, under Kakashi's supervision, but his missions will be restricted to D rank until the seal is fully neutralized. And the village? Rebuilding. Tsunade has agreed to assume the Hokage mantle. Her medical expertise is desperately needed, and her combat capabilities will deter future attacks. The old man moved toward the door, then paused. Naruto, there's one more thing. Sir? The council is aware of your unusual capabilities. Your rapid growth, your unorthodox techniques, your chakra anomalies. They've been pressuring me for an explanation. Naruto's blood ran cold. What did you tell them? The truth. Hiruzen's eyes crinkled. That you are Naruto Uzumaki, son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox, and the most surprising student I've ever had the privilege of teaching. What I did not tell them, what I will never tell them, is the specific mechanism behind your growth. That is your secret to keep or share as you see fit. Thank you, Hiruzen-sensei. Thank me by becoming the shinobi your parents always knew you could be. The old man smiled, a genuine, warm expression that carried the weight of a generation's hopes. Now rest. You've earned it. He left, and Naruto lay back against the pillows, staring at the ceiling, processing the conversation. The secret was safe, for now. But the council's curiosity wouldn't be satisfied forever, and the more powerful Naruto became, the more attention he would attract. He pulled up his status screen. Status. Name Naruto Uzumaki. Rank Chunin. Level 28. Title Biju Tamer. HP 1 400/2, 200, regenerating. Chakra points 800 fourths, 200, regenerating. Strength 45. Vit 50. Dex 48. Int 36. Wis 42. Luck 17. The stats were impressive, solidly Chunin level, bordering on Jonin in several categories. But the gaps were still there. His INT and WIS, while significantly improved from his academy days, were still his lowest stats, and his combat effectiveness depended heavily on the Nine-Tails chakra, which carried risks that couldn't be ignored. He needed a plan. A long-term strategy for growth that didn't rely on the fox's power as a crutch. The Rasengan was the obvious next step. The technique was only at level 1, with a proficiency of 15%, barely scratching the surface of its potential. If he could master it fully, and then develop an elemental variant, a wind release, Rasengan, it would provide a combat capability that didn't depend on the Nine-Tails chakra. He made a note to begin Rasengan training as soon as he was discharged. A week later, he was released from the hospital. Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, personally oversaw his final examination, her legendary medical ninjutsu confirming that his chakra network had fully healed. You're a medical anomaly, she told him, her honey-brown eyes narrowed with professional suspicion. Your chakra network shows evidence of repeated extreme stress, micro-tearing and regeneration patterns that should have caused permanent damage. Instead, the tissue has come back denser and more resilient each time. It's like your network is adapting to the strain. I have good genes, Naruto offered. Tsunade snorted. Genes don't explain this. But I've learned not to look gift horses in the mouth. She signed his discharge papers with a flourish. You're cleared for active duty. Report to the mission desk tomorrow. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Thank me by staying out of the hospital. I have enough patience without you showing up every other week. He grinned, the first genuine, unguarded grin he'd worn in months. I'll do my best. The months that followed were a period of consolidation and growth. Team 7, reformed under Kakashi's leadership, operated at a reduced capacity during Sasuke's probation. The missions were simple: D-rank errands and C-rank escorts that provided steady income for the village without exposing the team to undue risk. But the training was relentless. Kakashi designed a program that addressed each member's weaknesses while building on their strengths. Sasuke's training focused on curse mark suppression and lightning release refinement, the Uchiha learning to channel his desire for power into disciplined development rather than desperate shortcuts. Sakura's training emphasized medical ninjutsu and close-quarters combat, Tsunade herself providing instruction that transformed the kunoichi's raw potential into polished skill. Naruto's training focused on the Rasengan. The technique was a mountain, each step forward revealing new heights to climb. The shape manipulation required to maintain the spinning sphere was only the beginning. The real challenge was adding elemental transformation without destabilizing the rotation. Rasengan training, Phase 2 Elemental Addition. Difficulty extreme. When nature transformation plus shape manipulation equals? Failure rate, 99.6%. Note, this technique has never been successfully completed. The fourth Hokage died before achieving it. The system's assessment was blunt but not discouraging. The 0.4% success probability was a starting point, and Naruto had exceeded worse odds. He created 100 shadow clones, splitting his chakra dangerously thin, and set them to the task. Each clone attempted a different approach, varying the wind nature's integration point, adjusting the rotation speed, modifying the compression ratio. Most failed immediately, the techniques destabilizing and detonating harmlessly in their palms. But a few lasted longer. A few seconds. A few rotations. A few tantalizing hints that the combination was possible. Wind Rasengan prototype, stability 3%. Stability requirement for combat use, 85%. 3%. It was almost nothing. But it was more than anyone had ever achieved before, and each attempt generated data that the gamer's mind processed and fed back into the next iteration. The breakthrough came on the 47th day of training. Naruto had been meditating, using the Nine-Tails chakra as a stabilizing framework for the wind nature transformation, when he stumbled upon a critical insight. The wind chakra didn't need to be added to the Rasengan, it needed to be integrated from the beginning, woven into the rotational pattern at the moment of creation rather than applied afterward. The distinction was subtle but fundamental. It was the difference between painting a house and building the house from colored bricks. The color wasn't a surface feature, it was structural. He formed the Rasengan, but this time, he channeled his wind nature into the chakra from the first rotation. The sphere that materialized in his palm was different, larger, wilder, streaked with currents of pale green that spiraled through the blue chakra like rivers through a landscape. Wind release, Rasengan prototype successful. Stability, 12%. Effect, a spiraling sphere of wind nature chakra. Contact results in extreme rotational cutting damage combined with concussive force. Warning, technique is unstable. Use in combat carries risk of self-injury. 12%. Still far from combat ready, but a quantum leap from 3. And each practice session improved the stability, 15%, then 20, then 35, until the wind Rasengan held together long enough to be considered a viable, if risky, combat technique. Rasengan, Level 1 Level 3, Proficiency, 45%. Wind release, Rasengan Level 1, Proficiency, 28%. The training wasn't the only development. The political landscape was shifting. Tsunade's assumption of the Hokage mantle had stabilized the village, but the external threats were growing. Orochimaru was rebuilding his forces in sound, and intelligence reports suggested that the Sannin had developed a new generation of curse mark recipients, children forcibly enhanced with his corrupted seal. Akatsuki, the mysterious organization of S-rank missing nin, had been spotted in multiple countries, their objectives unclear but their capabilities terrifying. And deep within Naruto's mindscape, Kurama had begun to speak more frequently. The fox's tone had shifted over the months, from contemptuous dismissal to grudging respect to something that bordered on conversational. It wasn't friendship, exactly, Kurama was too ancient and too proud for mere friendship, but it was a dialogue, an exchange of perspectives between two beings who had been forced into an intimate coexistence. You're improving, brat, Kurama observed one evening, as Naruto meditated before the Iron Gate. Your chakra control is almost adequate now. And that wind technique of yours, it actually stings. High praise from the strongest of the tailed beasts. Don't let it go to your head. You're still a candle compared to my bonfire. The fox's massive head lowered, its red eyes studying Naruto with an intensity that had become familiar rather than threatening. But you're asking the right questions. And that's more than most humans manage. What questions? About power. About what it's for. Kurama's tails swished restlessly. Most humans want power for its own sake, for dominance, for control, for revenge. You want it to protect. That's different. Is that why you've been helping me? I've been helping you because if you die, I die. Don't flatter yourself. But there was something in the fox's voice, a roughness that suggested the explanation was incomplete. Naruto didn't push. The relationship with Kurama was built on patience and incremental trust, and pushing too hard would set it back. Instead, he continued his meditation, reinforcing the pathways that connected his chakra network to the Ninetales reservoir, building the infrastructure that would allow greater access in the future. Ninetales Chakra Mode, Limited Level 3, Proficiency, 45%. Maximum Safe Access, 12%. Next milestone, 15%, requires Level 4. The progress was steady but slow. Each percentage point of safe access required extensive conditioning. His network had to be gradually expanded and reinforced to handle the fox's immense chakra volume without sustaining damage. It was like widening a river channel. Too much water too fast would overflow the banks and flood the surrounding tissue. Too little and the expansion wouldn't occur. He was still working within the limits that Kurama had defined, but the limits were expanding. And with each expansion, the Ninetales' power became more accessible, more controllable, more his. A few years passed. Naruto turned 17 in the autumn, the leaves of Konoha's trees turning gold and crimson as if in celebration. He was taller now, still shorter than Sasuke, but broader in the shoulder, his body hardened by relentless training into a compact frame of dense muscle and coiled power. The whisker marks on his cheeks had faded slightly, becoming less pronounced as the Ninetales' influence stabilized within his system. His status had evolved dramatically. Status: Name Naruto Uzumaki. Rank Chunin. Level 40. Title: Biju Tamer / The Yellow Flash's Successor. HP 3 200/3 200. Chakra points 6 800/6 800 base /42,000. Ninetales enhanced 15% access. Strength 58. Vit 65. Dex 62. Int 45. Wis 55. Luck 20. Skills selected. Shadow Clone Jutsu Level 8, Proficiency 82%. Rasengan Level 5, Proficiency 70%. Wind Release, Rasengan Level 3, Proficiency 55%. Marked Body Flicker Level 4, Proficiency 60%. Ninetales Chakra Mode, Limited Level 4, Proficiency 50%. Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere Level 6, Proficiency 80%. Wind Release, Vacuum Wave Level 5, Proficiency 75%. Medical Ninjutsu Level 6, Proficiency 65%. Tactical Thinking Level 7, Proficiency 70%. Combat Precognition Level 5, Proficiency 60%. Observation Level 5, Proficiency 65%. Chakra Control Level 9, Proficiency 55%. Empathic Insight Level 3, Proficiency 45%. The numbers told a story of exponential growth, but the reality was more nuanced. Each level had come at a cost: hours of training that pushed his body to the breaking point, battles that had nearly killed him, and a constant, low-grade tension with the Ninetales chakra that required perpetual management. The gamer's mind and gamer's body passives handled the bulk of the physiological and psychological strain, but they couldn't eliminate it entirely. The village had noticed his growth. The council, once skeptical of the dead last's promotion to genin, now regarded him with a mixture of respect and wariness. The civilians who had once whispered, "Demon brat," now nodded politely on the streets, their fear tempered by the stories of his heroics at the Chunin exams and the Valley of the End. The shinobi community had accepted him as a rising talent, a Chunin with Jonin-level capabilities whose rapid advancement was matched only by his unpredictable combat style. Team 7 had matured as well. Sasuke's probation had ended 6 months after the Valley of the End, the curse mark's influence reduced to a dormant state by a combination of Kakashi's sealing techniques and the Uchiha's own psychological growth. The experience had changed him, not fundamentally, but enough. The obsessive drive for revenge was still there, but it had been tempered by the knowledge that power pursued in isolation was a path to self-destruction. Sakura had blossomed under Tsunade's tutelage. Her medical ninjutsu was approaching elite levels, her chakra control was the finest in her generation, and she had developed a combat style that combined diagnostic precision with devastating close-quarter strikes. She was no longer the kunoichi who had hidden behind her teammates during the wave mission. She was a fighter in her own right, and her teammates had learned to rely on her as an equal. The team's synergy rating reflected the transformation. Team Synergy, 65/182/100. 82. It was a high rating for any team, let alone one that had been on the verge of dissolution a year earlier. The bond forged in the Valley of the End had been tempered by shared training and shared hardship into something resilient and reliable. But the peace was fragile. It shattered on a winter morning, when a summons arrived from the Hokage's office. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura assembled in Tsunade's office, their expression serious. The fifth Hokage sat behind her desk, her face grave, a mission scroll unrolled before her. Intelligence has confirmed Akatsuki movement, Tsunade said without preamble. 2 members have been spotted in the Land of Rivers, approximately 3 days from Konoha. Their objective is unknown, but their presence in proximity to a Jinchuriki is cause for concern. Naruto's jaw tightened. Jinchuriki. They were hunting Jinchuriki. Which members? Kakashi asked. He was standing by the window, his posture deceptively casual, his visible eye fixed on Tsunade. Hidan and Kakuzu. The zombie combo. Tsunade's voice was clipped. Hidan is immortal, regeneration at a level that makes him effectively unkillable. Kakuzu has 5 hearts, each containing a different chakra nature. Between them, they've killed dozens of Jonin-level opponents. And you're sending us? Sasuke's voice was incredulous. A Chunin team against 2 S-rank missing Nin? Not alone. A backup team is being assembled, Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka, led by Asuma Sarutobi. Tsunade's gaze swept across the 3 genin. Your mission is reconnaissance. Locate the Akatsuki members, observe their movements, and report back. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary. Understood, Kakashi said. Naruto. Tsunade's eyes fixed on him with a weight that made the air in the room feel heavier. I don't need to tell you that you're the most valuable target in this village. If Akatsuki gets their hands on you, the consequences will be catastrophic. Do not let pride override caution. I understand, Tsunade-sama. She held his gaze for a moment longer, then nodded. Dismissed. You leave in 1 hour. The Land of Rivers was a desolate expanse of arid canyons and scrubland, the landscape carved by ancient rivers that had long since dried to trickles. The heat was oppressive, the air thick with dust and the faint scent of something rotting. Team 7 moved through the terrain in a tight formation, Kakashi at the point, Sasuke and Sakura flanking, Naruto at the rear with his danger sense extended to maximum range. The sensory coverage was draining, but the alternative, walking into an ambush blind, was unacceptable. They found the Akatsuki members on the second day. Hidan was a tall, gaunt figure with slicked-back silver hair and pale purple eyes that gleamed with the fervor of a true believer. He wore the black cloak with red clouds that marked him as Akatsuki, and he carried a triple-bladed scythe that he swung with casual, almost playful menace. Kakuzu was his opposite in almost every way, a massive, hulking man whose face was partially obscured by a hood, and whose body seemed to be held together by thick black threads that writhed beneath his skin. His eyes were a startling green, cold and calculating, and he radiated an aura of patient menace that made Naruto's danger sense scream. Observation, Hidan. Level unknown. Title, The Immortal. HP unknown. Chakra points unknown. Chakra nature unknown. Technique, Immortality. Threat assessment, S rank. Note, conventional combat methods ineffective. Do not engage. Observation, Kakuzu. Level unknown. Title, The Bounty Hunter. HP unknown. Chakra points unknown. Chakra nature, all 5 via heart theft. Technique, Earth Grudge Fear. Threat assessment, S rank. Note, 5 hearts must be destroyed to kill. Each heart controls a different chakra nature. Extremely dangerous. The observation data was almost entirely obscured. Level, HP, chakra points, all hidden behind question marks that indicated an overwhelming disparity in power. These were S-rank missing Nin, operating on a level that the system couldn't quantify. Naruto flagged the data and signaled the team to fall back. They had what they needed, confirmation of the Akatsuki members' identities and positions. The mission was reconnaissance, not engagement. But Asuma's team had other ideas. The backup team engaged the Akatsuki pair the following morning, before Kakashi could relay the reconnaissance data. The confrontation was brief and devastating. Asuma Sarutobi, one of Konoha's most skilled jonin, was fatally wounded by Hidan's curse technique, a ritual that linked the immortal's body to his opponent's and reflected all damage. By the time Team 7 arrived, Asuma was dying. His students, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, were in shock, their faces white, their hands trembling. Hidan and Kakuzu had retreated, their objective apparently satisfied with the jonin's death. Naruto knelt beside Asuma, his medical ninjutsu activating automatically. The damage was catastrophic. The curse technique had destroyed Asuma's lungs and punctured his heart. Even with the Ninetales chakra enhancing his healing capabilities, the injuries were beyond repair. "I'm sorry," Naruto said, his voice rough. "I can't." "Not your fault, kid." Asuma's voice was a wet rasp, his cigarette, miraculously still lit, dangling from the corner of his mouth. "Take care of them, yeah? They're good kids." His eyes closed. Quest available: Avenge Asuma Sarutobi. Objective: defeat Hidan and Kakuzu. Difficulty: S rank. Rewards: 30,000 EXP. Title: Akatsuki Hunter Unknown. Failure: death. Naruto stared at the notification, the gamer's mind processing the emotional impact and filing it alongside the tactical data. 2 S-rank missing Nin. 1 immortal. 1 with 5 hearts. By any rational assessment, the mission was suicide. But Asuma was dead. Shikamaru was kneeling in the dirt, his fists pressed against his forehead, his body shaking with barely contained grief. Ino was crying silently. Choji's face was a mask of stunned horror. And Naruto Uzumaki did not accept suicide as an outcome. He stood up and turned to Kakashi. "We need a plan." Kakashi's visible eye was hard, the expression of a man who had lost too many comrades and was preparing to risk losing more. "I have one. But it requires you." "Me specifically?" "Your shadow clones and your Rasengan." Kakashi's voice was low, intense. "Kakuzu has 5 hearts, each controlling a different chakra nature. Each heart is a separate target. If you can create enough clones with Rasengan to simultaneously strike all 5, we can eliminate him in a single coordinated attack." "And Hidan?" "Shikamaru has volunteered to handle Hidan alone." The Nara had raised his head, his eyes dry and his expression cold with a calculated fury that was more terrifying than any amount of rage. "I've analyzed Hidan's curse technique. It requires him to consume his opponent's blood and perform a ritual inside a specific symbol. If I can separate him from Kakuzu and trap him before he completes the ritual, his immortality becomes irrelevant. He can't die, but he can be buried alive." "Buried alive?" Sasuke repeated. "My clan maintains a forest in the Nara compound. The shadows there are deep enough to hold anything." Shikamaru's voice was flat, emotionless, the voice of a tactical computer processing a problem with lethal efficiency. "Hidan will never see daylight again." The plan was assembled over the following hours, a coordinated assault that leveraged each participant's strengths against the Akatsuki pair's weaknesses. Shikamaru would draw Hidan away from Kakuzu using his shadow techniques and a prepared trap. Kakashi would engage Kakuzu in close combat, creating openings for Naruto's attack. Sasuke would provide fire support and cover Sakura, who would serve as the team's medical anchor. The battle began at dawn. Shikamaru's shadow possessed Hidan with a precision that bordered on surgical, forcing the immortal to walk away from his partner despite his howling protests. The separation was the critical first step. Without Hidan's curse technique to protect Kakuzu's blind spots, the bounty hunter was vulnerable. Kakuzu attacked with the fury of a natural disaster. His hearts emerged from his body, 4 masked creatures, each one channeling a different elemental nature. Fire roared, lightning crackled, wind howled, water surged. The combined assault would have overwhelmed any single jonin. But Kakashi wasn't any single jonin. The copy ninja met each elemental attack with a mirror technique, his Sharingan copying the hand seals and transforming Kakuzu's own jutsu against him. The exchange was a symphony of destruction, fire against fire, lightning against lightning, the two combatants trading techniques with a speed and ferocity that turned the canyon into a war zone. Naruto waited. The gamer's mind was running calculations, analyzing the battle's rhythm, identifying the optimal insertion point. Each of Kakuzu's hearts was a separate target, and the timing had to be perfect. 5 simultaneous strikes, no gaps, no second chances. The moment came when Kakuzu overextended, launching a combined fire-wind technique that left his hearts exposed. Naruto moved. Shadow Clone Jutsu! 5 clones materialized, each one already forming a wind Rasengan. The technique was still unstable. The proficiency was only at 55%, but the gamer's mind was compensating, adjusting the chakra flow in real time to maintain the sphere's coherence. The clones struck simultaneously. 5 wind Rasengan, each one targeting a different heart, each one carrying the rotational cutting force of wind nature chakra combined with the concussive impact of the base technique. The first heart, the fire mask, was obliterated instantly, the wind Rasengan grinding through its chakra construct and dispersing the elemental essence. The second, the wind mask, tried to evade, but the clone adjusted mid-flight, the chakra threads guiding the Rasengan into the heart's core. The third, the lightning mask, counterattacked with a bolt of electricity that dispelled the attacking clone, but the Rasengan had already connected, the rotational force disrupting the heart's chakra circulation and causing it to detonate. The fourth, the water mask, was destroyed by a clone that substituted with a rock to dodge Kakuzu's desperate counterstrike, then drove the Rasengan into the mask from behind. The fifth, Kakuzu's original heart, was the hardest. The bounty hunter himself defended it, his black threads forming a defensive barrier that deflected the initial Rasengan. But the clone had anticipated the defense, and a second Rasengan, formed in the clone's other hand during the approach, struck from a different angle, grinding through the thread barrier and into Kakuzu's chest. The S-rank missing Nin fell. Combat encounter complete. Enemies defeated Kakuzu, 1/2 Akatsuki. Experience gained, 45,000. Level up. Level up. Level up. You are now level 41. Wind release, Rasengan level 3 level 4, proficiency, 55% 70%. Shadow clone jutsu level 8 level 9, proficiency, 82% 90%. The other battle had concluded as well. Shikamaru had trapped Hidan in a pit lined with explosive tags, detonating them to bury the immortal beneath tons of rock. Hidan's voice, cursing, screaming, promising eternal vengeance, had faded as the debris piled higher, until only silence remained. The Akatsuki members were defeated. Asuma was avenged. Naruto stood over Kakuzu's body, the wind Rasengan still flickering in his palm. The technique had held, barely, the stability improving with each successful impact. It wasn't perfect, but it was his. A jutsu that no one else in the world possessed, born from months of obsessive training and a flash of insight that had come from the intersection of his wind nature and his father's greatest creation. He dispelled the Rasengan and looked at his teammates. Sasuke was breathing hard, his Sharingan deactivated, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and something that might have been respect. Sakura was treating a wound on Kakashi's arm, her medical chakra steady despite the adrenaline crash. Kakashi himself was watching Naruto with an expression that was hard to read, pride, concern, and something deeper. You've grown, Kakashi said simply. We all have. The copy ninja's visible eye crinkled. Your father would have been proud of that technique. Naruto looked at his hand, the hand that had held the wind Rasengan, the hand that had destroyed a monster that had killed dozens of jonin. I think he would have told me it needed more work. He would have. Kakashi's voice was warm with memory. Minato was a perfectionist. He would have said the stability was insufficient, the wind integration was rough, and the combat application was reckless. And then? And then he would have ruffled your hair and told you that you were the most stubborn student he'd ever seen, and that stubbornness was the only thing that could have pulled off a technique like that. Naruto smiled, a genuine, unguarded expression that reached his eyes. I'll take it. They returned to Konoha as heroes, again. The village celebrated the defeat of the Akatsuki members, and Tsunade promoted all 3 members of Team 7 to Tokubetsu Jonin, Special Jonin rank, in recognition of their combat performance. Title acquired, Special Jonin of Konoha. All stats +3. New skill slots unlocked. Access granted, A/B rank missions. The promotion was a milestone, but Naruto's mind was already looking ahead. The Akatsuki were still out there. The organization had dozens of members, each one an S-rank threat, and their ultimate objective remained unclear. Orochimaru was still at large, rebuilding his forces and waiting for another opportunity to claim Sasuke's body. And within his own mindscape, the Nine-Tails was watching with an intensity that suggested the fox knew something that Naruto didn't. The Akatsuki are hunting Jinchuriki, Kurama said one evening, as Naruto meditated before the Iron Gate. Not just you, all of them. There are 9-tailed beasts, and the Akatsuki wants them all. Why? To create a weapon. A jutsu that requires the combined chakra of all 9 biju to activate. A technique that can reshape the world. The fox's voice was grim. The man who leads them, Obito Uchiha, believes that he can use it to create a paradise. But his paradise is an illusion, a dream world where reality is rewritten according to his delusions. Obito Uchiha? Naruto's mind raced. Kakashi's former teammate? The one who gave him the Sharingan. Yes. Kurama's tails swished. The Uchiha are a cursed clan brat. Their eyes grow stronger through loss and hatred, and their most powerful members are the ones who have suffered the most. Obito lost the woman he loved, and that loss twisted him into something monstrous. And Sasuke? Sasuke carries the same curse. If he learns the truth about his clan, about the Uchiha massacre, he'll be consumed by it. The hatred will fuel his Sharingan to heights that rival Madara himself, and the power will corrupt him as thoroughly as it corrupted Obito. Naruto absorbed this information with the gamer's mind's characteristic calm, but the implications were staggering. The system had flagged Sasuke as a psychological risk since the beginning, but Kurama's warning added a dimension that the numerical data couldn't capture, the specific mechanism by which the Uchiha's pain could be weaponized against them. How do I stop it? You don't. Kurama's voice was blunt. The Uchiha's curse is their own to bear. You can't save them from themselves, you can only be there when they fall. I refuse to accept that. Then you're a fool. Maybe. But I'm a fool who's beaten every impossible challenge that's been thrown at him. And I'm not about to stop now. Kurama stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, a sound emerged from the fox's massive chest, a low, rumbling vibration that might have been laughter. You really are your parents' child, brat. Minato had the same infuriating refusal to accept the obvious. I'll take that as a compliment. It wasn't meant as one. But the fox's eyes had softened, imperceptibly, almost impermanent, the smallest crack in the millennia-old wall of hostility. The meditation ended, and Naruto opened his eyes to the quiet of his apartment. The night was still, the village sleeping beneath the stars, the Hokage monument standing eternal guard over the people who had once despised the boy who lived at its base. He pulled up his status screen one final time before sleep. Status: Name Naruto Uzumaki. Rank: Special Jonin. Level 45. Title: Akatsuki Hunter / The Yellow Flash's Successor. HP 3 800/3 800. Chakra points 7 600/7 600 base /48,000 9 tails enhanced 15% access. Strength 64. Vit 72. Dex 68. Int 50. Wiz 62. Luck 23. The numbers were a testament to 3 years of relentless growth, from a level 1 academy failure to a level 39 special jonin whose combat capabilities rivaled the village's elite. The journey had been measured in experience points and skill proficiencies, in battles won and lost, in teammates saved and enemies defeated. But the numbers didn't tell the whole story. They couldn't capture the taste of ramen shared with Iruka after a hard day's training, or the sound of Sakura's laughter when Sasuke said something unintentionally funny, or the warmth of Kakashi's rare, genuine smile. They couldn't quantify the bond between a boy and the fox sealed inside him, or the quiet pride of wearing a forehead protector that he had earned through blood and determination. The system had given him the tools. But the person who had used those tools, the stubborn, lonely, determined boy who had refused to accept that his destiny was written in the whispers of a village that couldn't see past the demon on his belly, was the same person he had always been. Naruto closed the status screen and lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling of an apartment that had once felt like a prison and now felt like a home. Tomorrow, there would be new missions. New challenges. New enemies who threatened everything he cared about. The Akatsuki was still hunting. Orochimaru was still scheming. The Uchiha curse was still festering. But tonight there was peace. And for Naruto Uzumaki, who had grown from the class dead last into one of the most powerful shinobi in the village, peace was enough. He closed his eyes and slept, the system's interface minimized to a single, quiet pulse in the corner of his vision. And the future, uncertain, dangerous, and full of possibility, waited for him on the other side of dawn.